Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Mages, here with OBX 777. Welcome to another fine Sunday. I hope you guys are doing well. It's a fine Sunday. One of the finest. Living it up, oh yeah. Friday night. How are you guys doing? Got my healthy drink, I'm good to go. What's going on, Stuff Dog? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, Trav? Man, I'm doing
Oh,
great.
I can hear you.
Let me put my headset on.
What's up, Stuff? KT, greetings. Happy Sunday. Sunshine Chick, great to see you. My kin Rez, greetings.
What's going on, Trav?
What's going on, bro?
Man, I'm great, man. How you doing?
Very well. Making progress. It's always good to be able to see progress and document it and be moving forward. I'm doing well.
Great. I can agree with that too. Yeah, I took that Shango's advice on that I bought that Aleister Crowley book, the one you have unboxed.
Yeah.
I read it the last couple of days. I'm in the description sections of the spirits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, it's a pretty good book. Last week a couple of weeks ago, you asked me had I ever tried evocation and invocation. I don't know where you was going with that because I started talking to Shango a little bit, but you never got to finish. Where were you going with that? I don't know if you remember that or not.
So yeah, this is when we were talking about like what you had going on as far as some of the inner hell beliefs with your father. Is that right?
Yeah, but that was before you asked me about invocation and evocation, and you were asking me that before I went into all of that, and I was just wondering where you were going with that. I think it was before I had mentioned anything about that situation that I had going with the pops or whatever. But you were saying something, and I was just wondering. I've been wondering for 2 weeks what you were gonna say.
Oh man. Yeah, I'd have to go back to that to trigger exactly what. Because yeah, I was going in a specific direction. I have to go back and listen to trigger exactly what I was thinking.
Okay. I was just wondering.
I remember the after, and I know it kind of went in that direction.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna get into this a little bit more. Like I said, I've been reading that Lon Malo Duquette book, and I got a couple of other ones upstairs. So I'm gonna get into that here pretty soon.
Yes, I should have had that one in my collection a long time ago. Tree Marie actually put me on Lon Malo Duquette back when we were looking at mystical Kabbalah, because he's got a book called Chicken Kabbalah, and
yeah,
I
I
was
know about
always
that.
thrown off by the title, but that's actually a really good book to help understand Kabbalah for a modern practitioner. Because like there's different styles of teaching Kabbalah, and some of it is really technical, and that's not very graspable by the average person. And then you have like Dion Fortune, where it's not too technical, but it's very theoretical, very wordy and very concept heavy. Then you got the style that's like Lon-Malo Duquette, where he's literally just talking to you like a person, you know, breaking it down in human to human terms, and it's so much easier for most people to learn that way.
Yeah, I noticed that book. That book is a pretty easy read. It's not hard to read at all or understand. So I agree with you as far as that book is concerned. I don't have a lot of Lon-Malo Duquette books, but as far as this one is concerned, it was just like jumping in there. It wasn't as like I say some books are meaty, and it wasn't as meaty as some books can get. You know, he was pretty but he's pretty thorough. But I could understand it.
Yeah,
basically.
Yeah, I should have been picked him up as an author, but I'm glad to have come across him now within the past year or so.
Yeah, it happened when it was supposed to.
Greetings. What's up, MC Maestro? Uh-oh, I think you're still muted.
Yeah, there's nothing going on, but I'm chilling.
Right on. That's an interesting landscape. What
Dude,
the hell?
The link up.
What the hell?
That's crazy.
Why?
Dude, no, stay, brother.
What is this?
That's crazy.
What is this?
Yo, it was basically there's an ayahuasca retreat out in Palm Springs. Hey, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
Hell yeah.
Had to come out here and rep.
What was that?
Yeah.
So we had to come out here and rep.
I like this.
Yeah.
I forgot what that's called. What's it called? Like a
Yurt.
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 Yurt. Yeah.
Yeah.
The window at the top.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, that's clean, man.
Yeah. So like basically Godflow told me about the retreat and then I told Maestro. So
Wow.
I feel like Trav never expected like people to actually link up like that when he came up with this, you know?
No.
Yeah.
That's amazing, man. I love the vibes, man, from this group, man. I love the vibes from this group, man. I just always get confirmation I'm in the right place. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what's up.
Right.
That's what's up,
Cool,
man.
This is cool.
Yeah.
How you doing, Alora?
Hey, how's it going? What's happening, Amar?
I mean, you see
What's up?
this?
What is all that?
What is
Where
what?
are you? Oh my God, Gary!
Basically, we learned to teleport.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta teleport. Where did you guys go? That's amazing. You're in California.
We came to Tucson 2.0.
Yeah, basically, Palm Springs is Tucson 2.0.
It's technically Yucca Valley.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow, that's beautiful. Are you guys in a yurt? What is that?
So how did they?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah.
That's why soul
Yeah.
try to tap in.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Yancho over here.
Yeah, they have dream.
Oh yeah, the dream catcher.
Wow.
Oh, you guys about to do some real deal talk with Shooty.
Yeah.
We did it.
Oh,
That's exactly what I was
think
about
I've
to
done
ask.
with you like 5 times during this retreat. Like, Yeah.
Wow.
So have you guys experienced the ayahuasca yet, or is that like coming up?
The retreat ended. This is the end. So we did the ayahuasca last night.
Ah, okay. How was it?
It was amazing, to be honest. Yeah. For me, it was like heightened shrooms.
Okay.
It was like more intense than shrooms. But for me, it was more like mental and like telepathic, and not so visual. Although I had visuals too.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Sounds like an experience of maybe higher astral.
Supercars like unlock and trail. So you explain it right, the Jarvis system in Iron Man. Like I experienced that, like a glass right here. I could see like
that's what you're talking about.
Yeah. I could feel like aliens communicating with me, and like when the glass appeared, like they would show like different divine like images, sacred geometry. So like, I mean, if that's really within me, bro, it just more I kind of work, you know, on this path that we on, it can unlock in this waking world like pretty soon.
Yeah. And like we told people that we were part of a group, so it's like you might have a couple new followers soon.
At least more.
Yeah.
Oh man.
That's looking awesome, dude.
Wait, last night you guys were telling people that you were part of a group?
Well, just basically, because people seen that we were kind of like together, so we told them like how we got here. Like, we told us, yeah.
Cool. Because last night I went to an event and I was also kind of advertising for this community for the group. People were talking to me about some shit. And so we might also have some followers over here coming in.
That's how you know.
Yeah, so it's cool we were on that like similar wavelength there, even in different spaces, you know?
Yeah.
So I see Maestro, I see Amar. Am I familiar with you, homie?
This is Godflow.
Yeah, it's good, bro.
Okay, God. Oh, damn. I've never seen you physically. Okay. Now I got you.
Nice.
Yeah,
Cool.
that's what's up. Yeah.
Godflow 93. Holy
93.
shit.
Yeah, I know you.
We got all three all in the same spot. Oh,
Yeah.
man. Wow.
That's what's up, bro.
Amar, I feel like you're gonna meet everybody, and like I'm not gonna meet anyone.
But to be honest, now I feel like that's the plan. It's like I have to do it. Just like road trip it out to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Man, that's dope. That is dope.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so from I know how like right afterwards, you still got the whole body thing and like the intense experience is still all there. So it's not fully intellectualized yet. But just from where you are now, do you think that from what you guys experienced, you could attribute it to any, like maybe of the levels of the tree or maybe of the four worlds, or like, can you attribute anything that you experienced to, some of the stuff that we've been reading about over the past year or two?
I think for me, I was definitely in like the Bria part of the tree, like the water realm, because there's a full moon too. So yeah. I was doing like a bunch of like yin jujitsus like with the moon. So
Nice.
Like, I have like basically like combined like NLP with like yin transformations, and basically in Naruto, like the infinity Tsukuyomi, basically like it projects someone's like fantasies in like a reality. So like they live out their most like precious dreams and whatnot. And basically from Psychastra, how you can like impress someone's etheric double with like their idealized conception.
Mm-hmm.
Like basically the jujitsu is me projecting to each person that I see, like I'm the personified infinity Tsukuyomi for them. if that makes sense.
I love the concept of making it, of having the confines, but allowing the person to fill in the content.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that.
I mean, that's what the whole move is. It's like, it just casts the projection and they fill it up.
The context over the content. That's cool. Okay, so you know it was a full moon. You know where the full moon was?
In Shravana.
Okay, wait.
Basically, I did, like, when I took the ayahuasca, I did a Tattvas. And like, you know how I do the bead monsters with the moon?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I was like doing a bunch of moon magic.
I know it was an Abhijit about 2 days ago.
I think it basically transitioned between like Uttarashada and then Shravana. Let me check that. Because right now it's in Dineshta?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's in Dineshta right now. Yeah. So I think when we went into the ceremony, it was like towards the end of Shravana, and then it went into Dineshta.
Okay.
Yeah, how about y'all?
Like,
Very auspicious.
Yeah.
I think it was like, mine was pure visual, so it was like ajna, but like looking upwards towards like the bindu and the sahasrara, or sahasrara. Is that what it's called?
Estrada?
It was like all those three aspects, and then I started like same with the Mara, like because beforehand we were talking about NLP techniques and whatnot, and I was like designing myself, like a new version of me, and then fully exploring like there is no self. There's only like an algorithm that's an expression of like just smaller and smaller universes or smaller and smaller algorithms. What about you?
Not for me, like from a book study, I can't tie anything in. Maybe you just have to give it more time. See?
Yeah, because I know
There's definitely a lot of like purging too, like basically like throwing up and shit like that. Even though like we fasted, but it's just like shit still came out.
Yeah, that's kind of part of the process with ayahuasca.
Yeah.
How
You're
was
just
that,
gonna-
man? Was that like, because that always turns me off, man. I hate throwing up. That's like the worst thing in the world.
Me too. Like I hate that
Me.
nauseous feeling. But I mean,
can't
like, I think
stand
it's literally part of the process.
Yeah, right. So, because it's always turned me off, man. So how was that purging? Like, was it just like continuous?
I only threw up like 4 times, but there were people like literally throwing up for like the whole like 2 hours.
Oh my God, I can't. Oh man, that just makes me
Literally,
so.
like not even exaggerating, like literally 2 hours, just straight yakking.
Like you just got to do it. Like the more you hold it is like probably the more you're going to throw up, but you just got to force it out.
Oh,
That is horrible, man. But that's the worst part to me, man. I've been wanting to do that for a long time, but that purging is like, that turns me off. So I just rather do shrooms.
so are you guys at a place where they have like where like I don't understand. Did you guys do the ayahuasca on your own, or were you at a place where like other people are harvesting it and
Well,
like it's like a
basically-
group experience or what?
Yeah, basically it was just this. He's a shaman, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, his purpose is to like introduce people to ayahuasca and whatnot. So that's how it happened. Godflow went to the first one like a couple months ago, and then he told I was gonna go to that one, but I didn't end up going. So he told me about this one, and then.
Wait. Who's introducing people to ayahuasca?
Well, I mean, is this like something that they want to be
Waldo?
put out?
I don't think his name is Waldo.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I don't know if this is like that should be added. I just didn't know like if it's like a resort or if it's like a
It's an
It's an
Airbnb.
Airbnb.
oh.
We can say for more information, you can contact these guys if you're interested.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, if y'all ever down, like this is shaman.
Yeah, I'll send his Instagram in the chat.
Yeah, it's like Love and Light Awakening.
Love and Light Awakening. Yeah, that's what it is.
And he goes like to like these different places, like so where he's been in Texas, different parts of Cali. He's going to Peru, like in 2 months. So yeah, if you link up with him, there's the plug into the cosmic circuits.
This is cool. CC in the chat says that ayahuasca continued to unveil for months after my ceremony. The purge can be easier if you prepare through diet before taking it.
I feel like it helped to an extent, but you still gonna throw up.
Yeah.
There's nothing stopping.
There was people that like did like the whole like basically they fasted like basically a super strict diet up until the event or whatever, and they were throwing up for a minute. So I don't think I think it just depends on the person.
Well, I like the part.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, I like the part where she said that the ayahuasca continued to unveil for months after my ceremony. In other words, that there might be a longer effect than say something like
taking the ayahuasca. I think that's just the beginning. Like literally, that just like opens you up to ayahuasca, and then like she said in the chat, like it definitely continues on.
Oh man, I never really considered going down that route, but
Bro, we're about to do a Travis Magus ayahuasca.
Yeah.
Come on.
We gotta rent out a shaman.
Yeah, for real.
Rent out a
Well,
show.
we could do it with mushrooms too.
Yeah.
It's different, yeah. It is different though.
A lot of people use this from.
Would you guys do it again?
Yeah.
There was like a part earlier in the day where they basically made this. There's like ayahuasca, tobacco, and eucalyptus. And so they're like, it's in its own hallucinogen itself.
What's
so
it called? Rupe or something like that?
Rape.
Rape, yeah.
So they put like a tube up your nose and then they like blow like hard as hell. So when that happened, I was looking at everybody. I'm like, all these chumps. And then like, as soon as that happened, it shot straight to the back, like between your nostril and your mouth. And that shit just burned. So like, everybody's throwing up and crying.
I'll be down for the eye.
That was like, it was like 2 hours of just throwing up, and like just burning. And then,
Oh wow.
And it took forever to get the taste out too.
Oh my goodness.
I love it, man.
Y'all can smoke it.
I forgot what it's called, but I had it yesterday. Eddie had it. Eddie had some.
I thought it was out like down like the middle. That's why like because everybody started doing the shoulder touch. I thought it was out. It was.
But yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't know. Still, stuff is still getting processed, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Is that a keyboard back there?
It's like a little guest like altar thing. That's some crystal incense.
Yeah.
We got like there was like RVs and stuff, or like little trailers, and we got like the best thing.
That's why I thought how it makes. I knew that like someone was going to like want something.
Man.
Okay.
Kristen says, I've noticed certain nakshatras are interested in using substances or herbals for enlightenment purposes.
Mula? Come on.
Oh, yeah. Wow, what kind of tree is that?
Wow, that's beautiful.
That's a cactus.
Cactus tree?
Joshua tree.
No, I think that's just a cactus.
I think they're Joshua trees. Because
Oh,
that's what the place is called.
Hey, show more studio.
Oh yeah.
We were
So
doing
show
like
yours too.
meditation sigils.
Bro, we sigiled up the whole place.
I don't know how well it shows up on the camera.
Yeah, I can see that.
Oh yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
Look around and you'll just be seeing our sigils in places.
That's dope.
Oh.
Man, I'm jelly.
You got to do it yourself. Just
gotta-
prepare
yeah, I
for
know, right?
the purge.
There's a movie too.
Yep.
Right? Yeah. That makes a lot more sense now.
Mhm. Yeah, there was like I saw a video before. It was like the astrological correspondence of the movie. Yeah, they like released it all at the same time each year too.
A movie for what?
For the purge.
Mm-hmm.
But like it makes more sense now because like in the movie they're basically like killing off all the like the needless shit, and then when you're out here like purging, like you just throw up everything that you didn't need.
Oh, the purge. I get you.
Mm.
Like,
Kind of like what we're going.
like in this group, like a lot of people aren't even like near that. Like, some of that shit was annoying.
Dude talking.
I thought I was the only
Some of what shit was annoying.
It was like you know all the love and light.
Oh, yeah.
like basically like there's some people like I only want the light, like no darkness, all that stuff.
Oh,
Like pick and choose. Build-A-Bear spirituality.
Yeah, right.
Build a bear.
Yeah. Build a bear spirituality. That's funny.
Can I get a piece of love?
We
and
on that
some hate?
bionicles.
Yeah.
That's that running away from pain and running towards pleasure and shit, right?
Yeah. Running towards pleasure, right?
Right.
Titled spirituality.
And like during the
Ooh.
ceremony too, there were people like yelling that. They're like
Oh, yeah.
they're yelling messages about love and light.
I'm like spirit, at least my spirit, I was like, shut the fuck up. Like, I'm not
yeah.
yelling that shit. Like,
Talk about a buzzkill, man. What?
Yeah. I had like this experience where I was programming stuff in like my direct vicinity, and then I was like, you know, let me program her to shut up. And there was like other versions of me telling me to do it, like do it. So then like I
Yeah.
put in the computer command, I press enter. She goes quiet for 2 seconds, and it just starts yelling again. They're like, you thought you could shut that bitch up, and they were just cracking up. So like the whole time, every time she shouted, I just remember that I was just laughing.
Oh.
Nice.
Yeah.
funny part was that she said that like when she was a child, like she was mute. So then spirit was like, that's why, bro. Loud as fuck.
That's why.
That's fucked up. That's fucking hilarious.
We tried to shut you up early.
Like, bitch, but she said some stuff in tongues, and I was like, "Oh shit, that's you." It was some spirit.
I didn't hear
I
that.
was like, why the fuck you hiding that?
I like that idea of
I was like, I don't know why she said that. Now she's saying something. Yeah.
I think you guys are breaking up.
I can't do anything about it. It's like looks like Jade. I don't know. Maybe.
Interesting what you said about the purge. I was kind of thinking about that earlier today about how every few decades there's like a massive human purge, you know, with the wars and whatnot. But since nobody wants to go to war now because we've got so much money and we're so lazy, we got to kill off a bunch of people in different ways, whether it be through, you know, medicines or sicknesses or foods. I'm sure Prakriti has her purges, her cycles, you know, like periods.
Actually, Rahu Ketu, every 18.5 years is that cycle.
Yeah.
So you go from COVID and you go back to 9/11, you go back to AIDS, then you go back to Kennedy, then you go back to Hiroshima every 18 and a half years.
Cool.
Then the Spanish plague, all of it. If you go back, you will see that every single time there's some kind of calamity.
So Prakriti's cycle is 18 and a half years.
Yep.
That's when she bleeds out to refresh. Cool beans. I love it.
That's interesting because at least the United States, right? They say that like 18, you go into adulthood.
Right. You can go to war and everything.
Right.
Yeah.
And supposedly when the flow starts, that's when you become a woman, right?
Yeah, that happens before 18 though.
Well, you know, I'm just
Yeah.
saying it metaphorically.
Yeah.
Because obviously this physical manifestation realm is feminine in nature.
Yeah.
All right, y'all, we're about to dip. I don't know why the camera's not turning. There
Oh,
we go.
There we go.
Yeah, we better go.
All right, good to see y'all. I'm glad that y'all are safe and that this is an eye-opening experience.
Yeah.
Peace, guys.
Peace, y'all. Yeah.
May the light be with
reaction.
you.
I was like, yo, no way, Trav, like people just linking up like that.
I see MC Maestro, then he turns the camera. I'm like, that guy looks like Amar. Damn, he's got the Rudrakash as well. What the? Wait a minute.
Probably have like some cousins in India.
Yeah.
I like that yurt you guys are in.
I mean, I didn't know he's from India too.
Huh? Come on.
My
Rad.
family was from there.
I need to speak with the writers of this show because y'all are just making it too obvious. Where's the producer at? I need a pay raise.
Yeah. All right, I'll catch y'all. If you guys are on in a couple hours, I'll be back home.
All right.
All right, man. Be safe, bro.
Be safe.
Take care.
Peace,
Y'all be safe.
Hey guys.
Peace, Maestro. Peace, Amar. Cool beans.
Oh, there's Django with his beads on.
Greetings, Shango.
Oh, Django, I just wanted to tell you, I just got that message. I saw that you sent me last night. I was like passing out. So I will respond to you later on today about that, okay? You're breaking up on.
I'm back.
I don't know. So your mic is like tripping out.
Yeah, it's breaking up. How you doing, Alora?
I'm doing all right, thanks. Yeah, it's so interesting how things kind of correlate with all that.
Yeah.
Kind of together. Last night I went to an event, and for the first time I like was so I guess I met these people in the grocery store, and they were like, and I started talking to them about like about the Vedas and all that, and then they were like, "Hey, you should go to this event downtown because it's going to be happening, and there's going to be people with podcasts or whatever there, and you should like talk to them and meet people or whatever." And I was like, "Cool." And so I show up, and it's like a real definitely people are connecting, but there was a different vibe, you know. And so I went, and they were like, "What do you do?" And I was like, "A whole bunch of crazy shit. I was like, just like talking to them about, like meditations and the Vedas and that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
And a couple of times I got like the glazed over eyes, So I was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
all right, I'm gonna pull it back, just to let people chill. And it was interesting, and it was actually like a really good study moment for me, because I noticed that a lot of the people who I interacted with, it was like they would ask me the questions, right? I wouldn't ask them questions really. They would ask me the questions, and then they themselves would become like disinterested or distracted before a 2-minute mark.
Ah,
Wow.
Yeah. Like within 2 minutes, that conversation, I realized I needed to change subject, even though I was answering their question and utilizing simple concepts and stuff
terminology.
like that, because the attention span is really not there anymore. There were very, very few people who I met who could actually hold a conversation with sustenance. Yeah, and these were entrepreneurs. So like it kind of gave me a little bit of a confidence boost, because I was like, all right, I'm definitely more ahead of the game than I thought.
Yeah.
But secondly, it was really fascinating to kind of see where people actually are, especially when you want to dive into when they have questions about themselves. Because I noticed that when they were communicating about how someone has wronged them or their struggles, their epiphany stories or whatever, they could go on for hours.
Oh, of course.
Hold on a minute. I heard that lingo.
Yeah, I bet you did.
A minute now. Well, let's ease it in. That's awesome. So like, wow. So you're saying that regardless of the title of being an entrepreneur or a spiritual person, whatever, you're noticing in comparison with other people that you're dialoguing with, that one of the defining factors is that attention span, right? And how Dharana Darshan talks about concentration and focus, and how most people have a weak concentration, a weak focus, and you see it play out. Even though, like you said, you're answering their question, you're talking about what they supposedly want to talk about. They can't even hold it together for 2 minutes.
Right. Yeah. Like before the eyes glaze over and they look for an excuse to speak to someone else. It's like watching hummingbirds go from flower to flower. And you see their true intent. Their true motivation is, I need to make connections tonight so I can further my own growth. I'm asking you questions about my growth, but when I'm asked to self-analyze, that's when I'm going to disconnect here, because I'm here to make connections to grow on that superficial level.
Absolutely.
Yeah, to grow in my career. I'm not going to look at myself right now. That's not what I'm here for. That's not what this event is for me.
Right.
But it was so interesting, and like so it was a really good moment of being aware of like, okay, if I am presenting myself as someone who studies Vedas, who studies internal self-work, it's not something to be advertised, because there's no way to advertise self-improvement or conscious awareness. There is no way to advertise that except for just being. And people are going to come to you or not. And what's interesting is that I did meet a musician, and I'm very excited. He like kind of kept gravitating around, and we started talking, and he's like very interested in creating binaural beats. So on my YouTube channel, we're starting a project now where we're going to experiment with making our own binaural beats.
Nice.
So
isn't that one of the main things that you were looking for?
Yeah.
Regarding your channel?
Right. Yeah. So it's so cool how that came about. And there were a couple of other like really nice people that kind of stepped into it. And one girl was very candid. She was I appreciated her a lot, because she actually was able to, when it came to that analyzation or whatever, she said she was literally like, look, I grew up programmed. I grew up Catholic, and she's like, and she's a Chicano. And so she's like, for me in that culture, like it's very, very segregated from anything like tarot cards or astrology or anything like that. She's like, so when we talk about self-recognition, she's like, I do have this like this gut hesitancy because of my programming that I'm now just learning now how to start stepping out of, to realize this is okay, and that in fact the religions that I had been following were doing this shit before anyway. So so like that was very, very cool, and I honor her for being able to reflect. But it's interesting how that's about as deep as people could really go.
Yeah.
They the rest of it was just kind of like, okay, I'm going to push to the side, or they didn't talk at all, and they just stayed in their own circle of like of groups just like getting drunk. And and so I was just like, man, I don't think, all right, I definitely, I attracted a few people, but I definitely don't think that is the way to spread that message of self-recognition, or that wasn't the place. That wasn't the place. So, but it was still like, but I still appreciate it, because shit, like, I feel like if you even just show up though, like you're introducing that energy into a spot where maybe some people, where maybe that's just kind of needed.
Yeah.
Like a little bit of different energy there. There's a lot of Raja, Tamas, and Sattva. And, like in that moment, I felt like I was more of a Tamas. I was kind of coming in as a witness.
More of a
yeah. And so that was,
we're talking about these energies and these frequencies. So it's not even always what you say, like what you're saying now. It's not always what you say. Sometimes just your presence, it's a communication on another level. So maybe your being there had more to do with that than the actual conversations held.
I think so. And I met another really interesting guy who was doing NLP, and he was, and that's how we were like, I mean, you're always doing NLP, right? But like, he was very aware of that. And so he and I kind of bonded in the sense that I was able to see what he was doing. And so he started telling me, like all of what he was picking up from other people according to their body language. And so we were and so he was like starting to like guess profiles of people according to their body language. So that was kind of fun. There was a couple of, and what was cool too was that so oftentimes we talk about on this channel, I feel like, we kind of bring in, you step into your own self as the leader, like have no fear of the dark side. And and in fact, you should just go into it. And I think one of the defining factors of being like a Sith Lord, and all that kind of stuff, is that you step into a leadership role. And this man was very much like, I am the wolf, I'm not the sheep. And he was one of the only people there who was admitting to that part of himself of, I am a leader, and I am willing to go into that darkness. I'm not scared of that. Like, everyone else here is scared of that, but I'm not. And I'm looking for others who aren't. I'm looking for the other cats, the other cougars, the other panthers, however you want to say that. Yeah, he was talking about like cats and all that shit. And I was like, that's cool, man. I'm like, let's do it.
I'm looking for the cougars too.
Yeah, for all of them, all the cats. But yeah, so it was an interesting experience. And I thought and then later I reflected and I was like, wow, that was a full moon that was happening in this specific nakshatra. And so I've just kind of been processing that since, like, all right, how is this going to, what role did that play? What was that? And maybe maybe it's my logical mind that's trying to come up with the reason as to what role that played. So maybe that's where I just need to process it and let it go. I don't really, I'm just kind of letting it do its thing right now and just letting it unfold as it is. But
let me ask you a question as well. So was this really one of the, I don't want to say one of the first times, but maybe one of the more profound times where you went out amongst the general public and really started to see this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Recently.
Yeah. This was the first time that I've been out in a public setting with like more than 5 people, right? Like actual public setting.
Yeah.
Where I'll tell you what, this was the first time where I wasn't looking for confirmation from others. I literally just stepped in to myself, regardless of how they were going to receive me, and but came in with an intent of, if you're going to ask me these questions, this is how I'm going to answer them, but I'm not looking for your approval. That was really the first time where, after doing all this root work, that I've gone into a setting where there is like the in crowd and there's all this other stuff, and that was no longer affecting my decisions or choices. Yeah. And I definitely, and it's good, because I think that the result wouldn't necessarily have been different or have been received any differently, except I feel like this time I was more in an empowered state, whereas previously I was in the whim of others, and so it was like, oh, it didn't go well or anything like that. I can truly step back from an experience regardless of the outcome and be like, I learned a lot of things, I observed a lot of things.
I see this a lot, and coincidentally, maybe not, but with a lot of females that I've met, where, like what you were saying, oh, it didn't go well, and I would ask, well, it didn't go well according to who, right? And when we get in these conversations, it's always based on what the other person and their response. Like, for example, there's a young lady who I speak to who was cooking. She's planning a dinner for her family that was coming over, and I could sense that she's all nervous and shit. And I'm like, chill, it's gonna be fine. Yeah, well, I just want to make sure everything's great. And I'm like, well, how will you know everything went well? Oh, I don't know. I'm like, okay, well, what's the outcome? What do you want? Well, I want everybody to enjoy the meal. How will you know that they'll enjoy the meal? Well, they'll say that it tastes good. Okay, right? Basically, just establishing these points so that you're not just like, oh, I wonder what everyone's gonna do. When you go in there knowing what your criteria that you're looking for, you feel more confident. You feel more in control, right? Because you know what you're looking for.
Right. Like even with, like even at this event, there were some, I guess in my city, there was some like, heavy hitters or guys, who had like the podcast, like the famous people who really like, they're not that big, like
there's a podcast scene. There's a scene out there.
There's a scene, I guess. Yeah. I don't, which is just a click. Right. And so I remember last night thinking like, wow, it would be great if I got in I had a moment where I was like, I wonder what would happen if I gained the attention of some of these folks. And then throughout the night, I was like, I don't want their attention. This is not the scene that I want. I appreciate them having a podcast, and they're probably going to be doing their shit with their own groups, but the people for me are going to be this guy with the funky colored glasses who keeps coming around and talking to me like that. like that guy, he and we're going to start a project. Like that's someone who came out and who fit my needs and who is like around those same circles that I'm in. It's not like I don't need to branch out to these people that seem to be unattainable. And when I realized that, I saw the Maya within that situation and recognized the projection that these other people were putting off. I am unattainable. That is literally the projection that they are putting off. I am unattainable. Mm-hmm. And that's what creates a desire, I think. So like when we see, and that was a really good reflection point, because when we see famous people, right, like we're like, oh man, that'd be great if like Johnny Depp came on the show, or that'd be great if like we had all these people all of a sudden have enlightenment periods and then they want to talk to us or whatever. And I was able to kind of dig into that root of like, well, that's not happening because maybe we don't really want that. Maybe that's not actually what is desired in this moment. but we have to recognize that that's not the desire. You know, we have to recognize that that's not that projection of unattainability is what the desire is, not necessarily the person. So that was that was kind of an interesting moment too, to just see like how these cliques were formed and these projections were made, and that's literally all that was being rested on. Not saying that there isn't any other more substance, but that was definitely the vibe.
Look, keep studying these books, especially that blue one. Stay on it. Don't ever let it go. I'm telling you, get through it. Study it well. By the time you do that and truly understand what's in that book, you're not going to need those people. They're going to be coming to you. There's a way to do this stuff without standing on the backs of people like that. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. It's right around the corner.
Yeah, I am. I've already almost finished one of the books. So yeah, that's going to be my second. And it's already revealed so much and has changed my perspective a lot, especially on my communication. Communication is so crucial. So crucial.
Keep going.
So yeah, there's a good fine balance here. But this community that we have here is just it's so strong. It's so strong. You know, it's an amazing foundation. So I definitely feel more welcome here.
You know what, Alora? And peace, everybody. I was out back and my signal was bad earlier. But you value yourself more than you value somebody who other people say is valuable.
Yep.
You're worth. You know how sometimes we'll give somebody more, like I said, more value than we give ourselves. What separates us from somebody who's quote unquote celebrity? It's just what they're doing. They're just doing something that is different than what we're doing. Just because like you people may come across an actor, like you said, Johnny Depp, an actor or actresses, they're not like endowed with anything more great than I am. They're the same human being, flesh that you are. So when you saw this circle and then you hear these, see, that's the whole thing about this body, this Antakarana. We hear the shit that everybody else is jibber jabbering. Is this? Well, yeah, he's a wizard and this, and he's a great individual. I mean, his mind is beautiful. And then you get around these people, and then it don't be now what you heard through the ear organs. You're now sensing it on the subtle organs. You don't have to hear. You're around this person. And you're like, yo, this motherfucker don't feel like how everybody made him sound, or you're not as valuable as I am. And you're not shitting on that person. You're just like, yo, I value myself more than to give you. If I'm $100, what I'm gonna make you up 150? You know what I'm saying? More than me? You understand what I'm saying? Nah. You $50. I'm $100. So you know. So that's the, you know what I mean? That's that's real deep how you said that, just to be around people when you and you sometimes think just because they're a particular group of people, they're gonna motherfucking be able to turn invisible and make gold or some shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Or like you're gonna be, and it's almost like especially when, you know, toting on like magic or self, you know, which is really self-recognition, right? When you're kind of coming at it from that standpoint, you have to analyze like, and this is the kind of where I'm at as well, is especially as like I'm working on my YouTube channel and just trying and working on being a channel of information that I'm learning. Like I have to analyze, okay, why do I want this person to come to me? What
Yeah.
what about them do I want? Is it anything to do with them? No, it has nothing to do with them. Okay, so let me take a step back then and see, like you just said, what makes, see my own value, my own value. And I know that I can improve a lot of lives here, but I don't need to prove that to anyone.
Yeah.
And I think that that's something that as practitioners we kind of have to pull back on. I noticed that within myself, those are ingrained habits. Like that's why I would argue with religious types or whatever, because I'd be like,
Yeah.
man, you're following some bullshit.
That's
Like,
what I'm
if
saying.
you-
We fight so much as the, you know what? Because it's, see, I constantly go through an inner turmoil personally myself. I'm never not at war. You understand what I'm saying? I'm always hyper vigilant. I'm always constantly fighting some shit. So the whole thing is that we begin to we take on these competitive energies based off of just basically how we've been absorbing the Western world. The Western world has you in this competitive or this competition with somebody else. I mean, it's built. Look what's going on right now. It's the Olympics right now. So basically, that energy of there's an energy of global competitiveness that's going on. China wants to be better than India. India wants to be better than America. So blah blah blah. So we be going through our whole life fighting and competing, and that's why we love sports. You know what I'm saying? And it's all based off of Rome, because this competitive nature that we got in sports. Those are Roman games. You know what I'm saying? That's what that shit was based on. That's why the football stadiums built like that. That's why the baseball stadiums. Those are built off of Roman architecture. So there's an energy. So we always got to be better. But the whole thing is, that's never us. That's another Maya. That's another illusionary aspect or a sheath that we've put on, is this competitive nature. So now that we're reading this Vedic science, you can't find any competitive nature between Swamiji and the Saraswati clan. This ain't like old kung fu movies, like we got the Manchu clan against the Chins. There's no beef like that. So those are the type of things that like you say, you start observing this shit, and people like, yo, they always thinking that somebody got something better than me, because it's really what we're really doing is we're self-deifying. We're initiating ourselves into the next level of spiritual evolution, which is basically you're dubbing yourself a deity. You are crowning yourself king or queen. You're not waiting for anybody else to do that. So you're going through these rigorous, harsh, well, not harsh, but hard practices to deify yourself. So you don't see. It's not that you don't. There's always going to be a level of equality, that we can be equal as deities, and we can sit amongst and we can congregate and sit amongst the heavenly host, as they're called, because you have to have a host. It has to be a heavenly host, but everybody got their own fucking job. I'm not worried about what, so they ain't no different than these movies. Zeus and these motherfuckers was not necessarily worried about what what's her name was doing in the underworld.
Right. You know what, too? You just said something that ignited a thought within me. I just started, so I've been rereading Samkhya Darshan, and I've been doing a little clips on Prakriti. And Prakriti is made up of the 3 Gunas, right? That's how it manifests in this realm. So we have the 3 Gunas are Rajas, Tamas, and Sattvas. And with this competitive nature, that is Raja.
Yeah.
And the reason why a lot of us, at least for myself, what I've observed is that when we feel that competitive nature, the reason why we hunger for it is because Raja inspires motion. Is
Raja
because it's
inspires
motion.
motion. Yes.
So we're constantly looking for motion. So when we have a new idea or we start finding value or that internal knowledge of sattva, we must have Raja in order to balance that out, in order to make it happen as an experience, in order to manifest an experience, whether you're in the tamas or sattvas. Sattva is, you know, that enlightenment stage, that the gaining of knowledge. You have to have Raja to create the motion, which will then manifest the experience. So I think that, like, for me, what I'm experiencing is these small moments of Raja that I am now picking apart, so then I can manifest an experience outside of the ego.
Yeah.
So I'm not dependent upon competition being the only way that I can inspire movement within myself.
Yeah, that's my personal internalized battle is that Rajiistic fire, because that's, you know, it also has to deal with fire as well. So that movement that comes from that, it within myself, it creates a movement, but it creates too much of it. So that's where my soul, that shows my off balance when it comes to the whole dasha and all of that type of stuff, you know what I mean? Because the planet's always moving. So as you know, we know that certain things, only planet that's taking its fucking time is fucking father time, Saturn. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So the whole thing with that Raja, because what we've been doing, especially every individual that did when we went to the break and they did the Trav just mentioned it, the technique
challenge.
we did. What was it called?
The focus challenge.
Yes, when we did the
Pomodoro
focus
technique.
challenge, everybody who did that right now, you should be, like you say, you should be experiencing Raja, Tamas, all of this stuff. It's like juggling. So now when you look at the fool card in the tarot and you see why this nigga is what? This nigga is juggling the fucking elements.
Yes.
That's why the first card in the tarot is, that's why this motherfucker, he really not a fool. You can't focus on it. It has to be an inner balance. So the fool though is not looking at nothing because he's actually looking within his own self. So once you start looking into your own self deep enough, it really is no light there. You have to create the light that you see. So that's kind of like the story, if anybody's ever read, what is Dante's Inferno, or where he went into hell and shit like that. So when Jesus was with him, it was already dark. So every time Jesus went in through these areas, that he was the only light. So it's not just saying about you. I'm not using it as a religious. I'm saying this as an example that we got to be the fucking internal flashlight. That once you start picking around with your shit, you can be like, oh shit. The more I go in there, basically what I'm saying for me, the more demonic forces or the more shells that you would discover of the early primal creation, the early, because you have to come out. That's why they said what came first, the chicken or the egg. We always forget. So it leaves back what? Once you come out of the egg, you're gonna leave that eggshell there. So that's the original component that puts you together.
Right. You're talking about gross and subtle energies. And as practitioners, we are becoming masters of self, you know, in this lifetime or whatever. We are finally recognizing and observing all of those subtle manifestations of these tattvas, of these gunas.
I have to go back and apologize for shit now because sometimes I'll be seriously, because sometimes I'll be, like I said, I'll be overactive. Because first, you know, when you look at our charts, I have a lot of fire. There's a lot of air there. There's combustion. I'm always combusting. So it's like the sun. the sun is always in a state of nuclear fusion. There ain't no chilling for the sun. The sun don't chill. You understand what I'm saying? So it's always, so I gotta go. So after I combust, I gotta sit back and be like, I don't think I was necessarily right on that. So sattva creates this internal calmness to be like, you know what, you need to go back and apologize for that. An overly fire person, Roger, it's not gonna go back and apologize. It's not gonna go back, you know what I'm saying? So the whole thing is, that's what it is. We've been screwing around with our inner componentry to the point where, like, yo, nobody can't really fuck with no one individually right now. Everybody should be too advanced for that right now. There should be no hocus pocus going on, and a person believing that shit is to be real.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
right?
So it's just an inner activation.
That's what it is. And like last night, you know, I'm in these different energies and I couldn't help but see them as different. And it's interesting, especially since I've been doing these tattvas, because the tattva meditations, right, they connect you to the elemental bodies. And when you start seeing yourself as the earth element, as the water element, as the air element, as ether, and recognize that it's all it's easier to attain the idea that everyone else is you.
And you know what, too? It's more easier for you. Trav mentioned this in his video the other day. Some people are made to be food. They dog food. Eat your whole fucking lunch, man. So the whole thing, when you came amongst these people, it's almost like you might have felt disgusted in yourself for even being too humble around it. But like, you know what? I'll eat this motherfucker's lunch right now. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like, that's like me. I can speak. That's why I have to be, the more I'm going to myself, it seems the more I come back to the dark, the more sinister. I can be very sinister with this information, with this greater, I didn't plugged in. We're really getting serious into this Vedic information and the information I tried to put it together and how we've been going along. That shit, because I already was practicing left-hand path magic in my personal life already. Palo Mayombe and all of this. So that's already a foundation. So now with it, we can become very sinister if you choose to be, because I'm just using that as a word just to say sinister, because it really is no right, there's no wrong. That's how I choose to use this stuff. So the whole thing is that when we come amongst, like Trash said, you come amongst certain people, you can be communicating, smiling the whole time, all night, popping bubbly with them, and the whole time you energy eating their ass, like you study them. They can become your prey. These people become your prey.
Willingly.
They
offer themselves to you.
You know what's a good example of it? you know what's a good example of it that they showed in the movie? Remember in Bram Stoker's Dracula? You ever seen that movie? Great movie, right? Remember when the dude he was in the castle and Dracula's 3 chicks was feeding off of his ass? That's the same. That was a movie pictorial view of it, how you could also energy eat off the same type of people. The same people that be great in other things they think they doing it. You can inhale, they can be exhaling, you can be inhaling it, and they cannot inhale anymore. You can just suck their breath right out of their lungs.
Yeah. And that's where it's kind of coming into that awareness of elemental bodies, right? Like where there's a part of self that you have to recognize, okay, this serves as a different function for me, but you know, while I am in this body, I don't necessarily need to partake in this. I can, but I don't need to.
Yeah.
You know, like that's what we're working on too, is surpassing all of these, because you know the idea, especially when like bonding with the element of Purusha, right, is that you are working on surpassing the Gunas, because Purusha surpasses all desire. And while we're in this plane, we can't really do that, because we're still in this plane where the Gunas are always going to be playing out in an imbalance. That's how this experience is still happening. So
that's powerful. That's really a very, very masterful explanation you just gave. And that's the whole thing, that me as an individual, I like the physical as well.
Yeah.
I want to participate in physical matter. You see what I'm saying? That's why that's why internally I'm fighting this battle, because I'm also striving for righteousness. You understand what I'm saying? Yep. I wasn't always a good person, so I'm striving for righteousness. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I use the word again. I like sinister shit. I mean, it's not that I'm glorifying some you know what I'm saying, demeaning bullshit. I'm just saying I like power. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's why I utilize that title on Facebook, Sithari. That's a Sith Lord. I like the dark side of the fucking force. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no.
But at the same time, once you start messing with this, you at the same time is dealing with Purusha. You start comprehending these things greater, how, you know, it's being broken down in the Vedic science. There ain't no sinister in that. That's a divine explanation. That connects you to, like you just said, not being connected to none of that shit. But I like being connected to it.
Yeah.
That's a fight. That's a battle, man. That's right. What it meant. That's the mind. That Lucifer constantly is rising up against this fucking God, because you know why? He don't want to fucking bow down to no weak shit. He don't want to. This motherfucker is never was what he don't know what darkness is. All he knew was illumination. When you break down the componentry, because those are Guna and Tattvas elemental stories too.
Yes.
Once you apply it to yourself further and say that not only is Lucifer not going to bow down to that, I would even say that he's incapable of bowing down to that.
Incapable.
Yeah.
So you're exactly right.
That really paints the picture that it's not something that you choose. When you reach this certain level, it's not a choice anymore. You must rise.
I can't go back. Like, you mean to tell me I've lived an eternity already, an eon. I've lived with you, the ages of ages. Meaning that, we ain't never was fucking born. We always been. Now you trying to create some shit and I'm supposed to submit to it? You bugging. I'll tear your whole throne down because you told me to do that. So that's what it is. So now once you apply that, I apply all that shit back to myself. That be that contemplation of, damn, man, am I supposed, should I do that or should I not do that? Now you're fighting, you're in the combat, you're in the art of war.
Right.
That's why you got to know all of that type of shit too. You know what I'm saying? Once, like the lessons, the supreme wisdom lessons say that, you know what I'm saying, you're supposed to teach civilized to the uncivilized. That's the duty of a civilized man, is to teach knowledge, wisdom, understanding, culture, power, refinement, and basically all the sciences to an uncivilized person. Each one of us as an individual has been uncivilized. So we have to civilize the uncivilized portions of ourselves. Because you know why? Because the human component being is one of the most dreadful creations upon the planet Earth. Look what we do to fucking rhinoceros and all kind of shit. The rhinoceros ain't doing nothing, but a motherfucker go out there and cut the whole horn off that shit. just so they can sit it on a shelf. Look at the things. So nobody can say they're not capable. They're capable because they already have the inner potential of synastry. You could be very. That's why Aleister Crowley, he lovingly accepted the title one of the most evilest mans. You know, he could be like, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know why I'm like that? Look what these ones look at human trafficking.
There we go.
Look at kidnapping. You know what kind of person you got to be to kidnap hundreds of people
On the regular,
on a daily basis, and then go say, yo, man, what we gonna eat today, man? I'm gonna go get some Chick-fil-A and be good and sit down and talk about, yo, I'm telling you, you gotta be halfway asleep to be in the astral, and you gotta be awake to be in the cognitive sense of what's going on right this very moment.
Yeah. And I think that recognition is, like you were saying, is part of that battle, that I think everyone faces. And you don't necessarily have to see it. I recognize when you're calling it a battle, because I have very much Raja energy within me as well. And that inspiration of motion is also inspiring, like, let's go kind of thing.
And why do you think we came in contact with Christian to teach us feng shui and shit like that, how to balance that shit out? In where?
Right.
The physical world.
Exactly. And as we are practitioners, we really are. This is where we have to step into the role of being the alchemist. We have to recognize our internal dialogues as alchemic expressions and utilize these expressions for our benefit. Now we have that recognition to be able to pull back and say, whoa, okay, Raja plus Raja equals Tamas. Okay, I'm going to take that one out. Raja plus Tamas equals Sattva. Okay, but then we got we have a little bit of inactivity over here with some Tamas, and that's a bit too much. So I'm going to add a little bit more motion over here, but that's going to inspire movement in towards enlightenment, towards this thought process. And I'm using the word enlightenment because in light you have motion. So so now we're able to recognize, and this is where I think when it comes down to all teachings, especially fundamentals and civilizing ourselves or whatever, we have to recognize our own will, and the power that we have is to utilize the resources that we've learned, especially about where we are in this dimension and beyond, connect to that, and then function and navigate through it with the most recognition as clearly as we can possibly, as best as we can perform. So I think that, yes, it is somewhat of a war because because we're aware that there's a transcendence of the gunas, and that is very much us, right? That is Purusha, that is that energy. But that while we are still choosing to experience, period, as long as we're still choosing to experience an existence, we can at least now become masters of how we experience and create experience and create our existence.
Because we're a planet living on planet. All of us are planets living on a planet. Basically, we're all, like I said, we're all a bunch of fucking one-celled amoebas in a petri dish, just wiggling and jiggling. You know what I mean? So it's like once we keep,
like Maestro said with his trip, how he said, because he was talking about his ayahuasca trip, and he said how he saw that there's no individuals. We're all just algorithms within an algorithm. Planets on a planet, cells in a cell.
Because it's numbers. It's mathematics. It's architecture. The architecture really is. I'm gonna go back to the Matrix. When the nigga when he went to Machine City, it was nothing but numbers. What
Mhm.
what was so he went to Purusha while Zion was Prakriti. The physical shit that they thought was physically tearing them up was nothing but mathematical equations of light coming from Machine City. You see what I'm saying? So the more and more we keep I'm going deeper, the more and more we're like, yo, none of this shit is fucking real. None of it.
Right.
So whose rules are you following? When you start following these rigorous moral codes and ethical codes and civics and all of this stuff that makes us this in society and all of that, whose fucking rules are you really following? When the people who make the rules, they always playing dirty pool. They always got fucking hocus pocus dice. Their dice are never fucking right.
It's their dice.
It's their dice. You need the whole everything, the way it's laid out, has come from the minds of individuals who have, first of all, studied the same shit that we reading right now when studying, who was doing this shit, because I'm gonna keep it a buck. The European always been a globe trotter. He was always capable of going anywhere and taking information.
Real quick, just to segue based on what you just said right there. So I read that book last night, the Secret Inner Traditions of the Golden Dawn, and this is some stuff that hasn't been released in some of these other books. And it dawned on me, a lot of these early occultists, a lot of these early members, what were their professions? They were lawyers, they were council people, they were government officials. These are people in the city with power, and they're all in the top occult groups of the time. So what makes has changed?
The other day, I just took a picture and I put it the book of Rosicrucians, right? And I only got volume 1. I used to have all of these arcane occultist books. I had all of them, but when I moved, I left some in some basements of people's houses and shit. And you know what happened when you're not there to physically be around your shit, it gets lost. But just to verify what you said, and I showed the picture, that's who these people be. These people, you can choose any random one. John Fontaine. He was an alchemist, hermetic initiate, member of the World Council. These people had a World Council, and if you look, he was born in 1531, right? And they all be doctors. They be some of the greatest. They be part of the people who started France and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Who started government. They be the ones who made the very concept of modern government and modern thought. And they all be alchemists, hermetic initiates, or members of the World Council. They either be alchemists, pre-Rosicrucian initiate, member of the World Council. It's multiple different groups of these people that they all utilize this information that we studying. This is the reason why the world is under control. You know why? Because they're using fucking magic and formulas.
Right. Now to the mainstream, this is some hocus pocus, silly, out there, crazy. Ooh, you don't believe in that stuff. That's what they sell us in the entertainment industry. But it never dawned. I mean, all that what you just said. These people are world leaders, world
leaders,
lawyers, doctors, high-ranking officials.
They're doing ceremonies right in front of our faces. Whenever the president wants to hold a press conference, what's called a press conference is a fucking ritual,
right?
Because they're putting something into people's thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
That's messed up.
Go ahead.
No, just saying that's 100%. Keep going.
I was gonna say they putting it right into your brain what they need you to do or what they need you not to do, and everybody follows it.
What do we call that magic? You was about to say it.
Mind magic.
I mean, mimetic.
Mimetic. I was gonna say mimetic. I didn't want to keep beating it. You know what I'm saying? But basically, it is. They know that we're nothing but numbers, zeros and ones. We're computer programmed. We are just basically a program of numbers formulated into matter. So they know the code. They know how to encode. Why you think they teaching on a physical level coding? They send me shit all the time because they want my daughters, they want to teach them coding for free. You can teach your kids coding for free. You know why? Because they don't want to lose that art.
Right.
They have to pass that. This shit has to it has to be generated.
Look, the whole reason that this deep level, high level occult stuff is now being more accessible is because they did a great job dumbing down the general public. They did a great job. Now we definitely looking for people who can understand and carry the torch.
Exactly.
We going
everything's mathematical. When they chose the original they said the original 13 colonies. Well, what was the unoriginal colonies that wasn't a part of the 13? Don't use words and think that, you know what I'm saying, the people, we won't be able to comprehend that. So when we say the 13 colonies, that they could, why they ain't have the 11 colonies? Why they ain't have 5? They had to have 13. 13 is a mystical number for doing magical work upon the physical plane. You know what I'm saying? Then when you want to do that, what does 1 + 3 equal? It equals 4. What are we dealing with now? Now we're dealing with the 4 elements that they needed to put together the componentry of these what has become the United States. They keep you away from the 5th element, because the 5th element is where you put all the other ones together, and then you get out of the hocus pocus once you know all 5. All 5 elements goes back to the East. Four elements deal with the Western science. That's like you said earlier in your video. You don't like to read some of these newer books because it's basically just a bunch of regurgitated shit that you can go, why read this book when I can go get a book where this author got it from?
Right. That's something you don't see unless you start digging for yourself, right? Like we've been doing.
That's true, man. And you gotta be, once you start digging for shit, don't think that it's not gonna be no booby traps, or you're gonna fuck around and run into a red herring and be misled, or not necessarily misled. You might be thrown off the trail for a minute or two, but like, oh shit, I thought this was like, now if you're not strong enough to catch it, you'll be standing there confused now.
It's happened to me multiple times, right?
Because it's supposed to happen. That's you're not supposed to get nothing easy.
Right.
Nothing's supposed to come to you easily.
In that Golden Dawn book that I'm reading, or that I read last night, there's even a part where they talked about, they had a lot of splits based on how they delivered information. And
Big
some of the
time.
old heads, what the old heads like to do was they wanted to maybe give you like a topic, but you had to do all the research yourself. And depending on how well you did, then you could earn the next level. And then there were some schools where like, let's give people the best head start we can, and tell them what books to read, give them this, give them that. So there was like a there. But, that goes back to the old ways when you had to learn your magic on your own.
And that separates what, like you said, that separates the food from the feeder, the one who's going to feed, because everybody is not meant for everything. Just because it's there and you're capable of reading it and getting it and all of that stuff, it don't mean that shit is made. Everything is not made for everybody. Some people are not going to be able to hold the integrity of this information. And it's not necessarily information. It's I don't want to just say information. I want to say more of tools. It's not just information. It's tools to use. Some people are not going to be able to wield this type of information. Just like nobody can hold Thor's fucking hammer.
Right.
Nobody can put on Superman's fucking cape. Why you think what's her name ain't want fucking Captain America's shield and shit like that? He's like, man, you know what this fucking shield represents, man? Where this shit come from? And most people don't know Captain America's shield came from fucking Wakanda. You know,
Wakanda.
it's made
Vibranium.
out of exactly. So now we doing what? Now we going back to the root source. We hate to keep hitting people with the Africa and shit like that. But boy, why y'all keep going? They keep showing it. All they saying is this shit go back so ancient that we can't put no date on it. So fuck it. Let's just say it come from Africa, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And Egypt was so deep, they didn't even have to write. They made you put on the head of a basic dog that they see out there in the graveyard, and it ain't what you seeing. It's what the non-verbal communication that this dog out in the graveyard represented it. So now let's use that as Anubis head, because this dog represents and it first of all is dealing out here, hanging out here in the fucking graveyard. So it got to be on some other shit than the other dogs that want to hang out in your backyard. So we gonna, you know what I mean? So everybody have to be able to build a foundation that they can stand on. And once you start dealing with Vedic science, you start realizing that, like, yo, every component that's held together, that's called governments on this planet, always has a secret priesthood or Theosophy or thought science behind it that's operated by a whole different group of individuals that the counselors of government go to and ask information. How are we supposed to do this? Well, you know what, the stars, like Christians say, well, if you do this on a particular day, because it's going to be Shravana, going to be lined up with this, that's when we're going to attack the British. That's what they was doing.
Mm-hmm.
And also, if you read The Art of War, he tells you can't attack on certain seasons, all kind of shit. That's based off of the going back to the elements. Who the fuck goes to war in the middle of a complete frozen tundra season?
Napoleon.
You know, totally lost. You got to have so many people bringing food with you and all kind of shit to keep you warm.
He didn't read that book, apparently, or at least didn't listen to it.
Why do you think they're giving people a vaccine? They're collectively giving people a vaccine that has not gone through the scientific method. The scientific method's been used over 100 years. You understand what I'm saying? All of a sudden, because of this, people are taking it and they're telling you that it basically has an algorithm, a synthetic intelligence in it that communicates with your inner cellular structure. That's going to. It's no different than the HIV virus.
Right.
Once the HIV virus enters your bloodstream, it transforms itself to look like a white blood cell, so the white blood cell don't know if it should attack it because it looks like me. So then the HIV cell does what? It attacks the white blood cell and starts attacking all of them, and now the whole body doesn't know what the fuck to do. That's an intelligence. That's not just some sexual transmitted. That's some shit that a motherfucker intelligently wrote a program and put that in you. Those are little computers.
They're actually getting us at the testing sites. I saw a video, and again, you know, I have yet to fully confirm as to whether this is accurate or not, but at the testing sites, this guy was showing that if you ask for a pre-package when they do the swab, if you ask for the package before they open up the swab and you look, there's going to be a little 2 letters that say EA as an active ingredient in it. EA stands for some type of ethanol or some type of chemical that is used, that is the first chemical that's used in antifreeze. And when it enters into your nose or any receptive part of your body, it automatically will increase your chances of cancer.
Horrible. And that's why I said earlier, who's the most wickedest animal on this freaking planet? Lions don't need to do stealthy shit like they don't need to do some shit to fucking put cancer on the whole gazelle tribe. Like, yo, I need these motherfuckers to live. If they die, I die.
Right.
Some people don't care. We're gonna kill everybody, man.
Yeah.
It's like if you think about the whole Hitler, what do? I mean, we understand you was on some fucking dark magic shit, but if you kill everybody, I mean, after a while, your people gonna get real bored and they're gonna start killing. They want to come kill your ass, man. So it's like you can't just destroy every single thing. Even a Sith knows that it can't destroy everything. All it wants to do is it wants its power to be seen, recognized, and it ain't folding to this Jedi shit. Like, yo, I'm cool. If you want to go rock with that Jedi shit, go over there on the whole other side of the galaxy with that. But if I need to come do something over there and you come at me with this motherfucking Jedi, let it be known we got to go head up. What's so the whole thing, man, they just got us. Well, basically what I'm saying is the more and more we study the Vedic information from India and this and it gets deeper than that. You got the North India and South India. Then you got the knowledge that comes from the Himalayas, because the Bihar school is not in the Himalayas, so it's the Himalayas is where they go to retire. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? To really go into some deeper shit. So the whole thing is, when you had the 1500s and the 1800s and all of them, these certain individuals was traveling over there. Mathers, Blavatsky, how everybody wanted that. We like Blavatsky, but she was nothing but a fucking grave robber too. They went over there to the east, and then they were getting initiated by particular gurus and shit like that, and becoming. It's no different than, and I like Robert Svoboda, but he went over there and got initiated and became like the first person to do, like, to come back with that type of information.
The first co-signed white man.
First co-signed white dude. You know what I'm saying?
He said it himself.
He did say it himself. So the whole thing is this, and once now, I'm not saying I'm not saying he a part of a global, global blindfold. Yeah. But once they got that information of the ancients, and even Ethiopia too, because the Nag Hammadi is an old book too. Ethiopia is an ancient culture because Ethiopia was once Kush. And you got That's Mesopotamia, right. Like you mentioned Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia was Syria. All of those areas right there. And that Persia. Shit, they're and then they used to call a certain part Chaldea. So now when you take the Bible shit, and then you get into Abraham, he was a Chaldean. Chaldean means fucking astrologers. Those were astrologers.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So the whole thing is now you understand why they dealt with. He had 12 brothers and he had 12 tribes, and he went to Egypt and all of this type of shit. They always been fucking with Egypt, man. They always been stealing shit from these ancient people who minding their business. But the information had to pulsate, because this ancient information is the heartbeat of the fucking globe. That shit is, like I said, it's a code. Yes. A coded information.
Yes.
So that every time the heart beats, this information, it has to expand across 23 million miles. It has to go around the whole fucking globe.
Right.
Just so no matter what we may think, that we may say, well, these white people, and they took it, they did what they were supposed to do. Great job.
Right. Excellent work. Thank you, because I wouldn't have the stuff to read without you guys. I wouldn't know what I know if it wasn't for you guys publishing it.
They published every single thing that a person needs to know of ancient indigenous culture. You're gonna have to go to the white dude on
And
that first.
And here's the thing, like all of them didn't like hide it and cover it up and steal it. A lot of that was done later, and a lot of it was done by specifically racist individuals, but it was worded in such a way, like you'll see words like Swarthy or dark, just code words.
Ruddy.
Yeah.
Ruddy, right?
Swarthy and tawny. All of those.
That's another one. And these are describing African peoples, Indian peoples, and peoples from that Mesopotamian area. And this is why real research is so important. I'm not talking about Googling something and just thinking you got it. Like actual digging and following the breadcrumbs. From that book alone, I learned so much last night that, and it just kind of correlates with what I've been studying already. There's three primary places where this information comes from: the the Indian area, the Mesopotamian area, and the African area. And each of these members from Europe who were parts of these societies or cults or whatever you want to call them, they would go to these three places and get training. They would have to get accepted by the priests there before they came.
And you know why? And you know why, Trav? Because ancient people wasn't beefing about color.
Right.
That's those individuals bastardized the ancient information. Like you said, everybody didn't hide it, but the ones who did hide it, they hid it because they had to pervert it. They had to use it because now they became toxic, and now they want to be race supremacists. Now we want to control the globe based off of, we're going to create science or recreate a false science and say that certain people's skulls, and if their brain is small, and if the front of their forehead is flat, if the back of the forehead, all of this bullshit, phrenology, all that shit was all total, complete bullshit. Because how is the superiority of a race going to be based off of bone texture? You're just so fucking stupid thinking that we're supposed to believe that when the mind creates the fucking bones. So the whole thing is they had to bastardize, certain people had to bastardize it for their purpose. You know what I'm saying? As I said earlier, sinister. They were sinisters. You know what I'm saying? That's their fucking job, because the planet that we live on is a planet, even though we're supposed to realize duality is not real and in the spiritual realm. But in this physical realm, this earth is a planet of duality. That's why we have an earth, that's why we have a moon. You know what I'm saying? They both represent two separate type of things. So now we base everything off of skin tone and masculine. If the male can't he can do this and the woman can't do this and blah blah blah, so the whole thing is when you really as you said, Trev, start digging into this ancient information, you start seeing like, yo man, based off the fact that these people they didn't deal with no color system, that's why they initiated these people into this.
Right, it had to be controlled. Now, Laura, I know you were about to say something, but I want to say this real quick also. I used to stay away from race because I just wanted to focus on the magic itself. But now I'm starting to connect these dots as I'm digging through history now. Like the ex-roommate that got so terrified about the Necronomicon, that really caused me to take a serious look at it. And I've been digging a lot these past couple of days. And I started to see a lot of things spiritually about what Bobby would say about, certain people don't exist on higher planes. Right. A lot of stuff that Bobby said, nobody understood. They just took it at face value because they already had a chip on their shoulder about white people and shit like that. They were just mad already. So they were ready to believe what he said. But Bobby was a scholar, meaning he studied and researched. So I started digging and thinking about more about what he said. And it makes perfect sense because it ties into what we're learning about the unmanifest realm. Right. I don't know if I gave this example before, but the way that I look at it is like these cell phones. Everything has a signature on these higher planes, right? We got the causal plane, which is God. Then we got the unmanifest, which is the prototype realm. And then we have the manifest realm, which has time and space. Now that's important to understand. Time and space exists here in the manifest realm. So let's think about cell phones. In the manifest realm, we've got Twitter, we got Facebook, we got MySpace, we got all these different apps that don't exist in the prototype world because, well, they're new and they are only contained within this device, right? Now, cell phones barely exist in the astral plane. They haven't been around long enough. But what powers cell phones? Silicone.
It's 3 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine. Thanks, Mackenzie. Silicone powers these things. Now, silicone definitely exists in the astral plane because that's a stone that's been on the planet longer than we have. So it has a soul. It exists in the unmanifest realm, but within the etheric Akashic record of silicone, we've got cell phones and all the apps that are contained within it. All right.
You're a deep motherfucker for that right there, Trav.
Follow me.
You're a deep motherfucker because it made me think that's why they use the quartz for the fucking timepiece, a clock. So so you saying that they all what the usage already exists in the element. And that's what all the Vedic saying. That's what it says.
But check it out now. Here's where I'm going with to connect it with what Bobby was saying about race and shit like that. If you think about what I'm saying, you're gonna get there before I explain it. So all this stuff exists within the quartz, within the silicone. Now the silicone has a soul. Now let's talk about people and our behavior. Races and nationalities don't exist up there because they're relatively new. I mean, we can even get to like, say, mixed kids, for example, that has always been around, like the book that you showed. I haven't read it yet, but I'm sure that some of what I'm talking about is in there, maybe if it's a spiritual book. But anyways, certain races haven't been around forever, right? They had come up out of other races, right? And the further you go from the source, the less you are like the original source. Different things like identity that we attach to don't exist anywhere else except but in our heads, right? I'm a this and I'm a that, and I identify with this and that. That's not real. It feels good. It sounds good to the ego. I get it, but it doesn't exist. Now, if we go up into that unmanifest realm, there is an archetype of people who do exist. And there's a whole plethora of people within that archetype who exist, but only because that archetype exists. What do they say the human race comes out of? They always say, oh, the first bones we found was this black woman in Africa. All the human race comes out of this woman in Africa. That's the tree. That's the tree. It all connects to that primordial source. Now, am I saying someone is better than somebody else? Absolutely not. But what I am saying is that practices like meditation, specifically like Tattvas, allow you to dissolve the gross elements so that you can see past Maya and see the source that you do come from. And the purification of Tattvas isn't just that you're imagining shapes. It's that you're spending time with Shiva. You're spending time with that unmanifest. You're spending time with the causal realm, and that connects you back to your soul. So it doesn't matter what race you are, what color you are. If you go through these practices and connect with source, you become one with it.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to get going. But I want to add on to that just a bit because as part of that, yeah, there's only one race, and that's the human race.
Right.
The perception that we have, what takes us away from the source, is the cultural aspect, is the archetype for which you identify with. So then your matter starts to resonate on that archetype that you build for yourself. When you take it back to the source by going to the primordial source and recognizing your own internal waters, the real self-recognition, do you become like the original archetype? And that has nothing to do with color. It never did. It had everything to do with identification of self. When you identify with yourself as an implant or as something that is separate from the source, that's when you start to identify with something else and you move further away, just as Travis is saying. So that's the real key to seeing through all of this illusion. It had never anything to do with this. There are always going to be new evolutes of the body, right? There's always going to be new evolutes.
Right.
That's never been the issue. The issue has always been that cultural identification. And even culture itself, it's what? When we break down what culture means, that is, how do you identify as an individual? Do you identify as an individual, Or do you recognize that you're a part of the source, that you are the source itself? Do you know how to recognize yourself? So anyway, I wanted to add that in because I got to go. But much love to you guys. I'll see you all soon.
Peace, Laura.
Peace, Laura.
Peace, Laura.
I love it. I love
So
it.
we never see the indigenous Asian people. It wasn't being color struck. You know what I'm saying? They already understood that science. That shit was baby food to them. To be on some, this dude is this. Now some people don't like, but they can't stomach, you know what I'm saying? Some of our white friends, they get offended because I done been around. Don't forget I'm from Connecticut, so I done been around white people. You know what I'm saying? So they can't stomach Bobby Hemmett because he always saying, you know, them white boys, or here Bobby Hemmett to hit you with them cracker. You know what I'm saying? That ain't, you know, even a white person know what a cracker is when a cracker calls you. Crackers call crackers a cracker. You understand what I'm saying? So it ain't like they don't know. It's more. It affects how we say. It affects the emotional state of attachment. So if you hear somebody say that, you think it's an attack upon your family. It's not an attack. It's an attack upon the actions of this person who happens to be a part of your tribe. We're not attacking your whole fucking tribe, but we damn sure attacking the actions that some of these people did. And that's science. If you think from a science and you do from a scientific level or from the level of a scholar and you do your research, then when you present your facts, it's presented from a non-emotional place. Truth does not care about emotional attachment. It has to just deliver the truth.
Right.
And I once read, only a fool ducks when the truth is thrown at them. You know what I'm saying? So truth is truth. Facts is facts. It don't have nothing to do with because a person may say cracker. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what Bobby Hemmett was reading and giving us? He was giving us books from white people. Dr. John Henry Clark ain't going to didn't go into archaeology and history because of occultic science. He just was history.
Mm-hmm.
So he dealt with that as far as knowing how to read information from a historical demographic perspective. So Bobby had people that he dealt with, but when it came to his lane, he created that lane.
Yes.
And then you also had damn, I just was watching them the other day, and the other brother, the older brother, they always he didn't get as much light as Bobby. His name would come to me. But the whole thing is Bobby created, huh?
C. Freemanell.
E. Freemanell.
C. Freemanell.
He went heavy into the science just as much as Bobby. Of course, they delivered it differently, but like I said, he gets his own light, but but most people like Bobby because of Bobby's his presentation.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. A lot of people like Bobby's personality.
Right.
Yeah.
But you had to, Bobby says, let's get into this thing here. Let's get into the scholarship. When Bobby got serious up on them podiums, Bobby always said, let's get into this scholarship now, because we ain't this. Let's all put all the funny shit aside, because y'all thinking I'm playing around while I'm standing up here.
Right.
And he went in. That's when the videos got them shits. It turned into 4 fucking hour, 6 hour lectures.
Yeah. And
you see how much strain?
It wasn't about his emotions and how he feel. It was about the scholarship. He backed up every single thing he said on the pages.
And he might have only made $30. That's another thing too. Yeah. See, that's where we at, Trav. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people out here, they're not honorable the way that they deliver. See, that's why I respect you, because you're honorable. You know what I'm saying? You because you honor the craft. A lot of people out here teaching shit, and like you said, they they get in this microwave version of scholarship. Like you can go Google whatever a quick word. There's nothing wrong with Google, but if you base your whole fucking research on one page that you then found on Google, then you're fucking limited. You're gonna need a little bit more than that. You know what I'm saying?
Who wrote that article? Do you even know who wrote it? Where they got it from? No,
and you can't trust it, and you really can't trust it because anybody can go and edit shit. You know what I'm saying? You can
too.
That's why college do not allow you to go fucking use Wikipedia as a fucking a source. You know why? Because fucking James from Wesley Avenue made that whole Wikipedia page. This nigga ain't never been around. He ain't had his work peer reviewed or any fucking thing. We losing in one of the books, Goetia books, one of the processes of knowing that you're worthy of even studying this stuff is, are you justified? Justification. That's when you evoking stuff. Are you justified in doing this? Are you justified to even teach this information? Because some people are not going deep enough. They're only giving you, like I said, they're reading 2 or 3 paragraphs. Because look at how it's being demonstrated. Why do you think, and it's nothing wrong with it, but this is the facts, like I said. Why do you think YouTube is changing to shorts? Because the attention span of the human is getting shorter and shorter.
Oh yeah.
Don't nobody want to read no motherfucking paragraph no more. Nobody want to watch no
paragraph.
2-hour video.
6-hour Bobby video. Nobody wants to read a couple of books. Oh,
they're not trying to stack up no books like you got on the table and read. I'm doing a lot of PDFs now, but I was doing that for years. You know, so like I said, with that, having all of these books stacked up, I had to go to libraries and shit like that, where you going in for one subject. Now I got to keep, and then the librarian, because she got to keep bringing them or calling the person to bring these books. Now they're like, well, what exactly are you researching here? Oh, well, I'm reading something about magic. Well, geez, I didn't even know we had these books. Half the books I was getting in the library, they never knew they was in the library.
Nice.
So since they say that, I might as well go ahead and take these off your hands for you. You know what I'm saying? So since you ain't know they was there anyway, let me just go ahead and roll out with the Book of Rosie Cross. You know what I'm saying? So the whole thing nowadays, everybody's memory is so, they're not even a memory, their attention span is so fucking short. How are you becoming a scholar? How are you reading anything of scholarship? So it takes somebody like you to do it. That's why people keep reincarnating. That's why this information keep coming up.
Oh my God.
It has to. The earth don't never die. That's why they're talking about global warming and this and the oceans. Motherfucker, don't you know there's a hot period and there's a cold period? Yes, the polar caps are gonna melt because they're supposed to. And then it refreezes again. That's how the planet works.
Yes.
It's like the Nile. It's called inundation. It rises up and then it goes back down.
This is the land of pattern and cycles. This is the realm of patterns and cycles.
Yo, man. That's why people are so fooled. Because they don't go deep enough themselves. Only thing they doing, it's like you go to the fucking beach. The ocean is knowledge. The ocean is all this wisdom and information. But you only go on and you made the trip to the beach and only putting your feet in the fucking water. What the fuck you coming for? I'm going jumping in it.
You go, you put your feet in the water, and then you go back home and tell everybody you a diver.
You went diving. You went diving. Your toenails did.
But hey, nobody else has done it, so they don't know any better, right?
So it's like, man, we gotta. That's why it turned into certain groups like the Knights Templar and all of that kind of stuff came about. Like I said, when you read the book of Rosicrucian, now you want to talk about the Illuminati. Well, now you know who they are. They were these illuminated individuals who chose to study information to brighten their fucking mind and intelligence so they can be in control of the fucking world.
It all clicked for me. It now makes sense. There's a gap between the secret societies of the past and the so-called Illuminati who nobody knows, right? Now the gap is filled in.
And you said it, and you hit it right when you said the Golden Dawn. The Golden Dawn, all of them, even Dion Fortune was a part of they all separated. There is no, they have a Golden Dawn order now, but none of that comes from the foundation, because the original order separated and became null and void.
Right. A long time ago.
Mathers was an occultist, but he also was like a if he wasn't a politician, he was some sort of a doctor, and he had to leave his position in the order because he started getting heat from like, yo, man, you can't be fucking like I think he was like a surgeon or something that he was. And they was like, yo, man, people talking, man. They know you practicing occultism, and we know you, you know what I'm saying, necromancy, and you're the coroner. So they kind of like, so now you got to do what? Now you got to either hide what you do or you got to step down. So he stepped down as the heads of these groups. So that's what came about do, because like I said, it ain't just Europeans go against Europeans. They're like, yo, we ain't with that shit. Some of them was not with occultism, like, yo, man, because you know what? Because they were Catholics. And they got brainwashed by the Roman Catholic Church, which is the biggest occult group that still exists in its natural form to this day. But most people think it's all about church.
That's the outer order, right?
That's the outer order. You understand what I'm saying?
Goodness.
But little do you know, the inner order is doing Tattvas shooting.
Hey. And then you just sparked something in my head also. You talked about how Mathers was a surgeon. Well, I'm thinking about all these swamis and gurus. They didn't just wake up one day and be a guru. They were surgeons and doctors and lawyers, right? Vivekananda, Satyananda, Sivananda.
They lived in the real world.
With the exception of Niranjanananda, because he was born and raised in this. All the rest of them, they were, you know, even the dude who started Vipassana that I first went to, the little retreat where I learned how to meditate. Yeah. He was a freaking doctor, lawyer, businessman. He was all that. And he still spread his version of Buddhism across the world. So that's the Illuminati. That's the Illuminati.
That's the Illuminati. The illuminator, the person who illuminates their third eye. If you want to give it the fancy, any individual who illuminates their third eye through self-effort and self-deification, you are the Illuminati. You're illuminated. You shine brighter than these regular people who are what? Fucking neophytes.
Neophytes. And check this out now. It's just as hard, just as difficult and a arduous process to open your third eye as it is to become a millionaire or become a surgeon or a doctor or a lawyer, right? You got to go through rigorous training and schooling, and you got to condition your mind and discipline yourself. It's an achievement. So why do we think we can just go to YouTube and waken our kundalini, but you can't go to YouTube and become a lawyer? You can't go to YouTube and I mean, you can, right? If you go through that long, arduous process, you can't skip the steps. But that's what I'm trying to illustrate here. It's just a tough process to become a lawyer as it is to become enlightened.
Yeah, and that's why initiation in certain systems is important. You cannot become a practitioner of Kimbanda or Palo Mayombe just because you didn't bought I forgot the dude's name. You didn't bought his books just because he put Zarabanda and all of the Veves in the back of the book, and you read that, and you can buy all the ingredients and buy your own Nganga and shit like that. So now you think you're a Palo Mayombe practitioner when you have not served a priest in a house and been initiated. And well, first of all, been scratched, which most people don't even know what that entails.
The only time they've heard of that is when they heard Brother Panic say, "You don't have to do that."
And that right there that's the only beef that I be having. Well, not really beef. That's my only disappointment with when this stuff started becoming mainstream. The information like that, because you do panic. That's how that always works. You even have to be to really become a yogin, you have to be initiated by a guru.
Right.
Point blank, period.
And there's a reason for it. It's a
reason for that.
It's not only a physical transference, it's not only a mental transference, but there's a spiritual transference, an astral transference that happens.
Yeah. Why do you think when they change presidents, they have to go through this ritual where they have to, the old president and the new president actually really do meet and together so he can give him all the shit that he's collected? That's an initiation. Like, yo, you just didn't become a president, nigga. I'm the worshipful master of this house. I have to now fucking indoctrinate you into the chair.
Good one.
This is everything's an initiation. Damn. So some people don't want to hold the integrity of particular crafts or particular systems of science based off of them feeling that they are entitled because they got melanin. Melanin doesn't entitle you to a spiritual system, and melanin doesn't entitle you access to a lot of the ancestors that you may think you in contact with, and that may hurt some people's feelings. But fuck it, like I said, truth is truth.
I see my subscribers leaving now. I done lost 10 subscribers. Come on, Shango.
Then that motherfucker Shango always running his fucking mouth on Trav's channel. I don't know why he let him talk anyway.
Now you're gonna tell me melanin don't entitle me to the answers. What kind of a fucking spiritual channel is this? You won't be on YouTube.
Yo, they don't even rock with you like that. And what ancestors are you really talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like your ancestral bloodline? Are you talking about motherfuckers think that Heru Kuti was a real person? They think that's their ancestor. You know what I'm saying?
They're trying their best. When they researched them 2 paragraphs on Google, that's what they saw.
But it's all love, man. You know what I'm saying? Truth is also love. So you have to love the fact that truth is really right there for you. You know what I mean? And you have an opportunity to actually study the information that's real. I'll give it to Trav. Travis Majors is one of the only individuals right now that's presenting ancient Vedic information. Well, it ain't even just Vedic, because you didn't went to a lot of different levels. Right now, it's refined. The refinement stage is the Vedic. So you're the only one presenting this information in this light right now in this time. Anybody doing that shit, man? Anybody who coming up with doing it, they sitting back watching, and they're not fucking giving you your roses. You understand what I'm saying? And it had to be done because you was already fucking around out there in the garden. So okay, so now you just started discovering, like, yo, I didn't know this was growing over here. What is this? Like, oh shit, it's a Vedic plant. So now you in the whole nother part of the garden when other people was like, nah, I ain't trying to read none of that shit right there. Now realizing you're not gonna advance unless you refine yourself. And the refinement is really going to come from either, like you said, the three particular geographical areas which enlightened the world,
the whole world,
Mesopotamia, Egypt, or Kemet, whatever you want to call it, and the continent of India. So when, as the 5%ers say, the Asia is the planet Earth. That just means that it's going back to when the land mass was all together, and it was easily they could travel by, you know what I'm saying, land animals, horses, camels, whatever they traveled. Then they became and the reason people don't know, they talking about Moors, a lot of that come because they were sailors. That's why sailors' language deals with a lot of, when you talk about mooring the ship and all of that, and traveling down the channel. That stuff comes from that's navigation language. So basically, they were navigators, which was another word for basically astronaut or astronomical travelers or nautical travelers, and you utilize the night sky, the stars. That's where the longitude and latitude lines come from. They come from as above, so below. The planet Earth has the same. You can find the same mathematical dimensions for a particular place and time based off of the star patterns. And the motherfucker really don't want to go under the sea and really see some outer space, because that's not really outer space, so that's inner space. So people are busy searching for outer space because they never want to go internal. So to go into the earth, go into the womb of the earth, is going into them oceans with them caves and shit down. You're gonna go down into the inner earth through water, and you're gonna find motherfucking dry land once you go inside of some of them underwater caves, and you're gonna be fucked around and get scared down that motherfucker. There's gonna be people partying down that motherfucker. And some human beings who didn't already travel down there. And then, you know what I'm saying, where we get these Admiral Byrd and all of these people who didn't travel, they call it the inner earth, and Shambhala. And you know, one of the entrances of Shambhala, or as they call it, a chakra center of the planet, is basically the Himalayas.
So that brings up another idea that I've been having, and it's just one of many that was confirmed on these recent studies I was doing with the Golden Dawn stuff. So these higher levels deal a lot more with astral projection. See, a lot of people are seeing a lot about astral projection, and we're all thinking it's a cool thing to do. But in all honesty, it is a skill that needs to be perfected for later work. The next level of work deals with astral projection. And I think a big hint to that is, say, for example, in Necronomicon, where they talk about Cthulhu lies sleeping in his city of Relay, sunken under the sea, because you were talking about under the ocean. Well, shit, the only way to get there is through astral projection. There's a lot of places and information that is only attainable through astral projection. So it's not even enough to just be like, oh, I think I projected into your dream last night. Like, nah, this has to be perfect. And yes, there's even Vedic science on astral projection. I found that as well.
See,
but yeah,
it's
just
everything that a person seeks. No, go ahead, Joe. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, like, all this is done for a reason. Like, nothing that I'm talking about in this channel is just because it's cool. Like, if you're serious and you really want to get advanced with this stuff, you got to master some of these skills, like taught with Shuddhi, meditation, dharana, astral projection.
And that's where the initiation come from. That's why in the Golden Dawn systems, they're not giving you none of that shit that's called high magic until you're able to control your own self. And the first thing they got you doing some Tattvas shit. They got you understanding the elements of yourself, not understanding the elements of the earth. You got to understand the elemental self, like your Tattvas, and you got to be able to control. You got to be able to control your emotional self and attachment to things before I teach you how to motherfucking turn invisible.
Yes, exactly. So if you really look at that Golden Dawn book, it stops halfway. It doesn't teach you, like you said, don't teach you the high level stuff. That halfway point and below, it's all about self-mastery. Just like initiation into hermetics. A massive portion of that book is about self-mastery. And how many people didn't get past that part? Not saying because you're not able to, but saying, look at how difficult just that was. And we want to talk about superpowers. You got to get yourself right first.
And they write, and a lot of the authors, the Europeans of like, a lot of these books, they wrote that shit long-winded and highly technical because it was going to turn a lot of people off. So if you're not capable of knowing what you're looking for, having a reason for studying this, not just curiosity, you have to have, this has to be something you add to your life, not just because you're curious. They're gonna have you chasing your fucking tail with a whole bunch of a book that's 1,863 fucking pages just to get through the information that the Bihar school is giving to you in 78 pages.
Secret doctrine. Blavatsky. Yeah.
They're making you go through these long ass fucking books, thousands of pages, and then all of a sudden, here you go. Now you discover what shit looks like a fucking pamphlet.
Look how thin this one is.
Those should be like 175, 100, and they don't even reach the 200 sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
150 pages.
They're not giving you a bunch of shit to tickle your brain. They're making you go and do it. They're like, yo, I'm not gonna just give you all the fucking science. I'm gonna give you the actual tools so you can go and get your gunas and your all your stuff together, and then you will experience it for yourself.
See, I didn't understand that at first, because remember before it's like, wow, why didn't she just come out with it? Why is she all coded and it's all mixed up and masked up? I don't understand. I get it now. That's the initiation process.
That's being initiated. You're either, because it has to be you. That's the same thing with Masonry. They ask you the question, is it of your own free will and accord? Yes. If it's not, then you cannot become a Mason. Are you a free person? Yes. It's not about being black or whatever. It's about how the fuck are you going to be a master and you serve somebody else? If you're a slave, obviously you can't become a master Mason because you have to be able to be free to travel. It's a fucking lodge system. You got to be free. You got to be free in your mind. It ain't about your mind. Is it of your own free will and accord, or you doing it because you like Trav? I like Trav, but like, yo, I'm doing this because I got to do it. It's a part of my life. Like, we have to.
Yes. Just like what I said about Lucifer. Like, there's no other way. There's no other thing. There's no other option.
That shit was foreign. There was no turning back. Once that form of God they call told all the other angels, were demanded, because if he's a ruler, his word was bond. So you know what I'm saying? If a nigga tell you you're gonna have to bow down, all the other angels like, fuck it, you know what I'm saying? Which were the good angels, you know what I'm saying? The archangels, and then they had no problem with that. But the angels who were whatever you want to call them, you know what I'm saying? Whatever class and ruling order they came from, they was not with that. Lucifer was like, yo, I'm the motherfucker who lead these motherfuckers all day singing to your ass. And we've been doing this nonstop. Now all of a sudden, I'm supposed to stop the music for this type of shit. And what you made them out of? Dirt? Oh, you got me all the way fucked up. Burn this motherfucker down.
Yeah.
And then we ain't got to have no hidden meeting behind your back. I'm letting you know to your face, I'm bringing the smoke to your ass tonight. You either gonna motherfucker figure out this shit because you supposed to be the higher on the throne, figure this shit out, or we gonna go ahead and, matter of fact, let's just go ahead and just rebel right now, man. Fuck tonight.
Yeah.
Yo, that's all of us. Now the motherfucker want to throw you out the house now. Now you mad. Now you throwing me out the house. He don't want to talk to me no more.
You made
How
the
many of
rule.
us behave like that as humans? That shit is human being stories, man. That shit is nothing but psychological stories of the dimensions of the mind.
Mhm. Just like the Bhagavad Gita.
How your emotions. That's what I'm saying. You got Arjuna. Like, dude, first of all, you born into the Kshatriya. All y'all do is bring smoke. And nigga, y'all are constant smoke bringers. Now you want to sit back and be a philosopher now because you think that you got me fucked up, man.
Now you want to pontificate.
Now you want to pontificate now. So that's the whole thing. We still those very same, we are still the very same essence of all the mythological stories that we've ever fucking read our whole life, because those are all psychological stories. We demonstrate every Jason and the Argonauts, Sinbad and all of that shit like that. We all of that. Moses, some motherfuckers is Moses, always trying to save people. You know what I'm saying? They ain't just doing their duty of spreading the information. Now you building up a whole tribe of people and stringing them along. It's like a Dr. Umar Johnson and shit like that. Nigga, if you wasn't trying to be a Moses archetype and fucking saving all these goddamn people, maybe you would have built this school by now, man.
Yikes.
That's why they mad at Polite, because the nigga stopped being a people pleaser. Nigga started pleasing himself. Like, yo, I'm tired of fucking trying to drag people along and make you do some shit when you think I'm supposed to do every fucking thing. Nigga, I'm standing up here giving you a lecture on sovereignty, on how you're supposed to do these business moves, and you got to do it yourself. But no, you want to write bad about me because you expected me to fill the paperwork out for you. That's not what you paid $1,000 for. You paid $1,000 to get the information so you can do it your fucking self. Because ain't nobody else telling you this.
And turn around and talk about it's a scam.
Now you say it's a scam because I ain't never get nothing. I ain't never get my sovereignty card. Nigga, did you fill the paperwork out and send it to the Secretary of State?
Tell you what, man. Tell you what.
You're not gonna get no PPP check or a stimulus check if you ain't got no job. You gotta be doing something, man. It ain't just coming.
Right. Yo, everybody in the chat, I appreciate you guys. Thanks for hanging out. If you can, I know you can, so I'm asking if you will, go ahead and smash that like button, because that lets the YouTube algorithm know that my content is what you want to see in your feed. So if you haven't already, go ahead and hit the like button. I appreciate it.
Oh, shit.
YouTube appreciates it.
That's important nowadays too, Trav, because they really I wanted to say that to you too. That's why it's under attack, because they know that the particular information that you are disseminating on your channel is enlightening. You're illuminating people to begin to illuminate themselves. They're like, oh no, we can't have this motherfucker going Facebook, Instagram, and now he wants to go on. No.
Yeah.
You're not violating. See, the rules of YouTube are kind of different with shit that you gotta watch. You gotta watch certain things you say, but you gotta continuously keep being with the bullshit for YouTube to kind of shut you down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you play it. I don't want to say you play it, you just keep doing what you're doing, but they know this information is practical. This ain't just mystical. Most people are just used to mystical shit that sounds really fucking interesting. And then they read about it and cross their legs. And then that's all they do. They just read about it and become fascinating. It's like jacking off. You just keep wanting that feeling of satisfaction. But you ain't never getting no real coochie. You're gonna have to go out there and do some real work, man. Go out there and stroke for real. You can't just keep stimulating yourself on some feel good shit. They know that, like, nah, this certain people are giving practical. They didn't put Rizza Islam on a whole fucking list that the government didn't put together, because they were saying you can't keep. Boy, once you start getting big, like you said, you went from, I watched your channel and Christian's channel. Y'all went from 15 fucking likes one day to the next day it was like 4,000 people.
She already broke 5 million.
Christian was on a fucking million. One day I looked at it, was 20. Then I looked at it again, it was like 36,000. I said, wait a minute, is this shit fucking? I had to check my fucking phone. Be like, yo, is my shit glitching?
Is this broken?
24 hours.
Yeah.
Oh no, we can't. You don't think they're gonna watch? It ain't no different than a person know when you start making money. Now the nigga got Yeezys now, like this. You know what I'm saying? Like, where this nigga get that money to get these Yeezys? All the nigga got Yeezy slides. He got them Yeezy boots, all kind of shit. But like, no, he got money. So people are gonna start paying attention. So now here you come with this certain information, practical, real, and factual. It ain't some hocus pocus. This shit's factual. Change your whole fucking life quickly. Shut that shit down, man.
Not
put
on this
this
TikTok.
nigga's fucking. Put this motherfucker back down to 9 likes.
Yeah, buddy.
And erase all of his previous content.
Didn't give me a reason, Chago. That's the word. They didn't even bother to make anything up. They just said,
and say behind the scenes, and don't give him no fucking reason. We're gonna just shut his shit. Gangster jazz.
That's how we doing it.
That's the Italian mafia. Shut his whole fucking business down. Burn his business down. He can see us do it, and we don't give a fuck if he sees us. Who cares? That's gangster.
I guess I should just hang it up.
That's gangster shit, man. Like, yo, but like, oh shit, a nigga shut my man shit. I was looking like, I know, Trav, what this nigga like, man, what did he stop making videos? And then you came up like, yo, I think they just... And remember, I sent you the message to inbox. I was like, see, I told you they was gonna come for you. I kind of felt it. I wasn't trying to, like people say, I wasn't trying to jinx you, but I felt it. I knew that the information that you're disseminating, the motherfuckers do not want this. They don't want this to get out, man. Because it's life changing. It makes you make too many inquiries.
Right. It snaps the trance.
Be like, yo, I don't believe what you're saying to me. You're gonna have to present the facts, man. Keep all the other ingredients. Just give me just the herbs, man. I don't need the gel capsule that you put it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You can keep that.
The bag, yeah.
It's crazy. Crazy.
So just a note on the direction of what's going on here. So we just got through digging into the Tattvas, and I mean, we've been on the Bihar school stuff for a couple of months, but after going through this book, God knows how many times, I finally have realized the importance of Tattvas. All right, so check that out. I didn't say I read this book one time and got it. It took me a couple of read-throughs for me to realize just how important the Tattvas were. So I went out and bought every book Amazon has on the Tattvas, right? Amar done recommended this one, and I read it in a couple of hours. It's really short, but it's really good. Do you have this one?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that was a really good one. And then you recommended this one here, the Tattvas and Gunas of creation according to the Upanishads. This
I like really how that's put together.
Yes, this one's really good too. And I'm glad that at the same time, I bought this one here. This is Yoga Tattva Upanishad, because they actually reference this book here, right? They reference this, and they reference a couple of the Vedas, the Raja Veda and another one of them Vedas. I'm going to get those two later, but they reference those. So what we have here is like a complete perspective on where the Tattvas came from, the ritual. This even has a well, I would say the Tattvas Shooty is a modified version of what they've gotten here. They've got a version of Tattvas Shooty in here. And I thought that was pretty cool to see it from a different
because it's coming from the Upanishads.
Yeah.
And that's what I've been really studying. I've been really getting into the Upanishads, the Vedas, and what they call on the Shastras. There's so many different writings, but they're all ancient fucking writings, and they keep giving you deeper and deeper practices of cleansing your tattvas and giving you examples of how how you work upon this planet.
And this even goes as far as to describe specifically the cities that begin to awaken. Yeah. Which again they say is something you don't want to pay attention to because that can be a hindrance. But specifically left that out in Tattvas Shooty. Yeah.
Because they know, like I said earlier, in reality, what we're actually studying, if you want to just break it down, we're actually studying Tantra. This is Tantra science, which is actually Samkhya, Bhakti, and Jnana Yoga. You know what I'm saying? And also Tantra Yoga. So that's basically these individuals who write the books that you write. The Bihar school, that's a Tantra, Samkhya teaching. But I'm not trying to make it, you know what I'm saying, because it's more than that. But basically, that's what it is. But the whole thing is that most people had a false perception of how Tantra should be presented. And that's because they kept away. Those are the writings that, and I'm gonna correlate it like the Jedi and the Sith. The Bihar school is basically a school for Jedis. They're not dealing with no sinister shit. None of that. They dealing with purity, righteousness. The other part of Vedic science, that's the Sith Lord shit. That's why you can't find those writings. Those things are in Sanskrit. Those are manuscripts. Those don't come. You have to utilize both the Sith to just utilize all the essence of the fucking Force. Jedi's only want to use the Force for just purity and shit like that. They don't believe in that. You know what I'm saying? So anybody who dealing, they call it gray yoga. You know what I'm saying? They're dealing, but that's when you're dealing with sex. Who touches the Sith level is the Agori.
Right.
That's just so you can get information on the Agori, but then there's other parts of information, those who like to still live in their regular world and be a yogin practitioner of all these ancient science and use that shit to get the bag. Use that shit to get some yoni. Use that shit to get riches and all of that. It's another side to this thing. So we're dealing with the purity. Tattvas Shooty, clean your top, you know what I'm saying? Get yourself refinement. This is refining yourself. A lot of people want to get away, but at the same time, and I don't want to put it in people's head. I'm just saying, because that's facts. Like, yo, there's another side to this. Everybody is not trying to be the type of yogin practitioner who is always dealing with the spiritual realm of inner self. They dealing with, I'm still dealing with, I'm gonna drive this motherfucking Range Rover on your ass, blow weed all in your fucking face, and little do you know, I got some internal practices that I do that maintains this. I got people question you, like, you know, but then Trail, how you making money? How the fuck you sitting back in this, you know what I'm saying, bro? Yo, you still operating in the real world. You got to.
Right.
You got to make money. Get sick. Or then you might have to go to fucking the Western hospital and see how the fuck you got to pay. There's shit. People got children. People have responsibilities because, you know, when I said this to you, We're studying, you then brought forth information from the ancient East that's now being put forth in this day and time by us. Look at who we are and look at the information that we're utilizing to change our life. We didn't utilize, we didn't sign up to go back to college, to go get a degree for psychology. And I was pursuing my degree in psychology at one point and stopped going, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I didn't say that I'm gonna go back and do that. No, I'm gonna keep pursuing this, what's called quote unquote occult information. In ancient indigenous information that I'm going to use for self-transformation, which in another term is self-deification.
Mm-hmm. Self-deification.
Secretly, a lot of high-ranking sports players, and even, like I said, all politicians are using these systems. Kobe Bryant and people that, all of them like that, was utilizing Vedic information. That's why they was the greatest. That's why the nigga chose the Naga as his symbol, which he called the Mamba. The Mamba mentality was like, you're not backing down to nothing. Mamba snakes will come right at your ass. You just look at how a serpent or a snake interacts, especially aggressive ones. And they really only want you to just get away from me, yo. You see me in meditation over here. But now you want to observe me. I'm about to tear your ass up. Cobras and shit. Like you walk among venomous snakes. That's why the rattlesnake makes a rattle. He letting you know, like, yo, I'm over here to the left, so keep on walking to the other side. If you come over here, I'm not gonna warn you no more. I'm gonna just go ahead and touch your ass.
It's not gonna feel good.
You ain't gonna be happy. When I done warned you, rattling. So the whole thing, we didn't had enough warnings. You know what I'm saying? We can't keep. It's like that's why they utilize that in stories too. They always got to send a warner. You know what I'm saying? Somebody got to be the one, the town crier.
Mm-hmm.
Then the messenger comes. Then the people, you know what I'm saying, they're either gonna change it or not gonna change. All of that shit's over, man. You got to be your own motherfucking messiah right now. But if you're not utilizing the right information, you're gonna be ground up, and the world is not gentle no more. But they taking heads.
Especially if you find yourself on the wrong side of the meme, going up against
exactly
a force that has more influence than you.
That's why you starting. That's why you're doing what you're doing. You're putting a fingerprint upon the system. So along with the whole teaching app that you're putting together, you have to go into the meme. People have to realize, like, yo, it ain't just this word meme. Like, yo, this is an actual thing that's being used against you.
Yes, an entire egregore.
It's real. All of that. And people become examples of the egregore. That's why they have certain characters that play out these random parts. Just think about the whole process of what we just went through. It was motherfucker. They trying to kill people by shocking them. They brought in COVID along with the most outlandish person that you could have put in the presidential chair.
Yeah.
It ain't about him and me. It's about what was the mimetic science they were trying to put upon the people by the usage of these tools. COVID and Trump were tools.
And we're still dealing with high-ranking maguses, right? High-ranking.
That's what they are. That's what they are.
These are the tools of the trade. This is the tools that these type of practitioners use. So it's not just like random, oh, I can't believe he said that. He's so stupid. No, he wouldn't be there if he was an idiot.
That's what he was supposed. He's supposed to be there. They go to institutions. They go to these naval academies, and these particular institutions of higher learning have studies that are not on the website that you can choose your courses of study. These are fucking other classes that they're taking along with the regular classes. Them shits ain't on no paperwork. And you better believe that they are, I didn't been, like I said, Connecticut, I didn't been all through Yale. I didn't been in them buildings with the windows. That institution was built, is built, and kept alive by individuals for the purpose of global control. And you better believe Harvard is the same thing. MIT, that when they're dealing with technology, you want to become an information architect, a person who, that's why they don't use the same shit that they make us use, because it's too simple for them. They see it in mathematics. They just don't see it as, you know what I'm saying, a phase and a like, or I'm gonna post some words. That shit is mathematics to them. They be like, yo, this shit don't apply to me.
Right.
This shit wasn't built. We built this. So what I built is not for me, it's for the masses.
Right. Every post is crafted to get a specific response. It's not just
Get a
I
get a
feel like
response.
posting this today. I'm gonna put no, like everything is meticulously designed, and it's this isn't far-fetched, because they teach there are places that teach how to do just that. Every word makes
They
sense.
teach it. Exactly. That's what I mean. But these new MITs, they teach that stuff. There's a psychology. They'll have a course, the psychological implications of the social media algorithm for the scroll button. The scroll effect.
Like I said, you know, I guess 2 weeks ago, like I've literally seen some of these presentations. It gets as deep as the color of the button to click.
Mm-hmm.
It is a lot of serious thought behind what color will we make this, not just off some nitpicky artist shit, but what's called split testing. We're gonna send this to 100 people, and we're gonna see how many. We're gonna randomly send them the red button and the blue button, and depending on who clicks what how many times, that's the one we're gonna use. It gets that deep, especially when you have the budget to get that deep.
That's another thing, they have a budget. Millions of dollars. Trillions, billions of dollars.
I'm gonna say this real quick, slightly off topic, but absolutely still on topic because all this stuff relates. This is the Sunday book study, and didn't pick a book this time because I've been so focused on this app, I didn't choose one in time, but everything happens in time. So studying the Tattvas and everything, going back over the Kabbalah and everything, I just want to let everybody know the next book study we're doing is Ophiel's The Art and Practice of Kabbalah Magic. Now, why did I select this book? Why do I say this is the next one? Well, we just got out of learning about the Tattvas. And as I showed before, in the front cover and the back cover of this book is all the 25 Tattva combinations. Now, remember what I was posting earlier, you know, they've got the multiple Tattva combinations in Tattva Shuddhi, and they also talk about it in the book that you recommended to me, all the different Tattva combinations. Yeah. They go into it in detail. Well, here's the thing, nothing new under the sun. We've been learned this 2 years ago when I read the Art and Practice of Kabbalah Magic. But in all of Ophiel's books, he mentions the Tattvas. So in a way, this was kind of planted in us before we realized what was going on. So after reading Mystical Kabbalah by Dion Fortune, after reading Tattva Shuddhi and all that stuff, I think it would be an excellent idea to go back over this with a new pair of eyes.
And the whole thing about that, Ophiel was somebody that everybody knows, but he's writing under an alias. That's a very important individual that everybody knows. But in order for him to stay protected, he has to he wrote under that alias. Because he never reveals any other name. You know, you ain't gonna find no picture I haven't. Have you found a picture of Ophiel?
Just one.
So the whole thing is they giving this information out because it has to come out, man.
Mm-hmm.
It has to come out. And it's important to know the Tattvas. And people will not think, by now, everybody should know the word Tattva is a Sanskrit word that means elements. And not just the four. Well, five. The five. No. Five, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And we're not talking about the periodic table of elements.
Yeah.
10 o'clock.
We're talking about earth, fire, water, wind, akasha. And then the combinations. There's combinations of those.
But even the periodic table, if you really want to get into it, comes from the Tattvas too, because they're made, you know what I'm saying? The substance is comes from the subtle Tattvas.
Kind of does look like that table, I guess. Because, you know, we've got all the akasha, all the water, fire, all the akasha, the air, the fire, the water, the earth.
Mm-hmm.
Then you've got, you know, like the fire, the earth of fire, the water of fire.
Yeah.
I
The
guess
multiple connections. And that's like electricity. That's like trying to hook up. If you look at that again, that's like hooking up wiring. You know what I'm saying? You got the green wire got to go here, and the brown wire, and you can't cross wires and shit like that. That's all that is electrical components that are formulated in the elemental sources.
Yeah, this is gonna be good.
Ophiel, yeah, I like that. I was looking at Ophiel's the other day, looking at it, how to contacting the demiurge.
Yeah.
He got good. Those are good books, man.
Excellent books. I think he was way more advanced than he led on.
Yeah.
I read just about everything he's written. I'm certain that he was way more advanced than just how he put himself out to be.
That's what I was saying. He's kind of an important character. Like whatever who he really is,
mm-hmm.
He bigger than like he's bigger than what he, like you just said, how he came out to be.
Yeah. And like I said, that one picture I saw, it wasn't like up close. Hey, it was like he was in the distance sitting on the porch. It was like a full body picture. So you couldn't really yeah. Hell, I don't know. It
wasn't even a picture that's like meant to be taken. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right.
We just so happened to catch this nigga sitting on the porch.
Right.
But we here, man. This is I love it, Trav. You know what I'm saying? That the world is constantly evolving. Humans is where we are to evolve to the higher spiritual realm of ourselves, because that's the only way that we're going to be able to take care of our needs on this physical plane.
Yes.
You have to be more electrified and fire, and they all have to operate together so you can maneuver through this physical plane, man. It's too dense here not to be in touch with your inner self working. And anybody who's like celebrities and shit like that, that's why they have the greatest opportunity to get this information, because with the money that they make, they can travel. They can say, fuck it. You know what I mean? I got this money. I'm going to go to that school that guy on YouTube be talking about. I'm going to go to the Bahar school in India. Yeah. Jim Carrey. Hey, Cat, what's up, man? I mean, not man, but what's up, a Cat? Yeah, I wish they would go. I wish they would go too, Trav. But they definitely don't want. They definitely don't want it to get too deep like that by teaching. They don't want any of these mainstream rappers to really get to the point where they start teaching information like this. You can't, because you are part of the very same system of these wizards who are against you, human evolution to the spiritual realm. Sony music groups and all of these. And it's not even about the record label, it's about the parent companies that own these record labels. Those be the ones that keep the people in control, knowing how to change the frequency of the music. You take away the sound of a live instrument and make every instrument electronic. So now you can change the reverb, the pitch, everything. It don't even reach your ears in the original form of a drum. It's not even a pure drum anymore. Everything is total joke on these things in this world. And I want to say everybody who's gonna be a part of the if you're gonna want to read that book, you might want to order it now, because it seems like every book that Trav be showing, them shit start becoming missing on Amazon real quick. Trav just said it's 14 in stock. The cat said she printed PDF. Yep. But think about that. 14 in stock. That's Amazon, right? So you got to think with a global shit. It's 38. It's 38 people in the live chat. 14 people can buy that up right now. Maybe we need a bookstore. The major's bookstore, man. You got to think, like I said earlier, Trav didn't align himself. So on, what's today, Sunday? So on Fridays, you have everybody has an opportunity to ask all the questions that they can possibly write down, because you should write down all your questions for Christian so you can hit it with her on the show. She's an actual jointist practitioner. You're not even getting no opportunity. You can't. I'll be looking on YouTube for other, because I just know I'm no different than anybody else. To where I look at YouTube as well. half of those videos be so old that people don't even respond to no questions. Damn, that's it. So Trav, you're gonna do this information, like going back into Ophio, it almost makes like the whole NLP stuff, it's almost like not even as deep as it really was at first. Because if you know Vedic science, you can overcome anything considered neuro-linguistic programming because you didn't reprogram your neurons.
Right. You start to see the origin of it. You know what I'm saying? Like that, just like with computers, you know, when we talk about viruses and things like that, most viruses, they attack the roots. So to have a proper antivirus, you want to make sure your software is safe from the ground up. Likewise, with NLP and stuff, it works by targeting the roots of the human operating system. Everybody gets the same basic way. So if you focus on that, it doesn't matter what kind of personality you've evolved, is rooted on the same principle.
And that's actual scientific fact.
Studied, tested, and proven. There's literal manuals and frameworks of the human mind. Like, we've been taught that we're all so special and unique and different, but that's just a feel-good fairy tale.
Yeah.
Based on the same foundation. But what is taught with Shuddhi? The purification of that foundation.
Did you know? So when taught with Shuddhi, what does the triangle represent?
That represents energy. That represents the fire element. It also represents an insight.
I was looking through this book on here, Nick, and I was looking at the self-initiation into the Golden Dawn tradition. Have you ever come across that?
Is that by Sheikh Cicero?
Yeah.
That's a really good one.
I'm just looking through it, and when they get to the introduction, it says introduction, and the picture that they have is a triangle inside of a triangle inside of a square.
Earth of fire of fire.
Yeah. So we know that none of this stuff they mean to put this up here like this in the introduction.
Especially if it's Golden Dawn.
And that was really one of their only European groups that was really see that maybe it never disbanded. Maybe it went so underground because they was like, yo, this information is so potent, it can change the globe.
I think that's kind of what this book that I got was hinting at. The particular house, the particular society, the guy that wrote that book is from, they were established in New Zealand. So everybody's so focused on Europe and how they all broke apart, and maybe some made it to America. Most of them didn't realize that they were still going in New Zealand because they were so, it's a secret society. There was a communication loss. I think they were one of the last houses that was official. They were going, I think, up until either the 60s or the 80s or something like that. And
so it can still be going.
It wasn't up until the 80s that he actually got a cosign from Israel Regardie to put the higher level rituals out. So that book is one of the first public documents of these higher level rituals.
You was talking about that earlier. What book was that?
What was it? Hold on.
Because I remember you mentioned that too.
Yeah. I have to go.
And Israel Rigaldi, I mean, man, you might want to type his name into the chat. That dude, especially the Middle Pillar. When I first read the Middle Pillar, yo, that was life. That's a life-changing book.
Yes. And see, the whole thing with him, he was following that Lucifer archetype, just like Crowley was. See, we love Israel Rigaldi because we know his name. But the thing is, he was sworn to an oath to keep that stuff secret. And he broke that oath by writing these.
He broke that oath, exactly, yeah.
So everybody in the Golden Dawn was like, no, we're not fucking with this dude. But what happened was, because everyone disbanded and he still had some of the only secret papers, they still had respect for him. Because even though he let that stuff out, he kept that high level stuff.
And he kept it real with him. He told him he was going to put it out. I think I read that where he didn't hide it like, yo, I'm going to just bring it. No, he let them know like, yo, I'm going to put this out.
Because he understood that by keeping it secret like that, it was going to die eventually. Yeah. And that's what happened. When they disbanded, they gathered up all their papers and books and burned them all. So if it wasn't for Israel Rigaldi, we wouldn't know about this.
Yeah, exactly. And to me, I'm going back to the human. We liars. We lie. I've lied. You know what I'm saying? They did not burn all the papers. They burned some papers.
Yeah.
But they ain't burned all. They got some of the most juiciest paperwork. They doing a whole ritual by Agni. We burned these papers. All of that. They calling on all the lords to burn these papers. But little do you know, I got a whole bookshelf full of every single paper that we burning right now. All of them.
About those is that those people get older and their grandkids don't know about it and don't care about it. And they're like, I found some cool papers that I'm trying to sell on eBay.
Exactly. And
if you know what
or they get to the wrong person and and end up talking to the British Museum, because you know the British Museum holds some of the most highly prized ancient documents on this planet. A lot of manuscripts come from the have been sold to the British Museum.
Yeah, and the Catholic Church.
And the Catholic Church.
They
who
go
holds
around.
an interest.
They've been collecting.
They always hold an interest.
Yeah. But just like was it you that said that the movie with Keanu Reeves in it, or Johnny Depp, where the guy had that library, and what was the Devil's Advocate, I think?
Devil's Advocate?
The Devil's Advocate or another one. But one dude was the devil, and he was sending this sleazebag dude out there to go get these old books. And one of them contained like the Ninth Gate to Hell. Ninth Gate, that's what it was.
Ninth Gate.
Yeah.
Damn.
One dude had that collection of these rare books, but he was too old to say anything about it. And his grandkids were like selling it. And he was about to have a heart attack because he couldn't protest.
You know, I was the kind of person, I always loved the books, right? So I had one of my homeboys, he's Irish. I'm talking about Irish as Irish can be. You know what I'm saying? His mother, his last name is Barber. His name is Michael Robert Barber. You know what I'm saying? And I used to go to their house, and one day I looked in the living room. They had built-in bookshelves on each end of the wall. So one day I said his father wasn't home, because his father always be sitting on the couch. You know what I'm saying? So we would always go to his bedroom. So I went over there one day. His father wasn't home. So I said, I'm gonna see what these fucking books is they got over here. As soon as I walked over to the bookshelf, the first book that I see, the title said Tears of Allah. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? What the fuck is the Barbers doing with this?
Tears of Allah.
So it be families like that. They be having books. I'm telling you, in Fairfield, Connecticut. If it ain't Fairfield, it's Westport, Connecticut. They had this, it was a home, but it was also it was for them who live out there. It was a secret library. It was a rare book library. I'm talking about. I was invited to go in there, and it was like a barn. I went into this barn. It was, like I'm talking about. If you know Connecticut, you know that this shit is old, Anglo-Saxon, big rich people type of shit. So this barn was huge. I went in there and found, and like I said, I lost so many books. I had found Beverly Pascal Randolph. You know who Beverly Pascal, P.B. Randolph, as you would see it. They love P.B. Randolph in the arcane occult circles, especially because he was the one that taught about sex magic and stuff like that. But it was one of his books. I can't remember the title because he had a couple. It was a first print, and it was so old, it was so original, the typeset was off in the fucking book. And it was put together by a typeset press. Like because man told me, he said this book was handcrafted, put together. I took it. But I lost it. Like, a whole bunch of books are Beverly Pascal Randolph, Manly P. Hall. They love Manly P. Hall, one of their greatest orators. You know what I mean? He had his books were in there, but there's so many different places that they got hidden books. That's why Bobby, Bobby Hemmett would always say, this book is hard to find, or this book is out of print. And people be having them books hidden away in their little secret special libraries, or they be in somebody's house.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Well, you can find these manuscripts on, like I said, the British Museum. You can request manuscripts or copies of manuscripts. You're gonna pay to play, but you can. If you really wanted something, you're gonna have to pay for that shit. That's why when I was mentioning about this different practices of yogins that deal with the as they call it, the gray areas of yogi. You have to buy manuscripts that you're gonna have to buy from people.
Yeah.
And it's no different what Bobby did. You would go to his lecture. He would print pages of certain books, and then he would sell, and he would copy them, and he would sell, put them together, and he would say, he'd give me $2, say with a sheet or something like that. That's how he was making side money. He was printing these books because he knew you wasn't gonna be able to go find it.
Yeah. Like he would say,
so the information people get now is priceless, man.
And it's hard to really see it, you know what I'm saying, without the context. But I just keep reminding myself that this is for people who are interested now, but more importantly, it's also for people down the line,
Yeah.
So those of y'all in the
My
audience,
thing is integrity. I want people who study, who get what you give them. This shit is not. This is what you really been searching for. This is what you've been searching for. So when you get it, respect it and hold the integrity of it. You know what I'm saying?
Like people don't know, they don't realize it yet. But I don't want to be the one to tell people what to believe and what to think, but I can damn sure point all the evidence and let you come to the conclusion on your own. If you just do the research and look at these cultures, the farthest back that historians will allow you to go is the Indus Valley, India, Vedic stuff, Mesopotamia, Samaria, Chaldea, and Kemet. That's the furthest that history will allow you to go. Now you heard rumors about Lemuria, you heard rumors about what's the other one, Atlantis and all that, and Mu.
Yeah.
You heard rumors, but history won't allow you to go that far.
I'm gonna throw out some more heartbreaking truth, Trav, to get your channel in trouble again. Why don't we go? Why we ain't going to Europe for some of the greatest information? Since y'all so deep and powerful, why we ain't going to Rome? Why we're not going to Germany? Getting this, since you are the superior race.
Oh, you done pissed off.
Where's your ancient writings? Goth.
The Visigoth.
Give me your Celtic science.
Yikes.
That's not built off of hoodoo or voodoo or earth magic, as they call it. You know, I'm an earth witch.
Wicca.
Fuck out of here with that earth witch shit. I'm a sinister witch, and I banish you out of this.
Be gone.
But I'm saying though, they tell us we got to go to Africa, Egypt, and here. But at the same time, you're shitting on Africa, you're shitting on India, you're shitting on everybody else, all these different places. But I can't go to fucking England and find nothing deep in that motherfucker that originated from England.
Now you don't cause Karen to give me a thumbs down.
No, man, somebody gave
You don't cause Karen to give me a thumbs down off of that one now. She was not happy.
See, Shango with that racial. I thought they said it wasn't about color.
You know, hit her with she came here with love and light, and you gonna tell us some shit like why we ain't going to Europe.
Why we ain't going to Europe, man? Let's keep it. That's all I'm saying is that ruins your superiority shit, because I can't go to your country and find nothing ancient, indigenous, powerful science over that motherfucker. All I find is you using somebody else shit. Helena Blavatsky. Where's my fucking... Let's see if I got this. This is volume 4 of Isis Unveiled. It took her multiple volumes to get her shit together. You understand what I'm saying?
Jeez,
and her books are not an easy fucking read. These are not books. These are fucking this is what you call scholarship. They actually, I gotta give it to them. But look what they using as their symbol from Point Loma, California.
Ooh. Aryan Theosophical Press. I wonder where that symbol originated.
I wonder where that come from with the whole fucking thing and a whole upside down lotus and 2 serpents on the side of that. And this is called Isis Unveiled, a master key to the mysteries of ancient and modern science and theology by H.P. Blavatsky. And this is volume 2, which is the theology volume. So this is the thought of ancient and modern science, and you already know, or whoever has read Blavatsky already knows that she goes heavy into the Vedic information and the hopes. She opens it up. We're talking about the Zohar and the Hebrews and all of that type of shit. But why ain't we going to the ancient and modern science and theology of Europe?
Man. So you showed that symbol there, right? I wanna read this that I saw from out of this book, The Tattvas and the Gunas. And this comes out of one of the Upanishads. I think it's the Rampurva Tapini Upanishad, which means it's one of the ancient Vedic texts. And it says this right here about the fire element. It says, the part of the body from the navel to the throat, Adam's apple,
consists of the fire element, which is a triangular in shape and has a sign of a swastika, and it is red. The seed syllable is Ram. So the swastika came out of the Vedics as a symbol for the fire element.
I'm gonna put it back up. I wish I could get it clearer. So you can see these two circles, but you got to see this. You definitely want to see that lotus.
Mm,
You see that lotus?
yeah.
That's chakra. The chakras don't open. That's what's called a padmi. That don't open until Sushumna shoots the kundalini up. Then the flower turns up. So right now, as our kundalini is not in a heightened state, our padmis are all facing down. That's why when you get into Christianity, so this is why I studied arcane, because I understand the language. When they say my cup runneth over and all of that type of shit, you're talking about the lotus flowers. Because that's why the even they showed you that on the last Avatar, when they broke down the whole chakra system, when they said the water don't flow through, and it's like, if something's blocking it and all of that. Those two talking about the chakras. So if our lotus are facing down, then you can't hold nothing in there. You understand? So they knew what they were doing with all of this information right here. Yes. They were controlling the globe, man. So Helena Blavatsky and her whole Theosophical, because this is just the Aryan Theosophical press. See, they use that word Aryan to align themselves with what they call indigenous India. But indigenous India, the people were called Dravidians. The Aryans were the encroaching European nations that started mixing in with the indigenous and drove them off. The Dravidians is where actually all of this Veda and the Bhagavad Gita and all that come from them ancient people. So now they call themselves Aryans. So when the Hitler, because he came out with, they believed themselves to be Aryans. They were trying to align themselves with the ancient spiritual system of indigenous ancient India. So now when the person talking about they from the Aryan nation and all of that and white supremacy, that's what I meant earlier when we talk about truth and facts. It ain't about race. It's like, yo, these Europeans took these ancient systems and used it for white supremacy.
Yes.
That was the perversion of it. They perverted it because ancient people don't give a fuck about your skin being black or being white or being albino and all of that shit. They overstood the science of racial distinction and different hues of the skin tone and the chemistry of what that really meant. They wasn't hung up on the fact that they could say, well, we know all physical matter has come through the darkest of the human being who has the highest level of melanin. There was no pride in that. It just is what it was.
That's just the way it was.
So they started, so even, they make stories, Yaqub, it took them 600 years to graft the white man from the original man's seed and stuff like that, and taking a brown baby and, taking a brown man and a dark-skinned woman, and then after time, the skin tone starts becoming lighter and lighter. That's halfway true. It's actually, you're not going to get to that. It takes a lot of atmospheric changes for the human to go through that type of process. So it took a very, very long time to get to where it is right now. And it's a digression. But the whole thing, once people start utilizing it for superiority, Because even us black people, we use this shit as superiority too. We think we're superior because we got fucking melanin.
Yeah.
How many melanated kids is out there killing fucking babies on the street? Them niggas ain't, what happened to the activation of that? They still, they melanated, shouldn't they be God? So we color struck, and that's all based off of our inner human bullshit. You know what I'm saying? That we always want to be better or superior to somebody else. And that concept came from a more modernized mind state of people. And I'm gonna just say it in the truth and not to be vindictive, but that is a European mind state. It is. Look at the history. Because all they wanted to do was to control this information that we reading that come from India. Not okay, we can read the Golden Dawn and all of this stuff, but we know that the Golden Dawn was it was like, if I go to Peru to go get some powder, I already know that it ain't been stepped on. It came from the process of the leaf. They then did the process to take the leaf into powder, period. Once that shit leaves Peru, somebody gonna put something on it. Then once it gets to New York, that thing might have 12 different ingredients added into it. It's barely gonna be Peruvian. About time somebody buy it for a 20 bag, that's where the information is at. It keeps getting filtered and stepped on and stepped on. So the first stepped on was the Order of the Golden Dawn. They kind of put a little cut on it, but they wanted to keep that shit blue magic. You know what I'm saying?
Blue.
You remember the movie? Remember when American Gangster Denzel told?
Yeah.
He told what's the name? Like, yo, if you're gonna fucking cut the shit, then you can't call it blue magic no more. Call it Golden Dawn, nigga. You can't call it Vedic science once you cut it.
Well, I guess technically the Theosophical Society, they had higher ranks than the Golden Dawn. So like Rudolf Steiner, you know what I'm saying? In this particular book, he couldn't get initiated up the ranks because he split off. So he had to go to Rudolf Steiner to get brought up the ranks. So
exactly.
Don't call it
put some cut on it.
Call it Golden
So that's
Dawn.
what it is. And then you get Rudolf Steiner. Let me see. I think I got one of his. The Higher Worlds, I think it's called.
Yeah, don't you have like a different version than me?
The Rudolf Steiner. Man, where was? I think I did. Damn, what was what was the name of that book, Trav?
The one I have directly on hand from him is this one here. This is a good one.
Oh, see, I don't have that one right there. That's see, Rudolf Steiner I got another. Where is it at? It's called
Higher Worlds and Their Attainment.
Yes, that's it. How to know the higher world. Yeah.
Yours is different than mine. The one that I've got is the knowledge of the higher worlds and its attainment.
Yeah, it has a different cover. How to know the higher worlds.
Yeah, it's a different one. And see, this one is unconsciousness, dream life, and initiation. And this is what I mean. Like, these higher levels deal with astral projection. Like, seriously, it's not just about visiting girls in their dream. This is like where the next level of the work is. But we can't get there if we don't know about this Tattvas stuff.
What year was that book copyrighted?
Shit. Let me see. 1947.
Okay, so this volume is we got the German name. Was by Rudolf Steiner, 1961. No, this might be 1920. Wait a minute here. I'm confused. They got so many different dates they throwing at. But this one is actually How to Know the Higher Worlds, a Modern Path of Initiation.
Yeah, yours is different than mine. Because I think we looked at this before.
Oh yeah, because I think we was talking about I have found something requirements for esoteric training. It goes into
The conditions of esoteric training.
is that in there too?
Yeah, my table of contents, you know, it's got the preface to the edition of May 1918, so I guess it is older. Chapter 1 is how to know the knowledge of the higher worlds. Excuse me, how was the knowledge of the higher worlds attained? Chapter 2 is the stages of initiation, then some practical aspects, then the conditions of esoteric training, then some results of initiation. You got this also far?
No, it goes from chapter 1, how to know the higher worlds. Chapter 2, the stages of initiation. And chapter 3 is initiation. Chapter 4, practical considerations. Chapter 5, requirements for esoteric training. And then chapter 6, some effects of initiation. Then chapter 7, changes in the dream life of the esoteric student. Chapter 8, achieving continuity of consciousness.
Weird.
So that's not even in that book, is it?
Well, it sounds similar, but the titles start to change after, like, let's say we got number 1, which is how to know the knowledge of the higher worlds.
Yeah.
And you got number 2, with the stages of initiation. And number 3 is some practical aspects. Number 4, the conditions of esoteric training. Number 5, the results of initiation. Number 6, the transformation of the dream life. Number 7, the continuity of consciousness. Number 8, the splitting of the human personality during spiritual training. 8, guardian of the threshold. And then it jumps to 10. No, I miscounted it. 10 is life and death of the greater guardian of the threshold.
Yeah, now who translated? Who was the translator? Because
yeah, it's German. That's right. Okay, that would explain it. It is German. My translation.
That's why it's probably different, because it's different translators.
Yeah, that makes sense. Wow, it doesn't say.
Because this one was translated by Christopher Bamford.
This just had Rudolph Steiner's name all over it. Okay, so I guess it is the same thing. Is it the translation is a bit different? I didn't think of that.
Now I can ask one more question. Who's the press? Who pressed that one?
Man, this is what I got in my notes.
By Rudolph Steiner, originally published.
It says originally published in 1947. Well, look what it says over here.
They're not trying to give you preface to the edition of May 1918. Preface to the 6th edition. Preface to the 3rd edition. Damn. See, this right here. Okay, this is what this says. This volume is a translation, and then they have these German. This must be the German title of this book. Volume 10 in the Bibliographic Survey, 1961, published by Rudolf Steiner. His full name was Rudolf Steiner Verlag, Dortschnack, Switzerland. The previous translation of this text in English was published as Knowledge of the Higher Worlds and Its Attainment by Anthropoph. I can't even say this word. But this was the press company. So that's the.
Even on the back, it doesn't say.
So he was born in 1861 and died in 1925.
Mm-hmm. Because one of the issues that in the book that I read last night, the dude was having was that this was during World War II. So the fact that Rudolf Steiner was German, he was kind of having trouble getting co-signed from him because he was trying to, you know what I'm saying, get out of the war.
Yeah,
Not be associated with that nonsense. So yeah, he had to have died around that time. That's interesting.
See, and that's another thing. So like I said, we can go to these countries. So we go to these to see the Steiner. These people come from Germany. Germany had a lot of German scholars that came out of there that wrote, but they didn't write. There was, like I said, and I say it jokingly, but it's truth. Why ain't you studying your own ancient culture? What does your ancient culture say about how to know the higher worlds?
Well, we didn't have a system, so we had to go look elsewhere.
I'm just, you get what I'm saying though. You know what that's what I'm saying. That's where we gotta be truthful on face value. Like, yo, man, I mean, yo, where you getting your source material from to know the higher worlds, my nigga?
Well, you know, you got these ancient cultures who built these fantastic sculptures and monuments, but it's so advanced and sophisticated, they had to have had some outside help. Had to be aliens.
Yeah, had to come from outer space.
Stonehenge, we didn't have aliens to help us with that. We did that all ourselves. You guys had help from aliens, so not fair.
And a nigga wrote this shit in Berlin. Fucking the preface to the other edition was written in Berlin in 1909. So you see what I'm saying? How long? So the whole other thing too that should really be impressed upon the minds of people that studying this. Like, yo, they've been doing this shit, man. They've been interpreted Dharana Darshan. They've been knew about that. We just getting 2.5 years into it.
This is over 100 years ago. Over
So you
100.
thinking, and you think they not motherfucking got a whole group of ancient they didn't made a fucking priestly groups for the purpose of staying in power. And that ain't now, it shouldn't sound so fantastic to anybody. It shouldn't sound so, I mean, that shit sounds impossible. You mean to tell me they got people that's really meditating to keep people blind? You better fucking believe it. Go back and watch, what's the movie with The Golden Child? You ever watch The Golden Child? Remember they came, first of all, they came from the Himalayas. They had this child who was the golden child. And in order to keep him inside of that little cage they built, they had to have motherfuckers on the four corners meditating with an anti or whatever kind of meditation they was doing to keep him weak. And they try to feed him blood to make him impure.
Yeah.
So you don't think, now if you use that from a movie to give you a visual example, there's people that's doing that kind of shit, but it's on a global scale to dumb the human population fucking down. And then you put an obelisk in DC. Why you ain't put your own shit? Why you ain't put some fucking Greek statue? Why you ain't got fucking Zeus ain't there?
Zeus ain't have enough juice.
They could have put a trident, but then they couldn't put the trident because that ain't from Zeus. I mean, Neptune, that's really Shiva's fucking thing. So
that's too
you see
much.
what I'm saying? All I'm saying is they've been using this stuff. They've been, and I want to keep saying the science of this information has 100 years deep been interpreted and translated. And there's motherfuckers that been doing this. So here we come. Here comes the major society marching right in, and nobody told us nobody ain't tell you to do this. The vibration of the atmosphere, whatever you want to call it, then pulsated this shit right into our laps. We reading. We motherfuckers reading. You think no wonder you ain't want some of your captives to learn how to read. Because once we get to understanding what them fucking books is on your bookshelf over there, Massa, I know your magic now.
Right.
You only trying to You only trying to read this Bible in front of me all the time, but you got a whole fucking library in your house. Why you only trying to read the Bible? I know you got other shit in there. What's that book with all them scratches on it, master? Read me that one.
What are you even doing in here? Go back outside.
Boy, I'm gonna have your ass tarred and feathered. Why you think they didn't want people to read, man? That shit it wasn't no racial shit. It was really it's a mind shit.
Mm-hmm. Always has.
Once I let this motherfucking monkey activate his fucking mind, these niggas gonna think they have a mind of their own. And white ones too, because that's another mystery. Don't think it wasn't no white slaves right along Kunta Kinte. You got the game fucked up if you don't think Michael Robert Barber didn't come from fucking slave.
Right. See, like people get so caught up because our minds are so dense and basic.
And that goes back into us. That's back into the science. They wrote the manual. They invented the game and they made the manual for the game. They wrote the rules. They started the war. They wrote the fucking rules of the war and wrote the great books of the war. Yes. And who always came out the victor?
The one writing the book.
These motherfuckers be standing up there with their hand on their hip. This nigga's whole fucking physique is garbage. But this motherfucker's this is your greatest warrior right here?
Right.
He got the game fucked up.
No, he had enough money for that statue. That's what it was.
He had enough money for that statue. And you paying certain people to go into these Indian nations and talking to these elders, or you didn't threaten to kill all the children unless the shaman gives up the book. We know y'all got some shit that y'all been doing for thousands of years. If you don't give it to us in the name of Christ, elders and children will die. The shaman had to make a decision. Either I keep the secrets, or I got all the children die, or I got to give it up to these conquistador motherfuckers. He gave it up and let them people stay there and study their culture.
And in the end,
they didn't been around indigenous people and seen them touch certain trees and shit like that and change into panthers and all kind of, you know what I'm saying? Bring people back alive with what looks like sprinkling dirt on them. They were like, nah, this ain't just dirt. This is some ashes we didn't add.
Yeah, that's even a part in that inner Golden Dawn tradition book where that the main dude that started that particular house, before he was initiated into the Golden Dawn, he was studying in Africa as a missionary, and he was like a highly esteemed surgeon or doctor or something like that.
Missionary is nothing but another name for assassin.
Yeah, unfortunately. But his skills were so good that the king or the emperor of that portion of Africa took him in as his personal, doctor, which was strange, but he knew astrology as well. And at that time, the African people did not like missionaries. They killed them on sight. But because he was able to successfully show his prowess of spiritual nature, in other words, he knew astrology, so he predicted that there was going to be a eclipse and this, that, and the third. He impressed the local people, so they brought him in because he knew something. He wasn't just a Bible thumping Christian.
Now go back and watch Shaka Zulu, and what did Captain John Smith and his homeboy, who was the doctor, do the whole time? They fucked with them with that hair dye and kept going in that black bag and pulling out motherfucking medicine because them European had already studied malaria and shit like that. Be like, yo, this person really this ain't no spiritual sickness. He didn't drink that muddy water over there, so his stomach fucked up. I got this here penicillin. You put this penicillin on their ass, and now because they deal with mysticism as a tribe, so now you going into a bag. you pulling out some shiny looking thing that they ain't never seen before, and then you putting liquid squirt out of it, and then they put the trickery game on it with that
Some
shit.
things never change, huh? Because we still up under that.
They put the trickery game. Shaka Zulu started getting old, and his mother started getting gray. Boy, they put that black dye on their hair and came up out of his hut. The people thought they didn't gave this motherfucker youth. It's the trickery game based off of shit that we already deal with the mysticism. So now these Europeans that we already know the history of y'all, but y'all different because you got like, oh shit, this motherfucker got white magic. We never known y'all to have no magic. But shit, you didn't save my grandmama with this bag. Go ahead and let this person stay here. And I'm gonna make you an honorary Zulu, my nigga.
Yeah, you get a pass to the barbecue. This is going on even back then, right?
We ain't saying we're gonna let you cook or nothing like that. But you're welcome to come.
No raisin rice.
All I'm saying is, man, that this information has been passed through the hands. People been juggling and bouncing this shit for long enough. And I say we, I'm saying all those who rock with you, who rock with your channel and shit like that, obviously they're the kind of people that's thirsty. They're looking for something. They're diggers. They're what the dude call them? What's the dude? The Ralph deep divers and shit like that.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers is deep divers. I can fuck with that term. Like these people they're not shallow. These people want to go deep. They wouldn't rock with people like you if they did not want to get out of a certain situation that they're in, and they want to empower themselves to change it, not just feel good, but change the shit. You know what I'm saying? Now you coming into this ancient information that they even put the trickery game on us. They thinking that just because a motherfucker sitting with his legs crossed and his hand is in the motherfucking certain mudra, this motherfucker in the astral realm. You thinking about boxed macaroni and cheese the whole time.
He's thinking that it's outside of himself.
You thinking that it's outside of himself. He think that he got to go and put death upon somebody else so he could have life. You know what I'm saying?
That's individualism. That's what that teaching is.
Listen up, everybody in the chat right now. If you're taking part in this book study, I need you to understand what the next book is going to be. All right, you still got time to get it. It's called The Art and Practice of Kabbalah Magic. It's by Ophel. All right, there's about 14 of these left on Amazon. You can go ahead and get it. It's worth getting. This is good for beginners. If you call yourself a beginner, this is good if you know about Kabbalah, because he references Dion Fortune's mystical Kabbalah. This is good if you just came in while we were going over Vedic astrology, because it's all about the Tattvas. Get this book. This is the next one we're going into. And guess what? If you don't want to buy the physical copy, or you can't buy the physical copy, I literally sat down on YouTube one night and read the whole thing cover to cover. So there's an audiobook that you can listen to with commentary and live chat. You just type the title into YouTube. And guess what? I even got the PDF there, right? But do yourself a favor. Go to Amazon, buy the book itself so you can take notes and have this in your collection. There's something about having a tangible copy. Go ahead and do that. But if you cannot do that, or you just plain don't want to, I've got the audiobook and a PDF. So there's literally no excuse unless you just don't want to advance your spiritual practice. In that case, why are you even here?
And that's where we at in the world now too. No excuses. There's too many ways to advance yourself. So you can't lie. You can't hide no more. Everybody was talking about the age of Aquarius. Well, shit, you in it. Claim it, motherfuckers. I don't care if it ain't. I don't care if it's not the age of Aquarius. Say it is, and you get some of the water bearer, man.
When you said that, I looked up to see if Kristen was in the chat.
You know what I'm saying? Just make it what it is. Fake it till you make it, like it's the age of Aquarius, and let the information just pour into you, because it ain't no filter no more. It ain't nobody hiding this. It ain't no more excuses. Well, I can't get it. If you got a whole, you can go back and watch Trav's old videos, and there's a whole all kind of shit on there. And you already went through the yo. Exactly.
$15 on Amazon. I read it to you, and there's the PDF. If you care, if you're serious, take one of them 3 options.
And don't forget, remember, man, when all the prices of the book started going haywire. Once we had just think about that. Remember, I found that Tattvas. I read a little bit and didn't finish the Tattvas book. It was like, what was it, like $900? Yeah. But didn't Stuffed Dog find it? I think he has the actual copy of the book, don't he?
Yeah.
But I don't think he paid that. Is Stuffed Dog still on here?
I don't think so.
Yeah, he's in there, Stuff.
Oh, he is?
Him. I think Stuff be falling asleep, man. But no, I don't know. But that's something that started happening before, man. The prices, Trav would say, get the book, boom, boom, boom. He'll show it. A couple of people will buy it. They'll be like, yeah, I got mine for $19. A week later, that should be $80.
Yes. Yes.
Like on some real shit.
And multiple times, not once, multiple times.
So that's how you know that it was actual facts. Because it was like, yo, the shit happened 9-10 times in a row, man. Like it just didn't do it once.
Full of witnesses.
We're not basing it off of one observation. No, 10, 12 observations, man.
Yes. Everybody saw it, multiple witnesses. So this is not just, we just making shit up.
So it's really no excuse, like you said, man. Kabbalah, you can buy the book, which is probably best. You know what I'm saying? It is best. Like I said, I'm now, I don't even have that book, PDF or the physical copy. So I got to be one of the 14 to get it. But if I don't, then I have a problem rocking with the PDF. Like a cat said, I be printing them out too, so I can still get that feel of highlighting and having the actual paper, so I can go back and, you know what I'm saying, look through it and shit like that.
That's what I did with the creative visualization, because that book by Ophel is like $900.
Oh man, isn't that an amazing book, man?
Yeah, and Trav shared the PDF. Like same with Kabbalah Magic. I downloaded all of his audiobooks that he has provided all the PDFs. So if you can't afford the book, like for real, it is so easy for you to just download the PDF and like
they do that. They do that on purpose. They've been doing that since Bobby was you know, still doing his thing. He would tell you, he was like, they don't want you to have this book. He said, this thing is so hard to print or to cost you. You know, you ever heard of these books called the Anacalypsis?
No.
I don't even know how to begin to even spell it for you. You might have to Google and say it, and it might can correct it. But I have Anacalypsis. I bought the 2 volumes from 125th Street back in the day. The dude charged me like $200 for these books. So I paid like $100 a piece. I had no problem paying. That's the kind of shit that sometimes if you really want to get into scholarly study, you really have to pay huge amounts of money for some of these books.
Anacalypsis.
The Anacalypsis is a study. It was basically a study of everything. And it's not a reading book. It has parts of it that they'll speak about something, and then it gives you the writing of it, but it'll be in Greek or it'll be in other languages. So I had to go and find people to speak.
What?
Yeah. And it's 2 books.
Yes, no.
Yeah.
It's 2
The Anacalypsis. 2-volume set, yep.
Looks cool.
That type of book That's what put me on my path, like back in the 90s and shit like that, is those kind of books, long ass. I told you I had this professor ask me, why am I reading these long-haired books? I said, what's that mean? He said, these books take you years to freaking read. That kind of shit, 1,400 pages. It's not even a reading book. It's actually, I don't even know how to describe it. It's like
a reference book?
scholarship all put together and for research on all everything. Time, where did time come from? Shit, you gotta look it up.
I'm actually like you guys. I go with the PDFs and I print them and I bind them. And then I have the easy reader, which is actually a female reader. Like if you're driving or something, you have that reader. So I follow the finger, I follow her voice, and I speed up the reading with her speech.
Yeah.
So you can actually, obviously you have to concentrate. Like Travis last night, he was reading. I assume he was reading the night. I was reading until like 2 a.m. in the morning. So it's just I follow that reading with the voice of the female, and you read fast, and you have to imagine that you are at that time, like I'm reading the Necromancy, and I'm reading like a bunch of like magicians from the 1500s. So now I imagine myself to be at that time, and I'm trying to collect all the bones. And I mean, there's with the Necromancy, like one of the few authentic necromancers up there, right? Like the Necromancy is not one single book. Okay, so just letting you know, it's not one single book. There's a lot of countries, they have their own necromancies. But get this one, the Pope Medici, I think he was Medici in the 1500s, like late in the 1400s, early 1500s. The Pope actually have to have all these necromancy books. Into 2019, they decided to release these manuscripts. So they are manuscripts, and they are actually in Medici library. So you can.
I was just about to say that, Hakat, the Medici library as well holds some of the most profound books of knowledge in there.
Fantastic, man. I actually emailed them. I'm going to call them because I need to have an account so we can have access to these manuscripts. So they finally decided to release, which I sent it to Travis because I like these adventures as magicians, right? We have to have the adventures too. It's not just look for the sigil, put the candles and shit. You have to go through their adventures. So with this guy, this magician, one of the magicians, he decided to write his name on this book, and he decided to put the date in this book. I mean, the manuscript, it's not even a book, it's a manuscript. So at that time, the Medicis, they started to, or Medici, I think they call him Medicis, this Pope, they were corrupted, right? Like these old time popes. And, just letting you know, the popes at that time, they were actually married and have kids. It was nothing like today, like you cannot marry. Bullshit. They have children. So these dudes, there was a family, they wanted to take control, and obviously they had enemies. So the most proper way to kill these people, it was through magician. But it was not through any magician. It was the black magician. And the most powerful magicians, they used the necromancy. They were using all these magical dark spells and shit, right? So they hire a few of these magicians to try to kill these families. And this is how things started to have enemies between magicians and the Christianity, because believe it or not, it wasn't magicians, neither were Christian priests. It was actually society who was against this Pope or against these families, and they were paying under the table to these magicians who did not give a fuck about Christianity, and they say, okay, you want me to do the job, I'll do the fucking job. Now the Pope and son of the kings decided to say, you know what? We're going to fuck them up. We're going to fuck them up, all of them. And this is where it becomes the stages of killing the witches and the wizards and all this, because obviously these popes and these these kings, if you read it, you're going to see it. They decided that they are going to collect every fucking motherfucker necromancy book or manuscripts, and they destroy some of the pages from this one that we have from that they decided to release in 2019. They destroy half of, not, I wouldn't say half, but they destroy certain pages, certain sigils. I'm sure the Pope probably might have those access, because the traditional is to collect all the sigils that can probably were made to destroy the Pope itself. So probably they destroy all those pages and they release the basics. But even with the basics, guys, they use a lot of magic on, for example, one of the scholar guys that I follow, he was saying that in this manuscript, when they were trying to translate, because it's Latin, it's Greek, is well, he said Latin, Greek, and there's other languages up there. It's a multiple collection of magicians, and they decided that they were going to release it on 2019 because there was no much to like get all crazy about. Like, for example, they say that they have some spells on you wanted to get married, you wanted to seduce a woman, especially women, right? So they say that the magicians did have access to have some spells to seduce the woman you like. So let's say Laura, right? She has, technically it's a consideration of rape at these days, right? Because if a magician fall in love with Laura, this magician has to have kind of like dog type of blood and shit like that, crazy stuff, right? In the old times, remember the old times, not like today that we go in a supermarket. So for us, it's like, it's fucked up. Like, yo, seriously, killing a dog? Well, in the old times, they used to kill dogs. They used to kill all these creatures. So now he has to go, the magician has to go and take some blood out of the dog, puncture her, and at the time that he punctured her, he had to put the spell on her. So it's directly to the person. It's not like today where we put the fucking candles and we say, ooh, ha, ha. No, dude, we gotta go to her ass and say, you know, this homie is mine for whatever time of the time that I want her, right? So stuff like this is what they used to practice in the old time. So now
that's why they're so afraid of what we call now hoodoo. Hoodoo magic don't work by no candle either. When you know, if you got a problem with your balls and you say like you wanted some hoodoo your balls, well, they're gonna have to walk through that powder. You're gonna have to actually put something onto them.
That's why I got let go. Before I got fired, my boss literally called me in the office. So yeah, John, I heard you do like voodoo and stuff. Is that true? I was like, you know, I do some, you know, I work with some Well, you know, I got a gun. I mean, I got protection on me. Like, I got protection. You know, that whatever you do.
Damn, they did hoodoo discrimination.
I didn't even threaten you at all. Like, you called me in here and said, I heard you do voodoo, and the next thing you say is, I've got a gun. I've got protection. And shortly after that, I was fired.
Apparently, black magicians is something that it has a reputation from the old times, guys. Like, serious.
Mexico has Mexico has good stories too, like that.
Yeah, and you know, that actually that reminds me too of the Picatrix. Have you guys heard the Picatrix?
Yes.
Yeah, that is very, very direct as well. Like,
that's
this
is
how
book.
you break up a marriage. You do it on these days when these planets are in this specific alignment.
Yeah. And the other thing that I've been researching, because, you know, before I start working with a system, I like to dig it into the deep as I can go. So far, the 1500 necromancy is a whole collection of, you know, of magicians' data. Now, this necromancy story, the magicians, which I was reading last night, the magicians' experience, they tell you from the day one, how do they collect their bones, how do they collect their plants, how much they have in a certain ingredients or whatever might be. They tell you how they got these things for them to put the spell. They did the spell, they go directly to the person. It's not like here and there from home, and then I'm going to do something to Travis up there in whatever state he's at, because I don't even know where he's at. And then, you know, they like, you go straight with the person, and then after that, you get the results. And they write it down, especially one last night. I was reading one about a kid. One magician decided to do some spells, and he wanted a particular spirit to come, but instead of a spirit, it was a child spirit. So he got bumped with the spirit, a child spirit. He's like, what the fuck is this coming from? You know what I mean? Like, where is this kid coming from? But I'm thinking maybe it's his own childhood, like when he was younger, because, you know, and who knows, maybe it is, because spirits are spirits, guys. I'm fucking kidding. I'm not kidding. I'm reading this shit, and today it's like 2 times, like a car's putting a brake right to hit my car. I'm like, yo, shit, some seriously shit happening here. So my kitchen make noises too. I'm like, fuck this shit. I'm still gonna read. I'm not gonna be afraid of it, right? So, but shit like that, some necromancers do tell you that you're gonna have some weird shit happen to you, right? If you're reading this shit. But this is where some of the necromancers say, and I'm reading this, actually, the old timers, they pick actually some entities that they are angelic. Believe it or not, the Medicis, of course, they used to control a lot of the Christianity, and so as the magicians got involved in how did you say, in the thought of Christ. So for them to release any demonic entity that was trying to control you as a magician, you have to pray certain prayers to release that demonic entity out of your system. They have collecting data and how they release their demonic entities. And that's how the church started to create the exorcism system, right? And
that's what
yeah,
that's I just want to interject. That's what the whole thing of the meaning, the hidden meaning of Star Wars. It's the church against the dark magicians. Darth Vader was a necromancer. The reason he turned to the dark side is so he can bring his wife Padme back alive. So when everything else, so when he started experiencing the energies of the Jedi, and then he became against what they were saying, like, yo, y'all motherfuckers is a bunch of fucking liars and weak individuals. If we got the power to bring somebody back fucking from the dead, why are we not doing it? So that was what empowered him, necromancy. So the whole thing is that when you deal with that particular dark side, and that's why you said when it comes to, and it's all called many things, shamanism as well. It always deals with the science of life and death. But when you can deal with the death, it's no different than an agori. An agori wants to be next to something dead soon as somebody dies. They want that energy. Is the energy that comes from it, especially from a child. So the whole thing, they became afraid. That's why, just to say, the Jedi were afraid of the power of something that can bring death back alive. Because when it comes back, it's not necessarily the same, and it's hard to take now. It's harder to kill now. You see what I'm saying? So the whole thing, well, like you saying, these priests who call themselves priests, they want to be totally against necromancy because they know that they were afraid of somebody who controls life and death.
Interesting enough,
that means they can't. That means that their power that they will means nothing to that kind of person. I can't do shit to scare this person if he ain't afraid of death.
I'll be honest with you. Somehow, I think that if that being to say, if because critical thinking, right? If that being said, if you have such a manual, right, or manuscript like that, and in the book that I'm reading, which it was an archaeologist who wrote that book and the history of the Medici and Medici family, he's an archaeologist, so he has no interest on magic itself. Like he said that he had that interest of doing archaeology, but not actually practicing, which I'm not.
That's sure. Very interesting that you would mention the Medici.
The Medici.
That's one of them. That's one of them families that I mean when they're talking about ancient they started using the very same shit that they was afraid of. They was using necromancy.
They did. I mean, they say that they didn't because the Pope was so afraid that he collected and he has to put them under his pillow. Come on, dude. Well, I mean, threatening your life is one thing, but being afraid of a manuscript, the manuscript is a manuscript, and it wasn't even the magicians that should be afraid. You shouldn't be afraid of the people that was around you who paid the magician to kill you, right? That's what you have to be worried. But I'm sure that these families have to use some kind of form of protections, and that book or that manuscript contains protections too. So I'm not sure. I wasn't there on that time, but if I have to travel, I probably will find out. But you know,
that's why their family crest. If you look at their family crests, a lot of them have dragons or have some kind of serpent or some lion. It always have to have something of strength, because that crest was what? That's their talisman. So then, even though they call it the family crest, there still was a talisman that projected a power that nothing can come against this family, because we are the Dracors. You know what I'm saying? Certain type like that. They took all of that type of stuff away. So when we, as people, we don't even, some people, until you reach the level of knowing, becoming illuminated, and you don't even realize, like, yo, they done took away your ability to even protect yourself. They done took away your ability to even realize sigil and shit like that. You can create sigils to protect your energy. So when, even though when somebody does a magic, like you said, the hoodoo, and those are just names, you know what I'm saying? Just modernized names for words that certain people couldn't pronounce, so it became voodoo and all of that kind of stuff. But the whole thing, once you start empowering yourself through those forces, because they're forces, it goes back to the Tattvas again. So with those are elemental forces, they know that you're more powerful than them. But the one who doesn't put the actual, imagine they'll call it vestments. They if you don't put the vestment of your workings upon the person, like you said, physically put it on them, then you're not putting the work. So nowadays, what most people are doing, modern day mind magic. That's all they're doing. And mind magic is nothing but inner psychology of self-empowerment. It is true to do mind magic, but that's a more advanced state of magic that you supposed to have first gone through the different stages. That's mean by the initiatory path. That's another thing the Medici's feared too, is that people were being initiated into becoming sorcerers and stuff like that, and they started taking on apprentices. So they knew, like, yo, man, like you said, it's not just a sorcerer. It's like, yo, you got to be careful what you say around people.
And that's
they fuck around and go to the motherfucking sorcerer up the road.
And that's the last case I was reading about this magician. Like, he wanted it to call a specific spirit, but he realized that there is a child. And a child, an innocent child, where the fuck is this coming from? But most of these magicians, they don't have the concept of I command you. That shit does not work with the spirits. Those homies know more shit than you and I in this fucking place.
Damn, I just was reading that the other day too, bro.
Right. They do not. First of all, you have to build a relationship with them. As for these old magicians, you have to build a fucking relationship with them. You have to, like us with like feeding them, and not necessarily like cutting yourself with blood and shit like that. No, you build that fucking relationship by contacting constantly and having conversation with them. These homies were like, no joke, man. No joke.
That's what I try to tell people. What do you think Palo Mayombe is? Palo Mayombe is necromancy.
Yes.
And you have to have your home is the center of your working. You gotta have your nganga in your house, which is your metal cauldron. that had to be crafted by a priest, and they have to bind a chain around this metal cauldron and all the elements that go inside of there, because that's where your spirit is that's where your familiar, or whatever you want to call it, that's where it's going to live. If you put it in your living room's going to be where the motherfucker's been. If we put it in your bedroom, that's where the motherfucker, that's where you're going to speak to this energy that's going to help you conduct your necromancy work. So most people that deal with that, it's powerful that you're talking about that, because I've been going back and visiting the dark arts, and I've been going through a lot of, like you said, it creates a lot of, and I don't want to sound like hocus pocus or spooky, but it do create a lot of I'm gonna just say resistance. It's like an energy that things will start to happen, whether you want to call it negative or whether you want to go, things are going to happen because it's highly pressurized. It's darkness.
It is darkness, and you can attract.
It's like gravitational collapse when you like they say, if something goes into a black hole, it's going to be crushed under the magnetic power of supreme darkness. You can't get no more powerful substance than that type of energy. So when you deal with the dark arts, and you talking about necromancy, as most people, there ain't a lot of modern day necromancers right now, or there ain't a lot of modern day sorcerers right now, because you have to have a supreme mastery over fear. There's some things that people leave spiritual systems. That's why they go from Palo into Kimbanda. Kimbanda is more, you know what I'm saying, more ritualistic, more. It's not as dark as Palo Mayombe. A lot of people can't handle Eshu, EXU. They can't handle fucking Eshua, and they can't definitely handle in Pumbajiras and shit like that. You know what I'm thinking that, because people are they too fearful for necromancy. That's a very powerful.
I think necromancy, you had to start.
Science.
You had to start with necromancy, goetic necromancy, get into that concept first before you start. I have not even touched Kimbanda yet. I have the books and everything, and it looks so like fabulous, but I don't play with that until I masters my shit. I'm like, if
you
I'm
really
gonna
can't play. You really can't.
right.
You don't fool. You don't.
That's not a smart.
Some things you just don't even want to have your psyche, because all of that stuff really is what you're doing is you are opening up neural pathways, and the neural pathways that you're opening up, they can't even be detected by no scientists. They so deep in your genetic makeup, along with your gunas and along with your tattvas and your elemental forces, based off of your zodiacal or your connection to the planets and the energies and stuff like that. You don't really, a lot of people, you got to be real careful stimulating that.
Interesting enough, on the old necromancers, or the old magicians that I was reading last night, we have 11 of the goetic spirits that Travis probably already experienced, and some of you already had experience. So if you experience with this murmur, it's one of those. If you actually see in your goetic and says that your spirit has is giving you access to work with necromancy, I have no doubt that in the old time necromancers, they use it. So murmur is one of those entities that if you're going to beginning working with the necromancy, myself as well, okay? I mean deeper, not like fla fla flu flu. You're gonna start working with murmur. If they say murmur, Lily, it's in the necromancy from the 1500s. She's one of the walkers that can help you out to lead, kind of like a gatekeepers, like what we call it, or Eric Coding calls it gatekeepers, right? All these gatekeepers, they lead you.
Yeah.
But you have in the 1500s, you have the concepts where you can use that darker the darker deities or the darker demons, But also, if you feel like you lost, you can still call the angels. And they were never against angels. The necromancers from the old time, they don't have the concept of the Christianity, fuck them, screw them, motherfuckers.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
No, dude, these motherfuckers, they knew how to pray, like the Godfather, Padre Nuestro, and all that shit. And
That's why they destroyed the Gnostics. So don't forget, because what they call Gnostic Christianity, they weren't really no Christians.
No,
they
are
a real magi, as they call them, a Gnostic
both
person
sides.
who's after knowledge. They use every fucking thing. They
Yeah.
like, okay, I think these people that made something Christianity. So you know what the Gnostics do? They go and fucking study the Christianity and add that shit to their magic too.
They did.
They didn't become Christian. All they did was like, yo, this shit sound like the shit we already doing. Y'all just trying to fucking water it down. So they just became it became another fucking tool that they can use.
Yeah. And the exorcism begins because of the necromancy, bro. That's how everything started with this shit. The exorcism and shit, like you have to be approved by the fucking Pope if you are one of those exorcists, right? So only the Pope, who is below God, right, was allowed to train this priest or whatever it might be.
Mm-hmm.
But necromancers didn't give a fuck about it. They were also capable to do the same shit. You know what I mean?
That's why they always make comic books and shit. That's what, think about Van Helsing. If you know the whole thing about Van Helsing, he worked for the Catholic Church.
And he was a dark soul.
And he was a dark magician, murderer, necromancer, killing vampires, fucking vampires, all kind of shit.
Yeah, they get in all.
But who did it? But the Catholic Church, the very same science that they try to make dirty and don't use, they have to go to it and use it.
They have
hypocritical. They should call it the religion of hypocrites, because that's what it is. It's no different than the Bible. In the Bible, there's a whole story about King. Who was the king before King David? It was damn, I forgot his name, but
Solomon.
Yeah.
No, not King David was Solomon's father, but King David became a king based off of another king started fucking up and basically took his crown and shit like that. But this king made it to the point where he banned all paganism, like he banned all witches and shit like that. But when the motherfucker needed to find out some information, he disguised himself and went to go see a fucking witch. So the whole, and this is in the Bible. So with the fucking witch, being that she just don't work with herself, she work with the spirits. The motherfucking spirit came to her and said, "Oh shit, this is King, whatever his name is. I'm gonna look it up so I can get his King Saul. That's his name, Saul. King Saul. He goes to go to a witch to get some information, and the motherfucker and her fucking spirit say, "Yo, this is the king," with the trickery game, basically. And she was like, "Yo, I know who you are. Why you coming? Basically, you trying to make me do some shit so you can kill me." You know what I'm saying? So this has always been the story with these fucking Christians. You know how many Christians go and see the local hoodoo lady to go get spells and shit down here in fucking Florida? You know how many people in Miami are Christians that go see them fucking Haitian babacores?
Santeria, you talking about? A lot of them, they go for Santeria.
A lot of them go for, they go for all of that. They go for Santeria. They dealing with the Haitian sorcerer they call babacores. They dealing with anything that's not Christian, but they always talk shit about it.
Yeah.
King Saul was his name. King Saul was the king before David became the king of fucking Israel and shit like that. But that's a whole mystical story anyway. But my whole point was that just like the Catholic Church, they ban all of this shit. But then once your crappy ass religion don't work, the first motherfucker you going to is the same person that you didn't ban.
But what amazes me on these popes, dude, is that it wasn't the magicians who were their enemies. It was the people next to him, next door. Those were the ones, right? The magician didn't believe in any religious crazy shit. He got paid for the job. He wants to collect the data. He wants to see the results. Of course, they cut them off because they cut them. Obviously, some of these kings. There's a couple of stories about certain kings of France. I don't even know which king was that. I have to go back. He was threatened by a black necromancer. And what they did, they start cutting heads off, and this is how they started burning witches, fake, they weren't even witches, man. It's like, you seriously? I'm like, I'm reading all this shit and I'm like, come on, man.
Well, let's remember Rasputin too. Rasputin is one of the most famous black sorcerers.
Exactly.
And they couldn't kill his ass. They couldn't kill him.
You see what I'm saying? That's what made them afraid. They're like, yo, we can't even kill these motherfuckers. Like,
like, it's in history. This dude was stabbed, hung. He was like
poisoned,
sent on flame. He was poisoned. And it wasn't until they drowned him in a river that they made sure froze over that they were like, all right, I'm pretty sure he's dead now.
You see what I'm saying? Look, that's what I mean earlier. Look how wicked the human species is.
Yeah. And Rasputin was just guilty of Rasputin was just guilty of being frivolous with his sexual ventures.
Yeah.
Exactly. He was putting the magic on them all European women.
Yeah. On all of them, on everyone. He was like, yeah, this is magic.
Because a lot of their men was garbage. They wasn't banging their wives out. They was married, not even out of love, out of just some reputation shit. So they wasn't even attracted to when Rasputin was taking them all down. Like, I got you.
Well, let's not forget either, right? Like, we're supposed to look at magicians as bad or whatever, right? But who was the one spreading all the Catholic Church and all that kind of stuff? Wasn't the Inquisition?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm gonna show you a picture of, look at how these motherfucking Catholic priests dress and shit like that. Look at this motherfucker with this. Lord of the Mushroom, motherfucker. Who the fuck is these? Look at your boy.
You had a big idea.
Do you see these? Look at your boy over here. Hey. These motherfuckers dealing with pure wickedness. You know what I'm saying?
They were unbelievable.
Those kind of look like the Tattvas.
Yo, these are the ones that can go into them libraries. And you talk about you reading some necromancy shit, they got access to some shit.
So they decided to release this one because they removed the most dangerous,
They have no choice because Prakriti and Purusha, we know that these things work. Laura said, the vibration, the energy, the movement is for expansion. They can't hide this shit no more.
Right.
That shit start tormenting them.
Yeah. And that's what I'm trying to get access to their, library thing. Like I emailed them and shit, see if I can get access to their good stuff in there. So
we are the modern Westerners, us now. We gotta go back and fucking reintroduce ourselves to ancient, the pure ancient culture.
Right.
They didn't took that shit. They did not want us to know anything about this shit that we know now. And then once you do, See, the 60s was a very profound era too. That was a lot of information was being disseminated through that era too. You know what I'm saying? That's why there was a lot of hippie activity going on, which basically just of individual on the search, whether you European or not. That was the advancement of the European at a time in their spiritual path as a group of individuals during the 60s, during that hippie shit. They were it's like getting an opportunity to get away from your bullshit.
Yeah.
Let's clean this thing up a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Open it up. A lot of yogins was coming over here doing little visits. They was, you know what I'm saying, transforming to, you know, yoga and stuff like that. That's what's happening right now. Consciousness, collective consciousness is the coming of a Messiah. That's what that is. A Messiah, the Jesus, all of these Messiahs did nothing but bring a collective consciousness, a higher level of consciousness.
Yeah.
Krishna said that every time. Krishna basically comes when humanity becomes depraved. Once it goes to it reaches a low point, Krishna manifests. That's what we are collectively. Imagine society is a electrical impulse manifestation of Krishna, a collective consciousness for the Antakarana refinement or Shuddhi. And Shuddhi is beyond refinement.
Yeah, I really like to read the path of these magicians and like imagine when I'm reading all these, you know, amazing stories that they tell. You know, it's just so amazing how they were able to tell in details everything from day one to the end of the results, man. Very, very
You know
detailed.
something? You know something? I had asked in the group, basically like what was everybody's intro, what piece of knowledge introduced them to the Goetia? Because I actually want to know the source of that. How old? I'm not really finding nothing old unless I'm going to the
So you can probably
Solemnic or the Theurgia and the Paulus.
it's probably older than necromancy, because in the necromancy they still have Kim Pyman. They have Kim Pyman. He's one of the 11 from the Goetic that he was mixed with necromancy. So far this is one of the oldest manuscripts that I find. If I can find something else, probably would be in a different country or something like that.
You know something? Maybe do a search on necromancy of Mesopotamia.
That's probably older than the ones in Italy. So we probably gonna find connection from the Goetica. The Goetic and necromancy are connected somehow. Somehow.
Yeah, that's a hell of a study right there.
Yeah,
necromancy. What makes because you into the human anatomy. See, you deal with the human body already, so you know what I'm saying. You dealing with you deal with healing life science,
right?
So you already know it. So that would be something that your energy would go into, and you deal with Hakat
and
or Hakate.
There was one story about this magician who was actually haircut barber.
Yeah.
And somehow the priest went to his place, right? And the priest found out that he was actually doing some miracle cures. So he found out, how is that possible that you're not a doctor? And of course, in the old times, doctors were priests. right? So there were priests, high priests, like our times, like like an old Asian shamanic person. So the priest asked this guy, how is that possible that you are a haircut person and now you're doing some kind of miracle things? So of course the guy from the barber or cosmetologist or whatever you call it, he told him that he has information. He innocently say, I have data collection of herbs, plants that can help people to get better. So now this priest was like, well, you're doing diabolic necromancy shit. Now, of course, because they say you practice herbologies or alchemy, if that's what being said, like the beginnings of the alchemists, they decided to cut this guy's head because he was practicing necromancy. Meanwhile, the poor guy, he was just a very smart person saying, well, I like hair, but I have something else in mind, which I wanted to cure and help people as a shaman. So they decided to cut his head. So that was one of the stories of one of the magicians. So what happened here is that he spoke too soon. You should be keeping quiet. You should have said, I get education, I get some training or whatever it might be. But instead he said, I use plants, I use herbs, I use these things. And then of course the popes or the priests up there, the Catholic time, they have so much power, they can cut our health up. Like us right now, we would be dead. I wouldn't be dead because I have access to
We
the
definitely
money.
would be. We would either be dead or we'll have to be underground. And
Exactly.
sometimes underground means literally. We would because we would have no, of course, internet, so we would have to be meeting together. So we would have to meet really under the ground.
Yeah.
That's why that saying came out. We're gonna go underground. They literally built underground. When you look at these creators of the United States, when they met at the Green Dragon pub out there and was in Delaware and shit like that, when before they started the American the Civil War, they were considered revolutionaries. They went underground. That freaking pub that they met in was their secret chamber. And don't forget that these dudes were Masons. You don't think they was necromancy? You don't think the skull and bones doing necromancy when they tell you they got the actual skull is the actual skull of the Indian Geronimo? They do that all the time. Think about curators of museums. They be parading Tutankhamun's remains and shit all over the fucking world. So you can gawk at somebody's casket. You don't get no more necro energy than that.
Exactly.
See, but we that's why I tell Trav, for us to be the discussions, for each person to be studying how each one is studying, that's creating a new reality, a new fold of energy upon this planet. It's the awakening of the gods, because the gods are beyond the physical expression of how they demonstrating themselves. It's the energy coming through.
Infinite combinations.
And different and all, and that's because there is not just one expression. Once we learn to get rid of our emotional, sometimes things make you get stirred up. Once we get rid of that, then you sit. You're not just as you said earlier, we have these different levels. We have the highest level where God sits. Then we have the second level. What's it called, Trav? You said it earlier. We have the realm where, say, like Brahma.
The causal realm that I manifest, the manifest.
So when that realm between the the Brahma realm and being manifested, we're just lords. We're gods with the little g's. We express in multiple. That's why they have. You just don't have. This is where I go into the total darkness. I don't want to deal just with chimeras. I want to deal with the 120 legions that he also is head over.
Yeah. Yes.
So when you start going into that, that's when you start. Now you start going into a different space where your body and your mind has not been there. So now you're testing your limits because you're going what? You're pushing it to the limit. You're going beyond the normal. Chimeras, people, Paimon is awesome. But isn't he lord over multiple legions? If he can do that, I want to use all of it.
Yes. And see, that's
one
the
thing
whole thing you're not going to find out there. Information on these legions. That's some stuff that you have to actually dig and work to find yourself. Like, it's still a science that isn't fully publicly fleshed out.
It can't, and it's not going to be able. It will all of the anything written will come from. It's written from the. It has to be written from the perspective of that person who experienced it. You ain't gonna be able to go. They ain't gonna be able to cross reference it nowhere else.
Right.
And see, it's no different. It's no different than the Bhagavad Gita and the Vedas, because you can't cross reference them with nothing else, because those came from the Akasha realm.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the same thing. Becoming a guru or a mastery of self, utilizing guric properties and stuff, and in Vedic sciences, you are capable of going and now seeing these different legions. So as and Hakat just mentioned, it's hard enough for some people to control one spirit. Now imagine trying to control a legion of them all at one time. You see what I'm saying? That's the. Now some people say, why is the need for it? But we wouldn't be left with that open door, so I can, or a person like me can contemplate that. Well, shit, isn't there legions that you because if you commanding the spirit and you bind the spirit to do what you want it to do, aren't you capable of telling him, I command you to reveal your legions unto me? That's what we capable. We have the capabilities to do that. So that right there, you keep going deeper and deeper into shit. It really ain't no words to even call it.
Oh yes.
Necromancy.
Thank you, Divine Dre. I appreciate that.
What is going Gilbert? What did I say? Gilbert Ricci M is going completely bonkers right now.
Oh my. Appreciate the enthusiasm, Gilbert Rishi, but slow down just a bit. I can't read the rest of the chat with all this.
I'm gonna put it on the chat, the library. You're gonna have to open an account with them, but if you cannot open the account, you can probably just look for CLN 849, I think it is. I was gonna put the link here. Then you're gonna have to do your homework because it's homework. I mean, just saying, right?
Trav, just think about how many layers of information that most have right now that's been sticking with you, man. Because you think you got the initiation into Hermetics, dealing with in the mystical Kabbalah. Think about how many visual, how you with Tattvas Shudi visualization, the practices, and the sadhana, the practice of that. You can go so deep into Kabbalah in each sphere that it's really nothing that you cannot do nowadays.
Right. And I know that people don't understand because they've never heard it before, but Tattva vision is actually a very advanced practice that's required for the Golden Dawn. Tattva Shudi here, this is only the beginning of it, but this isn't something that a random Swami came up with. This is part of a mandatory process for getting more advanced with your magic. So to be able to even do this little piece here, this is the beginning of a deeper visualization practice.
Are you going to go into that more in depth? Like just take, like have one specific whole course on that?
Yes, that's going to be the first course that I'm going to be offering when the app is. That's what I'm opening the app with, basically.
Yeah.
And of course, you know, I want to have like a first group run through it just to make sure that everything is, you know, digestible and people understand what's going on. People can practice it and just to test everything out. Because I've got tangible items that I'm going to be mailing out to everybody that is signing up. And, you know, I just want to make sure that everybody's able to integrate everything before I make it like public.
Are you going to, you know what I be thinking about sometimes is there a way, I know it is, but I'm going to just say it like this. Is there a way that you can create or someone can create a website and that website is what you're doing right now? You're doing your videos, you're streaming, your communication on your website. So when you say, you know, your app and stuff, is that going to be a part of it? That how everybody, you know, we got Patreon, you know, there's YouTube, you know what I'm saying? Then there's whatever else that I can't, or you can do Zoom as the platform that you can use that with, you know what I'm saying, YouTube. You can even use Google. You know, Google has a streaming platform. But what about your website that you're doing all of that on the website? So instead of when it be 1 o'clock, you got everybody goes to YouTube. 1 o'clock, everybody goes to YouTube. For real, you on your own tube. You understand what I'm saying? Is there a way to do that?
That's exactly what I'm doing. That's when I say
okay.
App, I mean like literally, it's going to be Magus Academy. It's not going to be through anything else.
You don't even got to fuck with YouTube no more.
You're going to go straight to the App Store or Google Play and download the Magus Academy. It's going to be all built from scratch.
Okay.
So that way, no one can say, hey, you're not following our guidelines. We're going to block you, ban you, cut people. None of that. It's straight to the person using it, from me to you. Which also means I can start transmitting some stuff that may not be publicly broadcast.
And you don't have, that's what I'm saying. So you don't have to worry about, because you know I always giggle at you. I think you feel that too. I be like, I know Trav be wanting to. Remember I used to say, I say you nicer than me, Trav. I know that you be wanting to go in on some shit that you know that you really can't go in, maybe because you know YouTube, you understand how that shit work. You know what I'm saying? Not that you afraid. It's just you be like, yo, I like my fucking channel. I don't want to come on here and now you be like fucking young Pharaoh. Your whole channel turned off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I felt bad for him. I'm not gonna say I was a fan of Pharaoh like that. I knew him, but that shit was like, God damn, that must have hurt so bad.
Right.
Just like you said, you did what you did, and then you go on there one day, be like, yo, what happened? And your work is gone.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. Building your own shit. So the only person who can erase your shit off of there is you.
Right. And see, because I got stung once by TikTok, let me go ahead and be preemptive before some rules change, this, that, and the third, you know, because algorithms are changing every month. You know what I'm saying? So it could happen.
6 o'clock.
So before that happens, that's the whole point of me making this app.
And isn't that, and truth is truth, right? Mm-hmm. If you say you a master, then you to be a master. I'm not shitting on you. I'm just saying.
No, yeah. That's perfect.
That's really it. You should master of your whole destiny. I don't want to go on. I don't want to come on YouTube and go to fucking look for you. You know, what the fuck? It don't be nothing but the circle and the icon, and it'll say this channel has been deleted. That would be garbage.
Yeah.
You go back like 4 or 5 years on. You got like 5 years, 6 years or some shit worth of information on fucking YouTube. Take all your shit too. When you do your app, you need to have a special thing that you take in all your fucking videos.
Yeah.
I wanted to read this, right? Because this is why they put this, right? Everybody know, they said I'm a fan of Star Wars and shit, right? So they got things that they go so deep into the storylines of this movie and all of that's way beyond the movies. It's a lot of things involved in Star Wars. I'm trying for this. Why this ain't pulling up? Hold on, let me do a split screen so I can read it. This is going to explain to you. This is what you're doing right here. I'm trying to pull up a Google screen to you. I'm trying to use my iPad, but that shit is. It did not want to cooperate. This is what I mean when you creating an important space right now. This all right. They got these things. I want to read it from how they got it written down. Anybody can do it too, but basically they got like these things in the Star Wars world they call holocrons. And a holocron is a thing it's a technology that stores information and shit like that, right? So holocrons were information stored on devices used by both the Jedi Order and the Sith that contain ancient lessons or valuable information in holographic form. They appeared as palm-sized glowing polyhedrons of crystalline material and hardware and could only be activated and used through the power of the Force. That's the type of shit that you creating.
I've been thinking very long and hard along those lines. There are ways to get even more. Yeah, what you just talked about is possible with creativity.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be testing out a lot of different methods. You'll see.
A holocron to use to give a description. You know what I'm saying? Holocrons, them shits are scattered in the Star Wars world. They're scattered throughout the system, the galaxy.
Okay, so
people hear about them, and you go search for them.
Right. So this is a collection of data. So if you hear about one and you hear about where it's located, what do you have to do to get it?
Mm-hmm.
What's the next step? You hear about it, you know where it is. What's the next step?
You go look for it.
Data.
You got to get your hands on it.
You got to get your hands on it. You go look for it.
And then after you get a hold of this thing in the tangible realm, then what do you do to activate it?
Once you get it out, you use it.
According to what you said on that part you just read.
That the information storage device. Now the whole thing about this one, you can't even activate the holocron unless you using the power of the force.
Right.
So first of all, you gotta already have some shit going on for yourself. You can't, just because you didn't went on this search and you didn't found the holocron, you can't even fucking open it.
Right, because
that's just like,
you don't want somebody to stumble across it, right? So it's got to have that second layer of security.
Yeah. So that's good. So that's what I thought. I always stand by, you know what? So this is good that, you know, since we got that the time reveals this deeper science, because at a particular time, Trav, I'm gonna say this to everybody. I'm not gonna, you know, saying throwing age or some shit like that, but we are, as we know, shit changes in time. So if it was 30 years ago, well, you're not gonna get. Nobody was reading this 30 years ago, Trav.
No.
Niggas ain't fucking with no niggas on the avenue talking about yoga.
Well, I think they were. I think they were just more hidden. Whereas, like, because we got YouTube now, we're able to kind of come out.
We have more access, right?
Yeah. But like back in the, but like, you know, 30 years ago, we didn't, like, think about how cautious we have to be even now to talking to other people. You know, like YouTube is such a big thing. The internet itself is just such a big thing for us to be able to open up and find people who think similar things. But like, I know in my town, I'd be fucked. You know, like I'd be fucked. Fucked if I didn't have the internet.
To this day, I haven't met anybody in my hometown that I can talk to about this. To this day.
Yeah.
That's why technology had to come into fruition. It had to come into fruition because the ancients had to be able to communicate. We lost that ability. When you read books like shamans, especially, you ever heard of Carlos Castaneda?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of his books talk about it, and a lot of the other writings, the Naguals, or the shamans that they call in Mexico, they would go to particular areas in the mountains and shit like that, and they would sit. They didn't say meditate, but you know, if you want to use a word, that's what they was doing. They were just sitting there. But what they were actually doing was they were, to use another word, astrally connecting to different shamans on the longitude and latitude lines of the planet. And that's how information that will be in Mexico will be the same information in Ecuador. Because they was because the spiritual men were time mind travelers, and they were able to go. Only they were able to do that, not the people. They would give the information to the people. They kept the people straight, but they had them once they were time travel. So since we can't do that no more, they had to do what? They could put the science right in the internet. And the internet advanced from this. Remember, we was only in a bunch of chat rooms when computers first started getting popping, and it was a white backdrop. You had your fucking place to type in, and it was just words go bang, 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 bang.
You had like
And
an
it was
AOL
nothing
account.
fancy. And it was all of that shit. And everybody used to everybody used to put A/S/S/L.
Yep.
For age, sex, location.
I remember that.
Let's
Man.
fast
Yeah.
forward now. Let's fast forward now to where we're about to go. You have a specific app on your phone that you're going to be able to dial into within the next couple of months. You're going to be able to connect specifically with people that are into a serious study on these type of matters. And what I would love to have, what is my little side long-term goal dream here, is to have a group of people who are seriously practiced in astral projection, so we can start these astral classes. Not just like, ooh,
Oh,
cool.
yeah.
Look, we're already going down that path. I want to get a collection of
Nigga said-
people who know
Say
how
the
to.
word, Trav.
Astral
Say the word.
classes.
I'm dead ass serious, and I know it's
Say
possible.
the
Somebody is
word,
mad.
Trav.
They are mad about you saying that.
I
You
know
need
it's
to. You
possible.
know what, Trav? Don't talk about it no more, man. Don't talk about it no more.
Yeah, we're gonna
Let's
commute.
crash
We're gonna commute telepathically right now. Cause you know what I'm sending you? Say the word.
Don't do it. You know what? I'm sorry for bringing it up. I was just saying, because we just thinking about that as on the technology where we at. Look at where we're at. You understand what I'm saying? You got the video, you got the YouTube, all of that shit for free. We didn't been on this shit yapping, you know what I'm saying, from 1 o'clock to 6. Anybody, you know what I'm saying? It's like, look at where we're at with the technology. So you should be able to empower yourself, be appreciative of where you was at. Like, yo, you don't think Trav appreciate YouTube and shit like that? But now, empowerment and mastery says, you know what? I'll never let you fucking treat me like that again. When you came sincere, see, that's the whole thing that hurts too, is motherfucker be hurting your sincerity and your integrity. Like, yo, I wasn't even coming with no bullshit. I could have came out this motherfucker, had these beads on, robe open, sitting with your whole boxer shorts, putting straight beefcake on talking about you the spiritual beefcake. You know what I'm saying? They would have loved that. They would have loved for you to been on some fucking that shit.
I'm the reincarnated Christ. I've come to save you.
Because you all of that shit. Tell them that.
I would have stayed on if that was going on. They would have.
Because you can go on all of these things and go see cheeks shaking without no fucking stations getting cut off. You can go see pussy popping every day.
Saw a whole nipple.
All of that spiritual asset, yoni, all of that be pinpointed. And I'm not dissing, I'm speaking the truth. Yo, man, but so you came sincerely with whatever, just talking. Shut this mother. They hit you like the Reverend.
Right.
Shut this bitch off. Cut this nigga off. It ain't no fucking, he ain't showing no beefcake. He ain't talking about busting cheeks open or cracking jokes. Because you know they love a good joke. Cackling black motherfucker, always cackling and fucking giggling and shit.
Yeah.
It was doing none of that. And you got melanin too. They're like, man, shut this motherfucker. They got some. They know what them beads is. What this motherfucker trying to rock with big ones, man. So you didn't learn. You'll never let nobody jam you up again. That's like when I was like young and didn't have no car at the time, but you would drive with somebody and they take you somewhere and now you ready to go, but you gotta wait for this motherfucker.
Yes. And it goes
and then you ask the nigga, yo, you ready to roll out? And he say no on purpose because they know you ready to roll out.
Mm-hmm.
Once that happened to me, I never let that shit happen to me again.
Right.
It was not a good feeling.
Right.
I don't like to be. It was almost like, you know what I'm saying, you hurt my feelings, man. And I'll never let you do that again to me.
Right.
I'll never let nobody control my movement. That where I'm uncomfortable, feeling fucking anxiety and worry and stress and not comfortable, but you telling me you're not going to take me out of here, I'll never let you do that to me again. That's the same thing. You put in your energy into your videos, boom, 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 and then you come back and they take that shit. That's just garbage.
And this person, did you go up to them and petition them and say, you should allow me my say in your ride? We should sign a contract of where I should go.
I sucked it up and was filled with trauma because of the emotion that I was feeling. And I took my ass over there and I had to go sit the fuck down and I had to interact because now I had no choice. And I didn't say nothing to him. I didn't yell and scream like you said. Nope. I didn't petition. I ain't yell. But fuck, they give me y'all fucking niggas. I want to. No. I said, okay. I ate that energy and that emotion that I felt. It drove me to go get my own fucking car after that. That's the same thing with you or anybody. They take your shit away, creative content. That's currency. Your mind, your mental thought is currency.
Right.
It's expensive. That costs you a couple millions right there. What you said on them videos could have changed somebody's fucking life. They took it down. You never, and they doing that to a lot of people right now in this day and age on social media.
And I'm just
like I said,
I mean, I'm just gonna put this out there that I also think that it's important that as this community grows, that we also have a safe place to gather. Because I don't think that this should just be on the internet. I think it needs to be a physical place as well. And so on my end, I'm personally working on building an ashram so we can have a place to gather and have real deep shit. Because the internet, you can get shut down so easily. But if we have a personal place where we can have gatherings or something and it's a safe place, there's a lot of
we really don't control the internet. And let's not forget this on some real magician shit. Yo, they vote to keep net neutrality. Let's not forget that's a real thing. See, we forget about that shit. Like, yo, them motherfuckers could really say, you know, we're gonna charge you. Think about if they wanted to charge you $3 for every Google.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and they can limit the internet too. I mean, they can, like you were just saying, $3 per whatever you choose to search.
Don't they already control us by how many gigabytes? Everybody who has internet, Wi-Fi, you have a router, you're controlled on how much gigabytes of you can have flow into your home. And when you go over the required amount, they make you pay now. Actually, they penalize you. So you're right. You know what I'm saying? It should be a physical, like, you know what I'm saying, like a real place, because this what I consider you guys and myself it's real. We ain't no different than the authors of these books. We're a modern fucking occultists. And you can't play. You gotta have a physical place where you meet. It has to be symbolic. Yeah. It has to be collectively agreed upon, and it has to be accessible for those who are within the group. You know what I'm saying? And that's real. If this is a real society, it's supposed to be. We should be able to gather as people in it for particular times. Yes. It can be a phenomenon going on with the planets, and we can be like, well, yo, we open saying, I'm just meeting Nebraska at Mount whatever. It can just be some shit like that you collectively do, because that's where the power really come in as a collective, because the OTO or the OTG and all of them, they did physical collective magic.
Mm-hmm. And that makes such a difference. It makes such a difference. Mm-hmm. Like we can be on that astral level or whatever, but when you're in the same physical proximity as someone performing a ritual or working on being on the same astral level or something, your results get heightened so much. Like
Allura.
Yeah.
Yeah, Laura, guess what?
What?
We all know what it's called. You know what the wizards meet every year? What they call that shit? The what summit? What's that summit that they always go to, and it be in Switzerland or some shit like that? It'd be all the world leaders. The A2 summit. It's some name that they call it, but it's a summit.
They met in my hometown in 2008, I want to say.
Wow.
You know what it's called? It's a thing. The president and
it was the G8 at that time.
It was called something like that. You know what I'm saying?
G8,
but they have this summit. They all meet business people, international bankers, and it's not even hidden. It's like known. They you know what I'm saying? They talk about it. It's because that's their wizard meeting.
Mm-hmm.
The author of that blue book that you guys have, they have every year they meet and they celebrate their magic over the internet, right? You even get awards for reaching a certain level of success, just like a different rank. See?
Man, we gotta have a conference. Oh my God.
We will.
The patterns, the models, I'll say that the models to pattern are already there. Because you know what? It follows the same fucking model. Where does the model come from? It comes from Purusha. It's already been made to do that.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't got to reinvent the wheel. The same as the Order of the Golden Dawn. We know that shit. Y'all got the first top shit. You got the pass is a shooty, not a top of visualization.
Mm-hmm.
So we know that's the same thing. So when you do hold that particular day, it ain't no different than any other society like Masonry. You gotta basically verbatim recite all of these obligations and shit back to on point when asked. That's how you get initiated. You have to do certain shit. You have to memorize the information, and then you can be questioned at any time. And then once you question, you're found what? You're found worthy. Is this brother found worthy for the fellowship and all of that? Then you go before the worship master and to be taught all of these different things. It's an initiatory system. It has to be. Because nothing ain't just given. So if anything that's given away always for free and for nothing is disrespected. That's nobody holds respect for that type of shit.
I'm learning that now. See, before I was like, oh, everybody should have everything, but I'm learning that now through experience. It's not about being elite and trying to be better than folks, but I see it now. The general public doesn't respect things that are just given when others have earned it.
See, that's how rich people privilege. They'll drive through fucking stop signs and hit old people crossing the fucking road and be a millionaire's kid and keep going. And in their minds, they be like, well, fuck it, man. I'm rich enough to have that taken care of.
Right.
The reality of what they've done doesn't even sink in.
Yeah, they call that
because they have no respect for nothing outside of their small money circle. You know what I'm saying? So that's the same thing with people. You keep giving them something. You reward them for mediocrity. Who the fuck awards second place, motherfucker? When they started doing that in sports, and we all get it, like, you know what I'm saying? Sports is like this. They got kids playing and everybody get a fucking trophy. That ain't really they're trying to take the competitive energy, I get it. But at the same time, shit, Jamal was garbage the whole fucking game. Why am I rewarding this? He was pouty the whole thing. He was. He didn't listen, but he getting a trophy too.
It's the same with martial arts. In martial arts of these days,
they give you nothing for free in martial arts.
1 month you get your yellow belt. Another month you get your green belt.
Yeah.
Another month you get your blue belt. And when you realize in a year you have your black belt, there's no fucking way. You don't get your black belt in a year. And
so you mean to tell me they just giving away belts and now the martial arts?
The martial arts that I am right now, You gotta earn your fucking belt, homies.
They
It
giving
doesn't
belts.
matter if you're a woman or a male.
They
It
giving belts.
doesn't matter. It
My
does
dad-
not matter. The sensei was like, you want to earn that belt, sweetheart? And I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about all the girls. You want to earn that belt? You're going to do certain amount of push-ups, certain amount of running, certain amount of kicking, front kick, back kick, side kick,
Look, at
punching
my
in the
house,
head.
my dad, it was easy to earn the black belt at my house. It was easy to earn the black belt.
No, there's
I don't
no
think
way.
it was the same kind of black belt you talking about though, but it was easy to earn the black belt.
I get it, Travis.
Black
No.
belt.
I was black
You
belt,
have to
man.
have
So-
a broken
Terrible.
bones in the old time. You want to martial arts in the old time of my sensei, my teacher, he's like, I have broken ribs before I get that belt.
Has any
Yeah.
have you ever
That's where my
seen
training goes.
any videos or any documentaries on the Shaolin monks training?
Yes. And
Have you-
actually, that is a mirror of what they do in Brazil for capoeira. It's exact mirror. You
Do
wake
you
up.
see the imprints in the ground, the stone from hundreds of years of stomping on that shit? But that shit ain't fake.
No.
That come from hard. You know how much the only reason, I'm gonna tell you something, and I'm gonna be completely honest, and I'm gonna just say it. The only way I was capable of intaking all the information that I have stored in my mind throughout the years was because I rebelled against the whole system and did things to make money other than go punch the fucking time clock. So I control always from 12 years old until now, always controlled my own time. Without having control of your own time and the way things operate, you will not be able, it'll take you longer to absorb a lot of information on here because you have to, it takes a lot of time and persistence. And when you're giving all your energy to somebody else or something else, you're not gonna have that to give to yourself. It takes hard fucking work, man.
So also with this inner order book I was reading, number one, on what Alora said, most of those rituals require groups of people. And number two, based on what you just said there, a lot of that inner order, that inner circle, they were all rich. So
yeah,
just to kind of back up what you're saying, they had the money to be able to study this stuff full time and be completely dedicated to it.
Yeah.
In the outside world,
and become ultra masters of it because they wasn't obligated, and they still went to school. They went to most of them went to college and got a degree. It could be a fucking doctorate, a doctor, but they still was in a practicing occultist, like you said.
You gotta remember the old timers, the old monks, and the old practitioners. You yourself say it. They were already fucking doctors, so they collected all this fucking data. It's been continuously only for this type of people.
And I
But
want to
think about now. This is my point now. We're more powerful than them because we have more resistance against our going forward. And our resistance is just something that just you have to fight against. You fight against your own resistance every day when the person don't feel like going to work out, so they don't go. Resistance beat them. So the resistance is that's pushing back. Think about, we're modern people. A lot of people do work and want to study this information. But look at and they dedicate themselves to the time that they have to study it. So they fighting harder, obtaining the information and utilizing it harder than somebody who just was rich and could gallivant off to whatever and never worry about, well, we're gonna have our meeting at places that we wish we can fucking go to. That shit meant nothing to them. So now we fight hard and we're working the same processes. We're more powerful than them because we got more weight on our bar. We lift heavier weight as modern practitioners. Just with the information that comes from the Bahar school, yo, a lot of that stuff is written, and a lot of the ingredients is written for people who live in geographical area. I live in fucking Florida. So a lot of that ways that you had, a lot of the ways that you had to intake the information or the examples of the nature, it comes from, of course, an Indian perspective of certain things. So we in the States have to fight against our westernized mind and mental brainwashing to be getting the light from the East. So we have a harder battle than some people that may have got the information direct in India. So to me, it makes us stronger. So like I said, we got more weight on our bar. So your metabolism speeds up. You put more weight, you got more resistance, you get more muscle. Yeah, and with repetition. So the repetition is consistency.
I think too, another reason why like I'm going to be building this ashram in South America is because we are lucky in the sense of our geographical location. Maybe not in the United States anymore so much, but in America in general, there's so much old knowledge here from indigenous cultures that they shared information with the East. So a lot of this stuff is shared and a lot of this stuff is available to us. We just have to know where to access it. And so I believe, and what I've seen and I've experienced so far is that South America has a lot of treasures when it comes to diving deep into Tattvas and the studies of the tree of life, into understanding all of the things that indigenous cultures were actually talking about. And they mirror precisely what Indian culture talks about. It's just India, of course, is like, I mean, that's beautiful and all, but I don't see it within myself to being able to build a place over there and having it be accessible.
You said South America.
I'm coming from Central America, and just let me tell you, you have to find a place. For example, Honduras, which is when I was born, they say that Honduras is a horrible place where people get killed and all this stuff. You're talking about the cities themselves.
Miami's a horrible place.
If you go to the north, Alora, if you go to the north, they have indigenous, okay? And they have certain areas where governments, they still have not touched even their language. They for whatever reason, the governments themselves, kind of like United States, they're trying to preserve the American Indians here, not that they call themselves only the American Indians. Honey, the whole North, Central, South America, we all Indians, okay? You do your DNA testing, we are 80%, 90% American Indians. So there's no discrimination here. But the point is that if you go to specific areas, there's another country, Costa Rica, very safety to go, to be honest, a little bit more safety, and you know it, you have done your homework. Brazil is a specific places in Brazil that you can go. Bolivia.
Yep. I mean, Mexico.
Definitely. Yes, Mexico itself, they have specific areas where you can build up whatever you need to build up, and you can find amazing shamanisms. I'm talking about real people, man.
That's what I meant earlier. That's what I meant earlier when I said them ancient shamans, they would astral, and that's how you can find those areas. That's why they have similarities in their spiritual work, because they weren't able to walk to each other, but they spirit walked to each other, and they would just, it was like an astral meeting.
Yeah. So I wanna just put out there into the waves, right? Since we're all talking about this or whatever, I've been manifesting this for a while. So everyone get on that wavelength of, if you can, of just sending out astral astral messages of where this ashram is going to be, because my next stop was going to be somewhere in Mexico. But, you know, Costa Rica and Puerto Rico are also looking pretty good. So,
Ooh, Puerto Rico. Try
but
Cuba. Have you tried Cuba?
yeah, I haven't.
Oh,
So,
you will
you
love
know,
Make it easy.
Cuba.
Make it easy for yourself. Draw a sigil, compress all the possible thoughts that you have, compress it all into a sigil so that the only thing you think about is the sigil, not everything else.
And that's
Make
a
it-
dope. That's
Okay.
a dope idea.
yeah.
Take all the complexities and put it behind the sigil. Write it out if you have to. Compress it. You know how to do sigil magic. Bring it all down into just one singular point. Then when you focus your meditations and your dharana, you're focused on that sigil only. And you do dharana with the sigil. You know about dharana. One pointed focus with a single thing. Because you can't do dharana with a big ass plan.
I know. Yep.
Condense all that shit to one point and focus on that. Then practice Tattva vision with it. Step inside of it. Explore it. See where it takes you. Then come back home.
All right.
Damn, it's
Yeah, I
always
want to find a
compressed
home
down
for
to
all of
one
us.
point.
But yeah, so we're gonna put that in the atmosphere, and then I'm gonna do more sigil magic with it, and definitely combine all those ideas. Because yeah, I'm just waiting for the right message to come about, and then come April when I graduate school, I'm out, and we're building. So by
You
next
said I'm
April,
out.
it's gonna happen. Yeah, by next April, it's gonna happen.
And remember what
Man,
Amar said
that's
in the
dope.
beginning of this chat. You design the context. Allow everyone else to fill in the content. You know, when it say, for example, when it deals with fantasies and other people, you don't go into someone else's head and force your fantasy on them. You explore
Right.
what their fantasy is, because that's what's going to get them to their place. Your fantasy is not going to get them. So likewise with your vision, you have the context, but if you're going to get other people involved, allow them to fill in the content, because all the juice is going to the same place.
Sounds
So-
like a Cell movie. Remember Jennifer
Huh.
Lopez? Remember Jennifer
Yeah.
Lopez? Cell? That's what it sounds like.
What was the
So
movie?
should we, so like say, so when, let's see, when developing this, you said write all my ideas down. So does that mean like also include all of the different locations, or leave it as just like how I want it to develop? Because like how, like, what do you mean by like all of my ideas?
You don't know where it's going to be. You don't, right now where you're standing, you don't have the say on the options. You have to take what you can get. So
Right.
you can't possibly choose where, but you can choose the end result, right? You know what
Mhm.
you're trying to do. What aspect of this do you have control over? You don't have control over the where, the who. You don't have control over the how, but you have control over the what and the why. So that's what you can clarify. What you're doing, why you're doing it. That's what you can clarify. Now, everything else you'll have to leave open and form a context for it, right? What I mean by context is a South American type of thing. That's the context. There's a lot of
Yeah.
places in South America. You can't pick one. And this is like free ritual lessons. So anyone who's smart is actually paying attention to this. But, you know, for example, I can't say, oh, I want to buy a house across the street. What I would have to say is a house in my city, preferably in this area. And I will allow the energy to figure out the best possible scenario.
Okay. Because, you know, like, and this is where I even talk about on my channel a little bit, but I myself am diverging, am dissecting like what is too specific versus what is within your sphere of availability.
Okay, you've been reading that book.
Hell to the yeah. So it's like, all right, so when you are becoming specific, you're really just looking at what can I cause right now, and then observe the effects as they take place, and then go within that
Sphere of availability. So it's evolving. Most people, for some reason, think you just do one ritual and that's that. But like I said, this is you practice dharana or meditation on your sigil repeatedly. You keep seeing me do that spider sigil. I've been using that sigil for hell, maybe a year and a half, 2 years now, because it evolves. It's a living thing. It grows. So the more focus that you put into it, you're actually pulling data out of it. So over time, it starts broad, but it begins to get more and more specific as it manifests. Right? Because you're pulling something from the astral plane or the mental plane even, and you're pulling it down. And the closer it gets to the physical plane, it becomes more specific. You can't possibly determine that yet. So start with where you can. You can reach up in the sky with a big net
and pull that net down. And as that net gets closer, it starts taking shape and taking form because it's going through Tiferet, it's going through Netzach, it's going through Hod, it's going through Yesod. And the closer it gets, the more it organizes. But start where it's still in that zygote. When that sperm cell hit that egg and it's processed yet, that's where we start. And the more astral focus you have on it, as it begins to multiply and develop, it starts going more in your direction.
So now here's a question. Would you say then that I should also include like ideas of the lifestyle? Because we're talking about end results. So like, for example, I don't want to have to be working in order to keep this place.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Or something like that. Should that be something that should be included within that? Or is that because it's not necessarily within my sphere of availability, just stick to the specifics of my end result is this particular ashram for this situation?
So let's separate it here. The end result doesn't have to be your sphere of availability. The end result is the end result. That's where you want to go at the end of the day. That's in its own segment. Now, in another segment is sphere of availability. What you can do now, what you can possibly conceive of now to get to the end result.
Yeah.
So as you get closer to it, your sphere of availability is going to increase. But when it comes to like visualizing that end result, you want to have no holds barred, no boundaries, no limits. You know what I'm saying? As much detail as you can put in there. That's the end result section. But as far as spirit of availability, that's what you can do right now to get to the next step, to get closer to it. If you want to bring it down to like a realistic thing or like a reality thing, let's say I want to get a college degree. That's my end result. I see myself walking across the stage. I'm holding it. Everyone's cheering for me. There's graffiti and strippers, right? That's the end result. Now, there has to be steps before that. The very most immediate step is I got to hire the strippers. I have to have money to do that. I have to find appropriate strippers. In order to get that degree, first of all, I have to have a college.
Appropriate strippers.
You know,
Sorry, I'm following you. Go ahead.
You have to structure everything out. That's what I mean by sphere of availability. When you structure everything out, now when you're all the way over here at the beginning, that's your sphere. And when you pass that, you can stretch that sphere out until eventually you've encompassed everything to the point that you've encompassed the end result. So that makes it more realistic. That makes it more doable as opposed to just like crossing your fingers and hoping for it.
Right. I'm writing all this down as like steps, Okay.
Now I got to make this video private.
I'm just not getting into the sphere of availability. And that's a cool concept.
Yeah.
I think I used to say something like that when I used to say you got to have a lane to get to where you need to be. You can't just say I want $1 million and $1 million come your way. You got to have an actual process or a lane to get to that money.
Right. And it's a living thing. It's organic, right? Because you can't say business plan, right? Because you don't know what's going to happen in 5 years. But if you have that endpoint, that's not going to change. That endpoint. Now, the sphere of availability, that can adjust and shape because your focus on the intent and the egregore that you're creating with this, it may create a new way for you to get there. So you got to be flexible. But the sphere of availability, it's organic and it grows depending on what comes across your path. I don't know what's going to happen in between now and the manifestation of this app with 5,000 users getting high quality occult information. Like those are 2 points that are separated. I don't know what's going to happen in between, but I have a general idea. I know what my next step is. I know what the step after that has to be, and I know what has to happen after that. And I'm doing what I can right now today. So when I feel like, I don't want to do this shit, I know what to do because it doesn't require my emotions. I know the next step, and I focus all my energy just on the next step. And then when the next step opens up.
Yeah, just taking it step by step and then getting there. And that's where I kind of feel like even money within itself, even if I think about an income or something, that within itself is something separate that might actually hold me back from having this clear vision as a step. Not saying to completely put it out, but
Why would
I have somewhat of a resistance to the idea of it, because I feel like, and that's where I'm thinking that might actually be holding back or creating more hesitation, because it weighs on my mind as somewhat of a worry right now.
Okay, since it's heavy and it weighs on your mind, Miss Kinesthetic, all the way at the end result, just answer this question. At the end result, do you still have that hang up with money?
No.
Okay, so where you are now, do you have that hang up with money?
Yeah.
All right, so that's going to be included in your sphere of availability. You got to, right here, when you don't have that hang up, what's it going to take for you to not have that hang up? What's going to take for you to be there? What's going to take for you to be
money?
Okay, so just keep backtracking it, but flesh it out. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Flesh
So
out.
like maybe, so like from there, it would be like developing my own, like continue to develop my business.
A business, right? Because being an entrepreneur, we rarely end up doing what we thought we were going to do.
Yeah.
You know, you can make a magic square, or you can use some numerology magic. You can take, like Travis said, because I had stepped away, but so the last thing I remember, he was saying you could take all those and you make it so you can take all those, make a sigil. You know, I don't know if he's playing it, but you can take them, make a magic square where you can take whatever areas that you want them, that you're contemplating to open it. You can take their geographic, their longitude and latitude. You can take those numbers. You can add them up, and you could take the whatever you add those up to, and those numbers are going to correlate to another example. You know, it may because it's all a code. So you can do it like that, or you can just basically wanting to get the information of what, give me a sign or give me the information of the best area. You can make a magic square with that, because it goes back into numbers too. So each number is going to correlate, you know, to what particular you know, the outcome of what you want. That's what it's going to equal out to.
Yeah, that's definitely an idea. Yeah, those are good ideas.
Excellent.
Because you got areas,
you.
like you said Puerto Rico, you said South America, and then you said somewhere else.
Mexico.
Mexico.
It's between, right now it's between Mexico, Brazil, and Puerto Rico.
Mexico, Brazil, and Puerto Rico. You should look up their longitude and latitude lines and see what those numbers. Just look at where they're geographically located and see what that does to you. How does that impress you? Or use that as a sigil. Meditate upon one. Take maybe like 2 days to meditate upon Mexico. Then take another 2 days to meditate upon I totally forgot again. Let's say Mexico,
Brazil, and Puerto Rico.
So take another day, meditate, Brazil, and all that, and things about them. What about Brazil? What about Mexico? And you take all of that into your visualization and in your contemplation techniques. And then if you want, like I said, look at those numbers. You may look at where the longitude and latitude of Brazil and be like, damn, that's 783. I kept seeing that fucking number. It
Laura,
could be a number in.
I'm sorry,
you know?
Shandor. Laura, have you been into these states? I mean, those countries? Like you actually been in Brazil?
Brazil and Mexico, yeah, multiple times. It's Puerto Rico that I haven't been to yet, but I have friends from there. But yeah, I've been to Brazil and Mexico. I'm familiar with them.
What's good about those areas? They have access to indigenous herbs. Mexico and Brazil.
I'm going to Mexico in like 4 days for 2 weeks. To the place that I was thinking about building this ashram. So, and
That's
over there,
good idea.
Yeah, and so over there they have every time I go, like my friends are very much into this kind of stuff. So I'm hoping to do a little bit more exploring, because last time I went was like a year ago, and they had and we went up to one of these mountains and collected all types of wild herbs and stuff like that I use for ceremonies.
I would go to the actual place in Mexico. I would write a note on a little piece of paper, inconspicuous, and I would go leave it in the hole in the tree, not in the tree somewhere.
Oh.
Bury it under a tree. Make sure you get to a tree where a root is at, and just stick it right there in the ground. Your intentions for that land.
Wow. I like that. Yeah. That's a great idea, Shango.
Oh my goodness.
You can do it. You can do more. You can put items. You can take a small mason jar and put your shit in there. It'd be like a fucking you know when you bury stuff under the ground, what they call it, like a time tube or
like a time
like
chest or whatever. Yeah.
Just take a little jar, a little. Yeah. You can even go ahead and invoke the spirits. Buy you a motherfucking little shot bottle of liquor. Hit that motherfucker for libation, and you can pour the rest out for the spirits. Spray it out of your mouth and shit like that. Do the four winds, and then put your note inside that bottle, and then stick that bottle into the earth under a tree.
Mm-hmm.
See, just to give you that's the type of stuff that I've always done. Whenever I want a certain thing, I will go to a place where I need to feel that energy, and then if I wanted or desired something from that, I'm going to leave something there. I'm going to let my intentions be known. That's like people. I'm gonna give. This is something else. When you can do money magic and bank magic, you can go to the bank and do the same thing. When you want to do money magic, go to the bank and go get some dirt from the bank.
I like that idea.
Ooh,
I really
okay.
do like that idea.
People always talk about cemetery dirt. Cemetery, that's only,
right there.
So when you want to do money magic, go to several banks. Go to a bank and take something out of there. Go take one of their pens. Go take something. Go get something from the bank, so you can have energy that come from the fucking bank. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? That makes sense as to why the law of attraction people always say use a check. Write yourself a check.
Yes, because you're using you're using a part of that frequency that's used for what? Finance. Checks are used for a check is an actual, it's finance. Mm-hmm. It's currency. So that's why I said because you have access, like you said, that's a start. Just having access. Now I don't know if you're able to go to Peru, but you saying that you was planning on going to Mexico. I will go there and leave my magical stank right there. My intention and purpose, you know what I'm saying? I would try to contact the elders, spiritual, go to a part where it's known for whatever, this, how they say this, people come here to sit and relax, because that's a sattvic energy there. So I will go there and pay my homage to that land and ask, speak my intentions. And my intention would be to leave it there. That's when I would physically bury something there. You can even do it with a penny. That's why like go back to freaking American, what we started calling hoodoo. That's why the people would leave coins next to the tree. They would speak whatever they needed them coins to work. So if you think about people that's already poor and they trying to do money magic and all they got is 13 cents and they take those, or they got 3 cents, 3 pennies, and they speak that we need more money, we can't eat. And you take them pennies and be like, this is my offering to the spirits. And you do that next to a tree, you're gonna get blessed if all you had was 3 cents and that's what you're using as your sacrifice. That's your offering. Your offering is your last. So when you do this magic, you know what I'm saying, you it's not just about mind magic, it's about emotion magic, energy magic, feeling magic as well. It ain't just mind. Mind is only gonna fucking make you think it's logical for you to be doing this. It's gonna try to rationalize that So you got to have mind, heart, and that fuses. So that's how I've done certain things. You know what I'm saying? It ain't just the physical. You need physical properties that represent what you're seeking to obtain. If you want to shut somebody's mouth, I'm throwing shit out there now. Actual practices. You want to shut somebody's mouth so their tongue ain't talking? Go buy a fucking cow's tongue and slit it and write your intentions on a piece of paper. Put it in that cut in the cow's tongue and go roll that shit up and tie it up and go nail that to a tree some fucking where.
Damn.
They don't fucking. Hopefully, Trav don't get shut down for me even talking about that. Go see if that shit don't shut down the whole jury.
If EA Coeding can do that live on his channel, then they better leave my channel alone.
Yes. I get to follow Coeding. Yes, that's true.
That's what I'm saying. That,
crazy shit.
Matter of fact, I should do that.
We have the capabilities to empower the shit that we want. You know, in sports, right? You know, they you know what I'm saying? Whoever plays sports, you know you invoke the spirit before you go. If anybody play football and you know while you in the locker room before the game start, you and that motherfucker, knock a nigga head off, all kind of whatever music you playing to get you hyped. Yo, you invoking the fucking gods of fucking war.
Mm-hmm.
If they would allow it, you would go out there and kill a motherfucker in front of your grandmama. You can't even say that in sports no more. You can't say that in like Pop Warner. Fucking kill him, smash that nigga. You can't be yelling. You can't say that as cold to smash his chest in and all kind of shit. But what I'm saying, though, that's invoking energies, no matter whatever they thinking. Them niggas is fucking. Hey, what you think warriors did before they went to war? So before you want your spiritual work to move, you visualize that shit. You see it. See what the ashram gonna look like. How you want it decorated, what it's gonna smell like inside of it. You're gonna have incense burning. What incense you gonna have burning? You know what I'm saying? You can do that shit right now. You can go because you've been doing visualization, so you can see it, the sun shining through the window and shit like that, and you know, but like, damn, this where I wanted to be at. Also, how difficult is it going to be to get to for people to get to it? So that's you have to think about that, because it's not just about you; it's about the people that you want to come.
That's where Mexico becomes one of those top places for me.
Yeah,
that's where Mexico really sits in very well.
But it can be anywhere, and we can also say if a person want to get there, then they'll make their way to get their ass there. Travis said earlier, them occultists back in the day, them niggas, the people was rich. Why can't we be rich? Who don't want to be rich? I don't care how much Vedic science you read. I don't care what you taught was shooting. You know you want money.
Well, two things. On page 119, she says in Tattvas and Ayahuasca that following this practice does grant you material prosperity. Number two, read that blue book. That's why I recommended it.
You see what I'm saying? We different. I started becoming at variance with my inner nature by trying to mirror the yogins of the fucking Himalayas and shit over there. Be like, yo, you ain't fucking from over there. You didn't sow crack, motherfucker. Our energy is just different. That's what I'm saying. It's not to be disrespectful and say that you can't do that. But yo, our religion is communism in the United States, man. Mm-hmm. Globally, what other country? Niggas ain't jumping over the border to go to India.
Leaping the border.
You ain't trying to become a refugee. I'm going to India to be a refugee. No, they trying to come to the United States so they can get some what? American currency. So we got to be the same way. We got to be like, yo, I want my peace to be balanced. I want everybody that I deal with to be at peace and be balanced. But shit, I want the fucking digits in the bank, man. I want to go boating and living out in Florida. You wanna go jet skiing? Who doesn't want to go bring all your friends and pay for everybody to go jet skiing? Nigga, you ever been jet skiing? I'm gonna get you the big shit. The shit you gonna just ask gonna fly off at 8 times today. So you can live your life. I don't want to live my life when I'm fucking dead. I want to live some life right now.
Mhm.
I want to live that shit right now.
That's what I
So
told my
we want
mom.
our magic to work right fucking now, man.
It's 7
Who
o'clock.
else is talking about that? You ain't hear nobody. None of the people that we watch on YouTube, ain't none of them saying they want to open no ashram. Ain't none of them reading, studying, talking about none of the shit that we talking about. And we watching them. And I'm not saying not to watch them. I'm just stating another fact. I ain't never heard none of them people I watch. Red Pill, Polite, none of these niggas, nobody. And I love them, but they ain't talking about building no ashram. I don't even hear that word come out of nobody's mouth on normal conversation the other day. Nobody is saying ashram.
Hell, I only just started hearing that word.
You know,
within the last 6 months.
You see what I'm saying? So we, man, this shit is another fucking frequency, man. And we want to be able to be on this frequency and have guap. Because think about that's why we talking about the Order of the Golden Dawn. Because they had that bag and they was able to put the spiritual shit in your fucking face. The Bahar School does not operate for fucking free. And you didn't get those books for free. And they'll be pissed off if they found out that their books are spread out all over the internet and people downloading them for free. They're gonna want the check.
And hell, and karma.
They didn't fucking put that shit out there like that.
It's work. A human being put their time and effort into it. That's why I keep saying, buy the book. Buy the book. Not to mention,
there ain't nobody alive right now in our age brackets, differing as it is, saying they don't want no motherfucking money. What did what's his name? The pastor who always talking about money. You know who I'm talking? Reverend Ike. Reverend Ike said, I don't even trust you. You don't want no money.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I mean, he might be trying to take something from you. How you gonna get what you want if you're not trying to make your own money? I mean, you trying to take it from somebody. You trying to either take it or you just want to continuously let somebody give it to you. So everything we doing.
You ever heard of Pastor Jamal Bryant?
Pastor Jamal Bryant. I like Pastor Jamal Bryant.
I do too.
He the one that said, these hoes ain't loyal.
Yeah.
He quoted Christopher Brown. You know what I'm saying? Chris Brown on your ass.
One of the things I learned from him about money that really stuck with me, and this was years ago, but he mentioned how a lot of people are praying for their bills to go away, or praying for their loans to go away, or praying for their money troubles to disappear. Like, please, Lord, take away my bills. But he was like, I want you to develop a mindset to where you're going to be thanking the Lord because you've now got an income that your bills are not a problem anymore, that you're able to pay off your loans, right? It's two different mindsets. One person's trying to run away from the problems, and the other person's trying to figure out a way that they'll be able to have enough so that those problems are no longer problems. And that flipped the switch for me right there.
That right there is beautiful. That's basically my philosophy right there. I just need an increase to do even more leisure shit.
Yeah.
I'm ready to be because when you do look at some social media, you see people going to fucking Anguilla and shit like that, going on vacations, renting the whole house. Yeah, then that's some shit I want to do right there. So now you know you're gonna have to get the bag. So how you gonna get the bag? Now you're gonna put that work in. Who don't want to put the work in to have your mind at mastery and your finances at mastery?
Yes.
Because ain't finances a top one?
It is.
Who says we're not supposed to have that thing, man? We're supposed to.
And I'm trying to reach a mastery level, and the quickest way to mastery level is to get direct training. So in order to get direct training from people who are at mastery level, it's gonna cost, right? I'm not trying to get rich to drive around in a Lamborghini. I'm trying to get wealthy so that I can learn the things I want to learn at mastery level. That's gonna require some cash and some time.
Let's contact Robert Swoboda and see how much it's gonna cost to have him say a few words.
Yeah, it's not gonna be free. It's not gonna be free.
If he does it free, then he's doing it because he done connected with the energy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Or other than that, there's going to be a price. If people have a price for their, that's like how Laura was talking earlier, and I said she saw the value within herself. She knows her price. She sets her own price. You don't let them. This ain't the motherfucking chopping block, motherfucker. You let a nigga. We're gonna start the bidding off at $3. No, man.
$3.
Nigga, I'm already priceless, but we're gonna be reasonable. Let me go ahead and give you my price.
I learned a hard lesson in Atlanta. I was filming music videos at the time. Like I was one of the only people who had this nice ass camera I got from my uncle, and I knew how to edit videos with Adobe stuff. So I did a lot of videos in my hometown for local rappers and shit, and they were awesome because nobody else was doing it, especially at the price of free, right? Because I went to Full Sail in Orlando and I knew how to do all this stuff. But anyways,
that's a good school, man.
I loved it so much. What a great experience. Then I went to
and
Atlanta.
It was not cheap.
Hell no. Like I said, Jamal Bryant says, instead of praying for your bills to go away, you want to pray for income to pay off those student loans. Anyways, exactly. I get to Atlanta, and a cousin of mine, he's doing his music thing, and at this point, he's got a church, a big ass church now with a huge congregation, walking around in Yeezys and shit, like what you're talking about. But anyways, he was doing the music thing at the time, 2011, and he asked me how much I'm charging for a video, and I'm like, oh, $50. Dude laughed in my face. He didn't take me seriously. Like, well, what's the catch? What's wrong? Like, you can't be serious. And I was like, all right, well, $100.
Would you need some drugs or something, man? Like,
I didn't know. Like, I was still in the zone where it's like, yeah, I'm an artist. I want to do it, for the love. He's like, look, man, I'll just give you $500. So we do the video and I shoot it, and it was awesome, right? I had this great idea where I put the camera on one stand and actually rotated around the room, because what I did was I had him performing the different parts of the video, and as the camera rotated, I edited it so it was him, multiple versions of him. The camera was moving, so it didn't look fake. It wasn't photoshopped. Like, it was actually him in different parts of the room. It was really cool, and I spent a lot of time on it. It was great because I like the Jim Henson effect, where you don't use special effects. You do as much real as possible. Well, anyways, I did it. I thought it was awesome, and he changed his mind at the last minute. Like, nah, this is too complex. My people won't get it. And I'm like, dude, you think that low of your people? I'm like, yeah, it's my video. I don't want to put it out. So I had to scrap everything, and all my time.
Damn, that's crazy.
It was awesome, but he's like, nah, this is too complex. I just want something simple, man. Wait. But see, that might have put him in the next realm if you would have gave him that. Oh yeah, I know it would have. But I learned that wouldn't have happened if more of an investment was made, right? Because $500 didn't really hurt him. He already had money.
If he would have said, well, yo, how much you gonna charge when you do a video? I charge $2,800, man, depending on, what you hear them out like, damn, word, $2,800?
Mm-hmm.
He would have paid that, and he would have took that video and was like, yo, this shit is the fucking greatest.
Right.
Because of the value that was placed. You know where I learned that shit, where I really get that from, knowing how much you worth and your value. A.A. Rashid talks about that a lot. Knowing how much you're worth, because you know he writes books. That's a deep fucking dude. You want to really fuck with the Kabbalah? A.A. Rashid, his AKA is the Kabbalah God.
Yeah.
He was reading that shit when he was in jail. This dude's whole life is built up off of him fucking with. Anyway, he always talks about that. You know what I'm saying? Sock it to my pocket.
Mm-hmm.
You want his book? That shit costs like $100. It was like $111.
What?
Then he changed the price, so it might be more than that right now. And he charges that because he individually makes the book for you.
Wow, that's a lot of work.
So he says that you're not just getting a book, you're getting a piece of art. You know what I'm saying? And he says you got to know your own value. You can't let niggas set your fucking price for you. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to know how much. If you say your book costs $300, stand by that shit. Don't be afraid. Because somebody's gonna be like, nah. Somebody else be like, word up, I'll buy that. Don't even think about the price.
And they're gonna treat it with respect. They're gonna value it because they invested in it.
They're not gonna break the spine on that shit. They ain't gonna be folding it out too wide. They're gonna be like, nah, yo, this book right here, this shit is gonna call me $300. And it might not be everything that you wanted to know, but it's a lot of important things that you wanted to know. So you pay $300 because the person who wrote it knew the value of the information that they put out. And maybe that's how these YouTubes and shit think. They be like, well, shit, these people, you know what I'm saying, we letting them on a free platform and they giving information out. So why should we owe them anything if we shut their whole page down? You see what I'm saying? How gangster they could really be. Have you ever sat and read the full agreement of YouTube? When you signed up for YouTube, how many people read that shit?
Nobody.
I started reading it and it started becoming so whack. So their magic worked. They hit you with some shit to deter you, and it fucking works. You be like, man, fuck this shit. Fuck it. I'll just give you my whole email address, real name, fucking address, and every fucking thing.
In the agreement, it says we have the permission to log into your Facebook and see your friends list and your activity. Most
exactly.
Of them say that. Most of them actually
say that we have the right to know your location.
Right.
We own the rights to all uploaded images, all kind of shit. You fuck around and see your whole video being used for a Ritz cracker commercial or some shit. Be like, how the fuck that happened? Find out YouTube and sold your
a Ritz cracker video.
Be on some corny shit. Be like, God damn, I didn't even know Ritz crackers even still made commercials.
Oh man. I love Ritz.
I'm about to roll out of here, man. But man, you know how for this is no game. You know what I'm saying? That this thing will get real serious, and you really have to start lifting bigger weights. You can't go into the gym. It's like you can't walk into this gym and thinking that that it's cute. Everybody gonna be looking at you in your workout shorts. Right. Nah, we lifting big weight in this motherfucker, man. Ain't nobody got no time. We lifting 500 pounds and up. We bench pressing 500.
Nobody here says, well, I just feel, and this is my opinion. We don't base it on that over here. We base it off of what we studied and what we practiced.
I don't even have an opinion no more. I gotta base this on, like I said, on scientific approvable evidence.
Find that on other channels and other spiritualists, but over here, like, we getting stuff done. So you're not gonna hear me say, well, it's my opinion. I don't have time to form an opinion. I'm looking at the freaking facts, or at least what has been documented and tested. That's what I'm looking at. Occult science.
You
not
can
occult
always
feelings.
tell a teacher that gives his opinion because they're always aggressive in their presentation. They always instantly they got a problem with everybody. You understand what I'm saying? If you ever dealing with a teacher and they always talking about somebody else and they got a problem with everything, boy, you need to run away from that motherfucker. He ain't teaching you shit. That's the whole thing. I don't think I've never heard you compare, be angry. Me personally, I'm gonna talk about shit that I see demonstrated on these lines, shit, because you know why? Because I'm certain things I'm a fan of. So why not? I mean, I'm not gonna be negative. I'm just pointing out something that's facts.
Yeah.
It ain't no different than if a person say, man, you know what, I paid for a panic pack but never got it. That shit is actual facts. How many people never got their panic pack?
Tried, tested, and proven scientific formula.
And you know what? And out of love, I don't say that to panic, but it would be out of love. It'd be like a joke. Be like, yo, man, niggas ain't get that panic back, motherfucker. People like, God damn it, you know how it is sometimes. It ain't disrespectful. There's actual facts.
Right. That's not opinion. I bought his book when it first came out. If I had waited maybe another month, I'd probably still be waiting on it.
And that's all because that be you he's running his own business. So sometimes people be getting overworked, then you get forgetful. Then you're trying to do your own fucking thing at the same time. Boy, you need to hire one of your cousins or somebody to help you with this thing, man, because you got niggas waiting damn near 6 months for some shit that they ordered.
I've seen some people waiting a year plus on his Facebook group.
So it's just all love though, but you know,
that's why I don't want to get into that.
Right now, in this day and time, I'm just gonna end it like this. If you are not empowered after all the shit that you didn't been privy to watch on Travis channel and went through the 2-week challenge, right? No, how long?
Oh, the focus challenge was 6 weeks.
The focus challenge, it challenged you to do something. 6 weeks. You had 6 fucking weeks to do you.
Read whatever book you want, but just read it. Just give me.
And then you still give them, you still throw a gem, because I never heard of it, the Pomodoro technique. Who's not using that shit right now? I'm fucking compartment. I am time and all of that shit. Everything.
Yep. I got.
Ain't never no waste of time.
I got about.
You have no time. You don't even have no time to waste time no more. So if you still wasting your time, or if you don't know yet, and blah, then you didn't miss the part of the path that this has been traveling along, and now you're gonna have to go back and you're gonna have more resistance because the fucking energy keeps flowing.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's how a lot of people got lost, as they say, lost in the sauce. And I'm saying this out of love and what it is. A lot of people got lost in the sauce when we went from mystical Kabbalah and went into the Vedic Dharana Darshan. Some people weren't even finished with those. They never caught up.
The first couple of weeks of initiation of hermetics.
It's like a video game. You know how you're losing so fucking bad, you be a sore loser and you restart the whole fucking game. You're gonna have to restart your whole system now and say, fuck all of the other shit, and you're gonna have to jump in. But now if you jump in, you're gonna have missed so much that where it's going next, you're not going to be on the same pattern mentally as those who kept it going, the persistence, the marathon. Niggas be missing. Yo, now you're trying to get to where you want quick. See, the initiation into Hermetics and mystical Kabbalah, you can go quick with that. That's good right there. That's, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Real quick. You got something to do. It's the Kabbalah. You can also cheat with those systems. Once it shifted to some Dharana Darshan, where a nigga had to we got stuck at Kaya Strayhim. And then it was different. It was different from then on. Go back and watch the video. The proof is in the videos. Go back and watch. Because you already went from reading The Magician. Remember you was doing The Magician. That was a year ago.
Yeah, more than a year, I think.
That was more than a year.
Yeah. Magician, yeah.
You know what they do? They always put your videos when I'm watching. Let me see if they put you up. Man, look at this, man. You can't even play with the shit sometimes. Hold on, I gotta turn my camera on so you can see. I just said it, and look.
Wow. Immediately.
It was that book that introduced me to you, Trav.
A Study in Effective Magic. 11,000 views on that, Trav, 1 year ago. 30 minutes. You went in on that. You read the book. So anybody gotta go, if you gotta go back that far to see where, because you weren't, see, people who, that's another thing about you as being on YouTube, you never hid nothing. You couldn't hide anything, because you know why? You got people that'll go back to your history and be like, yo, you said on this video, you always held the integrity down, and it followed up on the path. So once you got,
also, I'm sorry, Shanko. Also, he's not trying to sell products.
Not trying to sell me something. You're right.
That's another shit. If you notice, most of the people up there, magicians, they go to trying to teach you something, but along the road, if you want to continue, there's going to be more price or their own books. Let's just, I don't want to name magicians names up there, but they are people that you can see it, that they do it only because they wanted to just, make money.
You didn't put so much mental magic on us, Trav, that we are willing to buy something from you now. We want you to sell us something.
Exactly. But we
want you to sell. We want you to put up merch. We want a black shirt, T-shirt with the Magic Society M in a circle on the front of the shirt.
For Shango, that's because we've been with him
$200, and we're gonna huh?
We've been with him for a very long time. I've been with Travis from day one that he opens the academy. And I can tell you, if I had to spend $500, I would spend it on him. No problem.
So that's what it is, man. You didn't build. Ain't nobody else fucking. You building your school faster than Umar Johnson, and we've been waiting for 20 years for this motherfucker to get it together, man. You know what I'm saying? I gotta keep going to him. Like, dude, I don't. God damn, man. Maybe I got family in the area that can go to this fucking school, but you taking so long, them niggas going to regular public school.
That was me before he even opened. I was like, yo, when are you going to open? Let's go.
Maybe he needs to contact the Magic Society so he can do a fucking sigil magic to open up his fucking.
Actually, I think that the Magic.
Somebody send Umar to me. I'll help Umar out. Don't show him the part with Laura on here because I may not bring my white wife. You may not bring your white wife.
This nigga, man, Umar, you need to fucking stop calling on Frederick Douglass and call on some other, invoke somebody else, man.
Yeah.
Old Fred don't got no magic, bro. None of them type of niggas. Frederick Douglass, whatever else. None of them motherfuckers. They have no magic. They shut down all the magical, but Marcus Garvey and all of that they didn't shut it down, man. Harriet Tubman, they playing her out, tossing her in the wanting to put her on the $20 bill or some shit like that. Like, out of all people, you choose Harriet Tubman.
And is she was she even real?
You know,
like, I don't even know if she was an actual person.
Yeah, it's speculation out there.
Hmm?
It's speculation out there as if she was a real person or not. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Silliness.
Because you know, half the pictures that they show us in them old schools, they be a body double. It don't even be the real person. You know what I'm saying? Be like, damn, they had a body double standing up that motherfucker. But man, I'm just saying, yo, anybody who rocking to this point right now, if you're not, you should be by now, especially after the 6-week process that we went through, you should be an adept right now. I'm not saying everybody got to be a master, but you should be an adept practitioner to where you're mastering some shit.
Yeah.
For real. Or either they watching
just
or
entertainment.
either they watching you for entertainment.
Right.
And if they doing that, that's fucking stupid as fuck. Because you didn't been on shit for 24 hours. It's 7:25 right now. We know what time you started this. If people are just watching for entertainment, you might as well go ahead and rock with. You might as well put your school on Netflix, man.
You know.
Indeed, I already have projects after this one.
Divine Dre
You ever
said,
notice
"This
with her
Shango
cat?
got me weak as fuck."
You ever notice her cat's atmosphere every time she's on? You never know whether it's nighttime, daytime, nothing. You're always
in the dark, dude. Always in the dark.
I'm
You
out
all
of
on the
here,
East
man.
Coast, and it looked like you got the moon before us.
Yeah,
I don't even know.
It's usually
I was
right there
like,
in the
damn, I don't know where she at. You said Argentina. I was like, damn, is she really in Argentina right now? What the fuck is going on? Man, I'm out. Aurora, where do you live at now? You in California?
Me? No, I'm in
California,
I'm in Tucson, Arizona.
Arizona. Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Alora, you
Yeah.
get to see scorpions in there?
That's a hell of a
Do I get to see what?
theory.
Scorpions?
Oh yeah, I saw one the other day. We were volunteering on a ranch, and and yeah, there was one, and we flicked it out to a field. I'm like, all right, get out of here, buddy.
See, that's why America is really nothing but a prototype Africa.
Yeah,
it has the same type of atmospheres in different areas as Africa. Now it's not big as it is, but when you're talking about Tucson, Arizona, that shit is desert.
Desert.
and actually, it's
Those are
kind of crazy
deserts.
too.
Those are areas where man had to make it livable to be out there and shit, you know?
Well, it's
The Mississippi River is just as long as the fucking Nile.
Nile, yes,
Mhm.
the Nile.
Right. And over here, we've been having floods recently, which has been really beautiful, but they haven't had this kind of rain in the past 25 years. So we're seeing quite a geographical change happening right now, which is wonderful.
Now wait until the plants catch up to that and see how that pops off. You know what I'm saying? You might start seeing flowers that ain't been
That's
seen
exactly
in
what we're seeing.
25 years.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing. It's beautiful. But yeah, and over here too, it's really it's kind of sad because Arizona is really a very sacred place. There's a lot of ancient sites over here, and a lot of amazing knowledge. And like even like I'm just like a stone throw away from Sedona, where you can, like you can go and see like cave paintings as well as
Yeah, Sedona.
Just like the very
yeah,
places where shaman would go. So there's a lot of, and in Tucson itself, very, very sacred.
Have you been to Sedona?
I have.
Did you smoke a joint in there?
I did.
Those paintings hit different on weed. You know what I'm saying?
They do.
You know
So
what I'm
do the
saying?
stones.
You know what I'm saying, man?
They're amazing.
That shit is dope. That's dope, man. That's dope.
Yeah, it's definitely an adventurous paradise for sure. Like many people don't come here for the city life, you know.
You know what I gotta do? I gotta make a live video while I'm on. I gotta go on the Silver River here in Ocala. The Silver River is crystal clear. You can see straight to the bottom and shit like that. And it also is it has a hell of a history with it. You know what I'm saying? Like the water stays like 72 degrees all year round, you know what I mean? But it's so beautiful to see this areas with the trees and the way that you can see some alligators and shit sitting over there on the side. I gotta actually take some I want to do a live video on that. It's one of the world's largest aquifers. Because you know this area has a lot of limestone. So there's a lot of limestone caverns under the ground right here. Like this, a lot of this water, they have these they call them little retention ponds. Well, what those retention ponds over, they say for the water to drain out, it'll drain over there, but this thing will open up under the ground and be connected to some water all the way on the other side of the town. And then if you don't really pay attention to it, there'll be a motherfucking alligator end up over there in that shit where they even supposed to be at. Because they opened up. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go on live so you can see this other park that they built. So the water, it's called they're trying to reclaim the water. So what they've done is they built this huge park, but they kept it natural. It's not really they built it. They just organized it and built these bridges. It's awesome. They built these bridges you can walk across the water, but the water is like water that's been used, but they know through the process of filtering through these limestones and these other rocks and shit like that and the underground foliage, it purifies the water. That's what those cups. Remember the big thing with those pH balanced cups? You would run your water through it and it would have some stones in there. Well, one of them stones was limestone. So there was actually these stones to limestone. They purify and it raised the pH balance of the water. So they didn't build this huge thing over there with this water. But all of a sudden, I went over there and it says no dogs allowed. It said absolutely no pets allowed, and the damn they didn't want you to bring kids. And I was like, what the fuck? Because they saw what alligator then came from over there somewhere. So you know that
snap.
Alligators don't give a damn about beauty.
Yeah.
Or your children or your dog. And I got a little chihuahua. They would have had a snack with that one. You know what I'm saying?
It'd be appetizer.
But they got some, but I'm just saying about how you say you got to visit, how you can. People should look into where they live and go visit ancient places, old places. Like this cave systems here. I then went in there, took my daughters and we went inside of there and shit like that. It wasn't really nothing, you know what I'm saying, that you will find. It's just a cave. It's been there for a long time. So everybody got power. To me, those are power centers. You can go into those places and get your energy balanced, you know?
Yeah.
But I'm gonna check out everybody. I gotta give me something to eat. And the sun's going down, so it's time to do certain things I do as the sun goes down.
I understand. I'm working on my list so this ashram will get built.
Yeah.
Steadily.
That was awesome.
Quickly.
Definitely. You need to get back with the travel that whole sigil thing. I think that was dope. You can take each, because you know you can do word. You know you can build the sigil from the words, from the letters of each place, and you can just take them and rearrange them and create a whole sigil from that. And I think that's, you know, that's what Travis heard. You can visualize, stare at that. You then took the words, put them together, and created the image, and then meditate on that, and then it'll definitely come.
Yeah, I know that's such a good idea. Along with the magical square with the longitude and latitudes.
But I believe those numbers are going to show you some. I've done that before, and I was like, oh, this is super crazy that these numbers came out like this.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely check that out. I have a book on that, on making magical squares. So I'll have like an instructional of how to do that, you know.
Because we got tools. We got tools we can use. Magical squares. Like I said, everything, this ain't nothing but mathematics, is numbers, patterns. Travis, the master of patterns right now.
Yeah, he is.
Cycles, repetition.
So everybody, I'm going to say peace, man. Time for me to check out.
All right, Shango.
Enjoy your week.
You too. We'll see you soon.
Peace.
I look forward to that next book too. That's gonna be awesome to get back into that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's gonna be dope.
Oh yeah.
All right, everybody. Peace out.
All right.
Peace.
Peace.
Trav, I only got 4 things on my list that I can do in my sphere of availability right now, I think.
And make sure you do your best. It's not about quantity, it's always about quality.
Mm-hmm.
Know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's good. At least you know. Better than not.
Yeah.
Knowing. Way better than guessing.
Yeah.
I shared my videos, but I'm suddenly getting this influx of armchair occultists, like trying to I don't know, tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about. I must have offended somebody. Somebody had to have shared one of my videos in some forum or something, because like all night long I've been getting these long ass comments from these people who are like, so I don't know where they come from. I'm just looking at this stuff and it's like, you guys are writing paragraphs. Like, who are you?
They're just grumpy.
Comment section magicians.
What was that?
Comment section magicians.
Yeah, I'm sitting here deleting comments all day. Like, normally I don't have a problem with anyone who have a difference of opinion, but it's like, you guys have obviously just came out of nowhere, and it's like these long-winded, like, so-called intellectual attacks, and it's like, that's not even what time it is over here, dude. Like, where's this coming from?
Emotions, Travis. They use emotions.
I mean, literally, where are y'all coming from? This is all happening, like, yeah. Anyways.
Madness, disagreements, give a shit about it, trying to get you mad.
It's because you're doing well.
Yeah.
I guess so. Last night, one dude was like, you know, good luck with your little app, you know, in quotations. My brother came through, you know, with his like jar of tea, and he's like, what's that guy holding? A jar of piss? Like, that was the best you had. You could say anything about anything else. And since that comment, like, I kept seeing these string of comments with a similar vibe. Like, who? Anyway.
Must be some type of like transit going on.
That's Ravana, I guess. What? No, was it Danishta?
I think it's in Denisha right now.
It must have came out of Shravana. They must have heard something they didn't like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the disturbing part is all of those books are from authors of the same system y'all trying to escape from.
What?
We're stuck inside.
Of what? Pandora box?
Of what?
Pandora box? Only the
Yeah,
gods?
man. Yeah.
Recreation. Shit.
All of this are ways to recapture the awakening sheep. All of a sudden, Amazon and the internet is littered with books on how to gain all sorts of superpowers. Those devils are busy writing another book because the slaves can now read and write about the great secrets. Literally everything which was called forbidden is now available to the masses of interest. Think again. Okay, so right there, your whole philosophy is killed because I'm only looking at old books.
Wait, we're not looking up like Wiccan documents
Where are these people
and
coming
like green witches? Because that's the truth, obviously.
Manuscripts and shit that we actually digging for research. I'm a queen of research. I would love that.
Yeah, can they show references of like where they're gaining their information?
Exactly.
Do they have
Where's
sources?
the fucking scholarship? We need that scholarship.
They
What kind
need
of bullshit?
I'll read them once just to make sure they don't actually have a valid point, and then if I see they're obviously just trying to tear me down, then I'll just delete it. But I don't know. It must be some kind of transit. But as usual, this is usually a sign that success is underway.
It's always gonna happen. I follow this doctor too. He does he's a British guy. He does he does aesthetics. So he tends to show some of the shortcuts videos of how to do like injections and stuff like that, right? And now he has his techniques, man. He's been doing this for like 40 years, okay? And now he have a few little graduated little students writing in comments on him like, how dare you trying to teach these techniques? These are dangerous. No, you moron. He's trying to teach you the technique so you will not create blinders on people's eyes. Some doctors do injections like this, and he does this way to stay far away.
Yeah.
So these little doctors, they get offended because they just graduate from school. It's like the cool new generation. Why this dude has been doing this forever? So he actually make a video situation like yours. Why am I comparing you with that? Because he went to the same situation where he's already successful. People pay for his packages, okay? So he teaches these doctors how to do things. So now all the people feels like, he's teaching them the wrong thing. But it's none of your concern. It's none of your business. If you are like a doctor yourself, then keep doing what you're doing in your own thing and do your own shit. Start wasting the time and making comments on YouTube or whatever platform you are, because you're not going to gain anything with that. In fact, most likely the people that follows you are going to be the ones who's going to be attacking these negativities. It doesn't have to be you. This doctor doesn't actually create any attacks. It's actually the people who follows him who puts the comments like, you little girl, you little this, and they are the doctors. So it's like, it's ridiculous. So he makes the comments and he say, when you get to see people that they start making some negativity comments, you want to take the most important perspective when you can see where you're failing, if you're failing.
Yeah.
It's like you're doing right now. If I want to see what am I doing wrong, that this person might think I'm doing it wrong. But in reality, if I see that I'm not doing it wrong, then I don't care what you think. Keep moving. So his wife actually ended up calling this doctor who make a very nasty comment on his. And then she asked this doctor what he's doing wrong. What do you think he's doing wrong for you to post such a comment? So the doctor was like, well, I don't have time to explain to little girls like you about how he should put the injection. So then she was like, well, can you have a contact with the doctor and see if you can directly communicate with him and see what he's doing wrong? So the doctor, she's like, I have no time for this. This is ridiculous. Goodbye. So she didn't even have any thoughts to say, just to create a conflict on the comments. So, you know, if you don't have no background of your comments, if you have no evidence, if you don't have anything, any data, then don't bother. Get the fucking data first before you make your comments, and you're good.
Get you some scholarship.
That is a scholarship. That's how we think. Data.
Yeah. I just thought it was interesting that they're all popping up. Like I said, somebody must have shared it in some group, and this is their little. But anyways, I don't care about that stuff.
Yeah,
I got
exactly.
one pointed focus on what it is that we are doing, and it's coming along mighty fine. Mighty fine. So you sent that PDF in the chat.
Which one?
The Necromancer.
Yeah, I sent the last link that I put in. It directs you download you the PDF for the for a book that explains to you translation of a certain sigils.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's Latin. I remember this, and also it would send you directly to the manuscript. So that library that you see in there, Google it, guys, and then you're going to have the CLM 849 necromancy or manuscript necromancy. You have to dig it in the research, and then you'll be able to download it. I suggest you to print it. If you now remember, they say that if you're going to be having this information, you cannot be making books or copying these things and trying to sell things, because the library is going to find out. I mean, the two people that wrote these books, that they were trying to describe, like, or translate what this manuscript is all about, they have to have permission from the Medici library to be able to publish these things, right? So it's not like it's just gonna print it and dig it in and look at me, I'm gonna make a book out of it. Because first of all, the Latin, it's a very complicated language, and you have to be very specific and educated on Latin. So these archaeologists, actually, he said that one of the archaeologists who made the book, he was saying that he tried to collect some of the data from the actually antique language, and then some of the language that he already know, and he tried to combine both of the old time Latin with the Latin that he knows to be able to make the book itself. So that he says that he thinks that that's how the translation happens on this manuscript. So, you know, but the good thing is that he already caught up 11 of the Goetic spirits. So we have some ideas like how everything got mixed together with the Goetic, which this is why I got attention with that, because King Penman was there. And obviously I thought about Travis. I'm like, oh, Travis is gonna love this one. So yeah, so when you download your PDF of the manuscript, you're gonna have to do your homework, like in, you know, like every scientist does, or like every scientist magician does. You're gonna have to do your homework, and you have to dig it in for Latin language, and maybe you can translate. In my case, it's like I wanted to actually be able to read the manuscript and be able to contact the spirits themselves and see, instead of me doing 10,000 researches, just go straight directly and see what these entities do based on experience. Because this is what the magicians did at the end of the day in the old times. It was not like I'm going to Google it. They actually have to make their own sigils. They have to experiment. They have to do all these things with themselves and write the notes. So I would like to see what I'm going from here. Just do my callings and see.
Okay.
And collect data.
I'm excited to see what's in here. I'm downloading it now.
Yes. And now there's two writers, the one that you see right now, and there's another one, the Forbidden
I got the second one first, the Forbidden Rites Necromancer's Manual.
Yes, there's one from 1998, and I think the one that you have is from 2000 something. But there's two people. And actually in Amazon, they have another one, the Forbidden Manuscripts as well. You can look it up in Amazon. There's like a $20 for the archaeologist who did it. Again, he just did it for fun because that's what he does. That's his profession. He's an archaeologist. He say he doesn't practice magic, but I doubt it.
Right.
Yeah. And then the manuscript, of course, is it's worth it. I'm going to print it actually tonight.
And yeah, that's what we learned. A lot of the members of these inner orders, they're absolutely, established people, doctors, lawyers, and like we mentioned, professionals.
Yeah.
You kind of have to have that lifestyle in order to, really be a master of your domain and be able to afford all the different books and tools and private documents.
Right.
So yeah, they're definitely involved.
I've been following this guy, Esoterica or Esotera. He actually is a PhD in study, philosophy and study magic. He likes magic. He loves it. And he was saying that these people who wrote this manuscript, they were actually people who had very well educated because of the Latin itself was not like how to say, like a vulgar type of writing. Hence it requires an advanced education for you to be writing these manuscripts. And this is what he says, that it was doctors and lawyers and powerful people that they have these manuscripts on their hands. So
Just a reminder for everybody, next week we begin the book study, The Art and Practice of Kabbalah Magic. The author is Ophir. I've got it pinned at the top of the chat. You can purchase it on Amazon. It's like $15. If you're unable to purchase it, I also have read the entire book on YouTube and an audio book. You can get it there. Within that YouTube, there's a link to the PDF. So there's literally no excuse to not have it if it's what you want. But that's what we're going to be doing next week for sure. Please get that book because, we read this one already, but personally, I wasn't as well versed on the Tattvas or the Kabbalah at the time. So now after going through the mystical Kabbalah a few times and going through Tattvas Shuddhi a few times and also the supplementary Tattva material, I think that going back through this book is really going to open up some things that I wouldn't have caught the first time around for sure. So this is probably going to be the most in-depth public study of this particular book ever recorded.
Yeah.
I can say that with confidence, for sure.
I'm excited about it too, Kabbalah.
Yeah. And it kind of ties in with what I'm already putting together for the app, so that way I can stay on track and not be thrown off. Needs a nerf. Needs a nerf.
Yeah. Yo, my bad. I was my internet went in and out.
Gotcha. Are you going to share the story behind this part of the name with us?
Oh, well, Needs a Nerf was basically, it's a deity that I created, or an entity. And like it was one of my WoW characters' names.
Okay.
And then the Otsutsuki part is from Naruto or Boruto.
Yeah, I recognize that one.
Yeah, it's basically because it's like when in WoW when they do upgrades for the patch or whatever, and then certain characters get upgrades and shit, so they get OP, and then once they get OP, people want to nerf them. So it's like I'm so OP, like needs a nerf. Yeah.
That's the sigil?
Oh, that's the sigil we drew when Christian was doing that like the art thing like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Were you guys going over like the art and practice of creative visualization for like the sphere of availability?
Yeah, a little bit about because it was a little bit because that's what I mentioned that I've been kind of researching places and putting out into the waves of where I'm going to be building my ashram, so then we can have our gatherings and stuff. And so that's what kind of got us into that topic a little bit of, okay, well, what would be the steps to be, or that you would make, that kind of stuff. So we got into it a little bit.
Oh, okay, I see.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that work, guys, with the astral? Because you're talking about meeting in an astral plane, right, Laura? If I'm not mistaken, if I understand it.
Oh yeah.
Now, how does that work? Are we doing like you're going to create the sigil and we all concentrate on that sigil to meet you there, or you pick the place and address and we meet you there? Because Reiki energy does that. In Reiki energy, you can do a specific sigil and then we send the energy and then we meet through the astral. But I don't know, how do you actually do directly with the astral projection itself? How do you guys do it?
So I've experimented with friends where I just thought of, and it actually worked out, funny enough. And I think with all the practices we've been doing, we'd actually be kind of just successful. And this was me just not having an attachment to it, but I sent out an idea to a friend and I was like, all right, I'm gonna visit you in your dreams tonight. And then passed out, but I had that idea of visiting them as I did that, and I did like a little meditation on it, just that. And then there was a moment where in my dream I had been talking to them at like a gym, and so like I hit him up the next day and I was like, dude, like, all right, just a question, did you like, was there anything about a gym in a dream or something like that? Because I had a dream I was talking to you about that. And then he was like, yeah. So it did work. So that's the only time that it really worked out, was that, yeah, there was the talk beforehand, and then but I wasn't actually specific on where I was going to meet them, just that we were going to be meeting, and then I focused the intention on that, and it ended up happening. So if we're doing it on the sigil thing, I feel like that would become very easy to manifest, especially with all of us doing our practices, how we've been doing them. I'm working on sigils right now. So
if I can see that if you give me access to the sigil, I can travel through that sigil. It could be like a key. Obviously, Hecate carries a key. It's like having a key.
Right. I just don't know which one to use because I'm working on the ones right now.
Take your time. Don't rush.
Yeah, that Shango was talking about, like as far as the locations go.
It's an art, right? You don't rush art.
Exactly.
And you got, it's not like it's got to happen tomorrow. It's not like it's a due date. Take your time with it.
I know, I'm so damn Raja, you know. I'm like no.
Hell, you're working on it right now. That's good, but
I am.
Don't expect yourself to finish it today, because you got there's so many different things. It's beautiful. Most people that get into like magic and the cult, they think it's all about little tricks, right? But it's more about a methodology. It's more about strategy and long term. So there's also, you want to give the proper treatment to the subconscious mind, right? One of the things that I really teach is your relationship to your subconscious mind makes all the difference, right? Your conscious mind doesn't know shit, right? The subconscious mind is like a giant warehouse full of data, an endless Amazon warehouse that stretches across the universe. Your conscious mind is a little flashlight walking through that warehouse. So you can only pay attention to what that light shines upon. So in constructing this sigil, you want to kind of set the parameters for what you want to do. Like I mentioned before, the context, but it's good to sleep on it. It's good to kind of push it aside, because when you're off the site, the workers are going to be assembling and looking for different products and parts to put together. So by the time you come back, you're going to have something waiting for you that's going to be much better than if you tried to scramble it all together right now.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'm trying to yeah, I'm just trying to kind of figure out like, yeah, I just need to let it be.
Let it marinate. Let it simmer. Where will you be when the idea hits you? I focus so much on this spider sigil that there was a clear
Thinking
moment.
about your spider sigil. I'm thinking I'm going to find you through your spider sigil.
You can try. I mean, it's pretty deep.
Oh, a spider like came onto me after this morning. Like I was sitting in the sand and there's like a spider that like climbed onto my shorts.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it's a spider. Come on.
So can you share a little bit of that origin right there of that?
The spider?
Yeah.
Not anymore. I did, but I think we're past the point where I can share the origin.
You got to go back in the archives.
Yeah, it's pretty established at this point. So for me to continue revealing the origin, that might actually dilute the effects.
I think it's in his video hijacking the Matrix.
Travis.
It's on one of the live streams. It's on one of the 8-hour live streams.
The 20-hour.
You got to find these sigils in the astral plane, like, because I switched my thinking and I realized that I don't create anything, because the physical plane is the last to receive any data. But what I realized is that when we do get these sigils, when they are formulated, we're not actually creating them, we're channeling them. And by the time they become clear to us, we channel them. You want to reverse the process. You want to go back into meditation, astral projection, and find its origin in the astral plane, right? That's how we're able to use things like the Goetia, and everybody can then come in contact with the same spirit, because somebody didn't just make these sigils up. They were pulled down from a place that it exists already in. And once I really realized that transition, that I'm not making this up, but this is something that has come to me, the whole relationship changed.
So it feels like maybe I should go visit the Astral first.
That's what I'm saying. Take your time. You can't rush it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good thought.
What is an ashram to you?
Well, that's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
What is an ashram to me?
Because the reason why I asked was because basically, if like you have to have the ashram within yourself to have it manifest in the first place. So it's like basically it's like you have to have an ashram within your own mind, like a place where you can go that is ashram type within your mind.
Yeah. I mean, I would say it's a place of study and of peace, a safe spot.
The library?
Yeah. I would say that would be most reminiscent of it, although not exactly like one, but yeah. I'm going to be in and out because I have someone I need to take care of right now. But I'm going to ponder that as I'm doing that.
Oh, okay.
That origin is very important, and your personal connection to it. Personal connection. And that's part of the reason why I chose spiders, because for the majority of my life, I was terrified of spiders. So I have an intimate emotional connection to that symbol. But who's to say my relationship with that particular creature started in this lifetime? Who's to say that this fear wasn't borrowed from a previous experience, and it's interpreted to me now as fear.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful. Damn, I got so many cool ideas that I'm going to be doing, and I want to share them all right now, but I got to be patient. I got some really fun stuff. Like I know you guys will really enjoy. Like I'm very serious about these astral classes and just different ways to initiate them, because I know a lot of it does have to do with the subconscious mind and NLP stuff. But yeah, there's many different ways to kickstart the engine.
Kickstart.
Yeah.
I used that word in one of my like first readings. Like it was like, why do you want to do this? And it was like, I said exactly that. I was like, to like kickstart. And that was probably like 2 years ago. Or like a year ago, year and a half. And then someone said it this weekend too with the ayahuasca retreat. And then you said it right now. I'm about to order some kickstarts.
Kickstart. Yeah, that's two places that I want to move into by the end of this year, is receiving more private documents and doing actual astral research, like dedicating more time strictly to doing research in the astral. Two goals. And bringing people along with, like having people understand how to do that in their own personal way, so we can all focus on the same thing and bring back results and compare them. That's the best way that I learn.
Yeah. And then like basically these would turn into like, oh, kind of what they already are, but like we each give the synopsises of what we've been learning.
Yes. Yes. Kind of, yes. And I'm so inspired by like some of those earlier remote viewing experiments that they did with like Russell Targ and some of these other research institutes, where they literally put people in a blank room and they have them astral project and they record their finding. And then they took it a step further and they start going further and seeing different things. And it got into some kooky stuff, got into some time travel and past life. And yeah, I know that stuff is possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not only possible, but I think there's a reason that we're getting into this. I think there's still science that hasn't been fully fleshed out just yet.
Because they don't believe, and they're not open to possibility. Funny enough, science is about possibilities.
Yeah, stuff that
I think there's a limit to where materialists can go to, like being a foundation of materialism. Like you have like a certain jurisdiction of basically just Earth.
Mm-hmm. Especially when it comes to knowledge like this, you really start to see that limit when you buy book after book and you literally keep seeing the same thing repeated.
Yeah.
When you know that there's something more, but you're just not seeing it, that means you might have to look somewhere else. And then we remember that the Kabbalah is a map. It's a key, right? And a map must be traveled. A key must be used. Well, I should probably log this YouTube because I feel like I'm wanting to start divulging too much. I'm trying to not talk about it, it's slipping out.
So
Yeah, Amar. All right. So to me, an ashram is like a library. It's like a place of study, but you can also put that study into practice. And it's a safe place to do that.
Safe place to put study into practice. That's what you said.
Yeah. Yeah. And it can be, and it's a communal space as well.
You guys remind me of the magicians. Have you ever seen the series?
Oh my God, thank you. Yes.
I say that from day one.
I didn't
We
like that
are
show.
the magicians.
Later, I
mean,
didn't like that show, but the first series I thought, or the first,
the
yeah.
first series was perfect. That
Mhm,
represents this whole group right here.
It was pretty good.
Then
Yeah.
it got tacky after that, like nonsense.
Then I got,
stuff, but
yeah. Then they fucked up.
yeah.
But yeah, the first season was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Except we're cooler than they are.
We're real. With the real.
Yeah, we're real.
To make a show, the real magicians, like the real housewife, the real magicians.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, man, that's my vision, a safe place to practice and to learn and to study and just have abundance of knowledge available at all times. And not just magical practices, but also martial arts too.
What's to say martial arts is not magical?
Oh yeah,
It is magical.
I go for martial arts.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Remember,
Exactly.
martial arts originally was designed to balance your energies. It was not designed to kick ass like you see in the movies. That's bullshit. Martial arts were designed to balance your inner self.
Mm-hmm.
Like Qigong, you know, Tai Chi is the slow motions of martial arts, of karate.
Mm-hmm.
All this good stuff.
Right. Right. I think it's
Maestro
crucial.
is sick with it. Maestro was doing, I don't know, I can't pronounce what he was doing, but he was doing stuff this weekend.
Shoot.
But basically he does, I think he studies one of the same martial arts that Snyder has a black belt in.
Damn.
Yeah, I would be incorporating capoeira in that. Because capoeira is very, very sacred. I need to spend, that's another step. Hey, I already put that down. No, I didn't. It's another step. Continue to practice.
Yeah, continue to practice. I'm about to call my martial arts teacher. I'm like, when we're gonna meet again?
Can you imagine, dude? Like, that's my end result, right? Like having like a place where you go and it's like we have like masters of all these practices coming, you know, and like and you can like learn from them at different times or whatever. We have different, like just a place to study, to really hone in on like what it is you want to do. All things magical, all things natural, harmonic, you know. And that's so I understand that that's very general and very broad, but like my head has visions.
Yeah, but remember what I said, you know, it starts general, you know, you're if you had to look at a map, you're reaching up in like this lower astral, higher astral plane, and it is general, it's vague, everything up there. But to make it concrete, you slowly pull it down and it magnetizes what it needs to get more and more specific, more complex. So you're at a starting point, and that's excellent. But time will start to flesh it out.
Yeah. I just need that. I'm becoming aware of the cruciality of being patient and being direct with my intention, and then allowing that intention to really unfold. Like I know what I want, but allowing the specifics to just sort of fall into place. Like you were saying, come from the subjective realm and bring them into the objective realm. Like, but allow that part to kind of take place. So I think one of my other next steps is make a sigil to connect to the astral realm.
You guys see my note?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, what? Are you sure?
All right. So
Go ahead.
no, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say for everyone in the chat, like what I'm doing, we all do. Like you get an idea or something, put it into practice. Like just constantly put things into practice and learn and experiment. Like this is the only way we know about tattvas. This is the only way we know we get through these books is because we're like, oh shit, that's a thing. Okay, hold on. Let me.
Yes. Expect to do it wrong. Expect to fuck up. Expect to make mistakes. Right? Go ahead and get those out of the way early. One of my favorite entrepreneurs says, "Fail fast and fail hard." Get that shit out so that as you continue, you do it better and better and better. Most of us are afraid of failure because school has conditioned us, right? We get afraid of punishment. We want to do it right the first time. But that's not the attitude to have as a scientist, because a scientist is not attached to the results, right? We the process, right? We don't get emotionally attached.
No emotional.
Buckminster Fuller has a quote talking about like the fastest way to success. If you want like to reach the top of success, you just gotta fail the fastest. Like as much failures as you've had, like that's gonna be your stepping stones to reach the top. I was like, damn.
I love that. I love it.
Yeah.
So you hear these techniques, go figure out the very next way that you can apply it. You know, I would recommend one of two approaches, and they're kind of opposite, but they're the same. The first is to know your outcome and look for different techniques or rituals that can serve that outcome. And number two is the opposite way is find a technique or ritual that you want to try out, and then find a result that you want to test it with. You see what I'm saying? So on one hand, you're testing different techniques to get a result, and on the other hand, you'd be testing different results to get a technique. Either way, just do the work. Do the work. Do the work. Don't be afraid.
Just do the work.
Yeah, sum it all up. Do the work.
You gotta do subjective, objective, Travis.
Subjective, objective.
Subjective, objective. See the results in different data. That's, collect the data.
Yes, collect data, sort through it, and test it out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a method. And especially with what we're doing now, this is largely uncharted territory. Not uncharted because no one's ever done it before, but uncharted because the people who have done it, they have a sworn oath to secrecy, or they're just not sharing their results. So you literally have to figure this out on your own. The best I can do as a teacher and a researcher is share with you different methods and ideas that have worked for me. But ultimately, you got to start trying stuff and figuring it out. If you never try it, that's a guaranteed zero. Guaranteed not gonna get it. I didn't just, wake up and figure out how to do this. Like, there has been years of testing, years and years of testing, not an exaggeration at all.
Yeah, we still are testing.
We still are testing, right? And this is gonna become something massive. And man, the people behind it is a couple of bold individuals who are not attached to results. Yeah. I want to wrap up this live stream, but I do have a few more words that I want to share with you guys. So hang on just a moment. So everybody in the YouTube chat, the next book that we're going to go into is Ophiel's The Art and Practice of Kabbalah Magic. I posted the link in the top of this chat. You can get it there. Like I said before 100 times, I did the audio book on YouTube, which you can find and probably listen to by the whole book by next Sunday. There's also a PDF. So please go ahead and get that. We're going to get into it. We're going to get into the Kabbalah and the relation to the Tattvas. All right. So this is going to be very, very, it's going to add a lot of clarity to your practice. So get that. Get that.
has an idea, if you don't have idea what the Kabbalah is, go back this week and do plenty of research on how the system works before you even start going to the book. If you have not read the Kabbalah or what is Kabbalah itself, read an introduction so you can get it.
Yes. Wow, Brazil says, come on, Travis, only 7.5 hour stream. Yeah, man, I can't be doing the 20-hour streams no more, man. I literally have stuff to do now. Like, I got a lot more stuff to do now. Before, it was cool, you know what I'm saying? We just get in the conversation and fleshing it out. But yeah, I literally have to put together the information systems to make this app happen. Because, you know what I'm saying? The developers I'm working with, they're only doing the stuff that I don't know how to do, which is the tech shit. But once they complete their task of the tech shit, I have to fill in that tech shit with videos and PDFs and the trackers that I'm putting in there. And I have to write these books that I'm trying to give to you guys, all this different stuff. So no 20-hour stream tonight. I got to get back to work. But stay tuned because all that's coming. All right. So as far as YouTube, you guys know what to do. Get that book by hook or by crook. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Mages, here with LPX 777. I love you guys. Peace.